So you may remember the last Nintendo Direct brought the, let's charitably call it, interesting news that a Mario movie is scheduled for release in 2022, and that Chris Pratt will be playing the lead, and the buzz online was immediate. I myself half-assedly put out a 3-word tweet in response as soon as I heard, and it quickly became probably my highest rated tweet in years. I don't know what it takes to be social media popular these days, but apparently it doesn't involve thinking very hard. I get the impression people were a bit thrown by the casting, probably because Chris Pratt is almost the precise opposite of a squeaky-voiced blue-collar mustachioed Italian pygmy. But of course, the smallest amount of research reveals that obviously this is going to be a CG animated movie. They already tried the live-action route, and as far as dream casting goes, the Bob Hoskins lightning was never going to strike twice. I mean, he's dead for a start. So, Chris Pratt will presumably just be doing the voice, and once that was understood, the most frequent opinion I sensed floating around regarding the casting was that nobody really had an opinion. I mean, if they'd announced they'd got Daniel Day-Lewis in, that would have sparked conversation. Hell, it might have convinced me to watch it. But Chris Pratt, well, he's a big name, yeah, but his acting has never exactly set the screen alight, has it? He's like the moon, big and bright and round-faced, and every now and again you look up and go, oh, that's still there, and then pay it no further thought. His casting does imply that they're going for some utterly bland, white-bread, generic male voice for Mario, for the sake of maximum broadness of appeal, and if so, what annoys me about that is that Mario has an established voice, an iconic one, even. This isn't like how it was in the 90s where all we had to go on was chiptunes and pixel art, and the Mario TV and movie adaptations had to invent from whole cloth that the Mario brothers are from Brooklyn, and have voices like you'd expect from blue-collar immigrant workers with a side interest in backyard wrestling. Video games have acquired voice acting since then. We've all been listening to Charles Martinet's high-pitched, heavily accented interpretation of the character for decades. Does none of that mean anything? Is this yet more evidence for the rampant disrespect the film industry has towards video games? That anything video games have established doesn't count until those big bollocked film people come in and do things properly? Maybe films should mind their fucking manners, since video games have been making more money than them for some time now, and didn't even have to trick people into buying entire wheelbarrowfuls of popcorn to do it. Actually, maybe it's the much more reasonable explanation that Martinet's pasta-related shrieking is a lot more palatable when used to drive home important gameplay concepts like don't fall in the lava you stupid git, and are less nice when you have to listen to it for 2 hours and engage with the character. But doesn't that rather illustrate the inherent issue with any Mario adaptation, and indeed most video game adaptations, that Mario is 100% a video game character? The voice and the power-ups and the little stubby legs with the jumping power of an industrial spring, none of it makes any sense outside the medium of video games. To make a film, you've either got to fill in so many blanks that you're just making whatever the hell you want with the name slapped onto it, as in the Bob Hoskins adventure, or you need to be ironic and self-referential to show that you're in on the joke. And let's face it, it's going to do the second one, isn't it? Casting Jack Black and Seth Rogen as Bowser and Donkey Kong respectively has the unmistakable stench of irony about it, because that's what every CG, fun for all the family, lopsided smirk on the movie poster animated comedy does these days, isn't it? Put on that slightly condescending Star Trek Lower Decks, ooh look at us disaffected zoomers of the world, we're completely jaded as well by our product, smug facade of irreverence, based on absolutely nothing. I'm picturing the movie going in a Wreck-It Ralph direction, where Mario starts off doing his cartoonish high-pitched voice, and then the moment the player switches off, reverts to normal boring Chris Pratt American accent man, as all the characters shuffle off to the green room for the night. The funny thing is, if they did that, it wouldn't be a million miles away from what passes for canon where Mario is concerned. Ever since Super Mario 3 opened with a red curtain rising to reveal the title screen, Mario games all being theatrical productions rather than genuine do-or-die hostage rescues has practically been the semi-official explanation for why Mario and Bowser can be mortal enemies one minute and go-karting buddies the next. Jack Packard and I formulated a little theory in one of our Slightly Civil War podcasts, actually, that maybe Bowser kidnapping the princess is actually a good-natured sporting event between the two rival kingdoms, perhaps to commemorate some past conflict, and Mario's journey across several themed worlds to rescue her is the equivalent of the Olympic torch ceremony. I mean, why else does he always go through several themed worlds instead of raccoon-tailing straight to Bowser's castle? Same reason they don't use a Zippo to light the Olympic torch. So you could do something meta, with Mario dropping the act at the end of the show and wondering if there's any real meaning to his life, and that would actually be pretty true to the character. But even as that sentence leaves my mouth, I realise the futility of speculation, or indeed, any conversation surrounding a fucking Mario movie. True to the character, Mario has been a doctor, a golfer, a typing tutor. He crossed over with raving rabbits once. Mario has no character. Mario is a logo to be put on lunchboxes and pillowcases to make money. They could make a historical drama about the crossing of the Delaware, stick a red hat on George Washington, and call it a Mario movie, and it will be just as true to the character as anything else. You know damn well none of this really matters. It doesn't matter if Chris Pratt was a smart casting choice, it doesn't matter if the production's a dumpster fire, or even if the eventual film makes any money. None of it matters because they've already won. They won the moment we devoted any amount of brain power to this topic, when I wasted an afternoon writing about it and you wasted 5 minutes listening to me about it instead of seeking a better life or folding your laundry. How long has it been sitting there, incidentally? I think it's going to fold itself, asshole. The open world is dead. Sorry to have to break it to you. It wasn't an easy death either. A very prolonged, very painful death from being chained to a milking machine and having all its blood, bones and internal organs sucked out through its nipples. You might think this declaration premature, considering that open-world games have been coming out constantly for years, and yet more are announced for the future both near and far, but don't be fooled, that's just the noise being made by all the dead flesh and organs getting slurped back and forth through the machinery. It's very sad. The history of the open-world game might as well be the history of gaming itself. Its invention was practically inevitable. Something like it had long been the dream of gamers and developers alike, ever since we first played Super Mario and thought how cool it would be if we could escape from the fixed horizontal line of the level and explore that green hill in the background with the mysterious eyes, or when we looked at the cosmetic windows on the buildings in, say, RoboCop for the Commodore 64, and thought about how cool it would be if we could go inside all of those windows and find an individually crafted room in each one and see what pictures the drug dealers hung up. And at the highest level, the advance of gaming technology has been one long road to achieving that dream. First, Super Mario 3 let you go left as well as right and explore the whole map. Then 3D graphics allowed us to fully explore the in-game space from multiple perspectives. Memory improved, allowing for more and more details and assets to be rendered simultaneously. It was only a matter of time before the dream of a fully 3D, fully detailed, go-anywhere setting would be realised. And in brief, it has. Open worlds are now commonplace. We've got games with entire, fully detailed cities, wildernesses, deserts, alien landscapes. You can go inside every window and look at all the drug dealers' furniture and knock all their chairs over and leave their taps running just to be a dick. And you know what? I'm sick of it. I'm sick of long treks through beautifully detailed scenery. I'm sick of highlighting the little icon and following the line on the minimap to get to it. And I'm sick of player choice. See, I'm someone who appreciates, indeed practically specialises in, the medium of interactive narrative, and open worlds are very frequently detrimental to narrative, or at least tend to produce very similar ones. Game design frequently informing story, the story of most open world games centres around the world, obviously. Usually it's been corrupted or taken over by some antagonistic force or faction, and the main character has to be part of some resistance working against it, often doing missions to gradually reclaim power or territory from the antagonist in some way. This is all informed by gameplay because it justifies having to explore the open world, and it being filled with groups of standard enemies to fight. It also seems to be de rigueur for these games to always have a mission around the midpoint where the hero is captured and stripped of their abilities or weapons for all of 10 minutes, in order to re-establish the main villain as a threat, as it would be easy to feel that threat being undermined by the player having done nothing but chump on the villain and chip their territory away from the word go. I'm sick of playing out this same plot and themes in every AAA game. I should stress that this is mainly a AAA problem rather than an open world problem. There are plenty of indies demonstrating that a restrained, thoughtful use of sandbox gameplay can produce something very compelling, like Outer Wilds. It's not even a problem with every AAA open world game. Look at Rockstar games. The Grand Theft Autos and Red Dead Redemptions are almost all character-focused narratives about the personal struggles of a jaded anti-hero in a world largely indifferent to their actions. Although note that whenever you start a plot mission in those games, you're almost always locked into it and made unable to interact with the open world or any side content until you've finished the plot mission. It's almost as if the open world is inconvenient to linear storytelling. Rockstar aside, most games don't have the chops for anything above Marvel movie-grade writing, so mainly it's just oppressive threats and plucky resistances, and the same bloody plots inevitably emerge. I mean, not too long ago, around the PS3 era, when everything was third and first-person cover shooters, there were a lot of kinda out-there plots with strong character focus being indulged, in games like Time Shift, Inversion, 50 Cent Blood on the Sand. Not very good games, but at least they were fun to talk about. The AAA developers of today keep churning out these drearily spectacular open worlds with the same plots and themes and slight gameplay tweaks because this is what tech has been working towards since the beginning, and no one knows what the hell else they're supposed to do now. The AAA industry is practically built on being able to wow us with bigger, more impressive locales and expansive gameplay, and sell us whichever expensive graphics cards they're in bed with now. And we've reached the limit. Games just can't get any bigger. Oh, I'm sure you'll dispute that. Of course, games could get bigger. Just Cause 2's map is the equivalent of 35 square miles. Make one that's 70 square miles. Bam! Bigger game. There's still no open world where you can enter every single building in a full-sized city and find each one populated by completely unique NPCs, each with their own dialogue and side quests. Currently available technology might even be capable of that, but the thing is, while the technical barrier has been removed, there's a limit to how much content you can put in a game before it stops benefiting from it overall. Plus, it's become very clear in recent times that there's a hard limit on how much human beings can create within a viable time frame, while still keeping both the game and the dev team's physical well-being stable. Thinking of you, Cyberpunk! The notion that the progress of video games is tied to the game worlds getting bigger and better looking was always unsustainable. Juvenile, really. Like insisting a book is better because it has more pages, or a film is because it's 4 hours long. Where we are now in video gaming's history is the equivalent of where movies were when Hollywood was making those hugely expensive epics with thousands of extras, like Cleopatra and Ben-Hur. So now we need a similar sea change to what movies had in the mid to late 20th century, when the bloat and spectacle and the gimmickry of new technology gave way to filmmaking based around high-concept ideas and auteur directors. Something's got to give. Even the oblivious CEOs in their tower of money and tax loopholes will notice if the returns stop reflecting the soul-destroying effort going into these massive games, and then it's just a matter of who blinks first. Someone takes a risk, kicks the $100 million open world in the head, and splits them into 4 $25 million projects with dedicated teams and more focused design principles, and makes absolute gobloads of cash. A new wave of risk-taking artistry at the highest levels, a stop to the constant push for better graphics hardware. Video card manufacturers switch to building moon colonies. A new age of prosperity for the human race, until Earth disappears into one of the abysmal suction cups on the tentacles of the eternal space octopus. I don't know, do I? I can't even predict where the last step's going to be when I'm going down a staircase. The sad thing about mainstream video games these days is that it's no longer a craftsman's industry, really. While the technology was still developing, everything had to be built from the ground up. Developers usually coded their own engine, created all the art assets and sounds. I can't find a source right now, but I remember reading that the underwater explosion sound in Quake was created by wrapping a condom around a microphone and sticking it in a bath. That's a fun story. They made the explodey head effect in the movie Scanners by filling a fake head with dog food and blasting it with a shotgun. That's a fun story too. A lot more fun than we downloaded it from a library, or we just used CG. Games were a bit ramshackle back then when developers were inventing various janky workarounds to get a 2D image to look like a 3D wall, but it meant every game had a sort of bespoke character to it. Nowadays, AAA games are terribly complicated things, and making the texture for every last leaf on every bush just isn't feasible within most development timeframes. So what do you do when you need to produce a lot of complicated things in a short time? You invent mass production. Templates, standard processes, factory lines. So now games use pre-existing engines, pre-existing art, second-hand IPs, and gameplay mechanics cobbled together from popular established formulas, which has made games generally stabler and easier to churn out since they're basically being constructed from flat packs, but it's at the cost of their artisanal uniqueness. As a chronicler of video games and their many degrees and flavours of shittiness, I've occasionally found it convenient to coin shorthand terms for specific overused gameplay templates, such as the term Jiminy Cockthroat to mean open-world stealth action with crafting and collectibles, or Spunk Gargle Wee Wee to mean contemporary military shooter displaying an unsettling pro-war attitude and no apparent interest in being introspective about it. And I'm pleased to report that I've got another one. See, I complained in the last episode that too many AAA games are open worlds that tick all the same boxes, but then I realised that there's another template AAA falls back upon when they want to make a single-player, story-based game, but don't quite have the time or the QA budget for a full-on open world. A template that I shall call the Ghost Train Ride. Many thanks to Guardians of the Galaxy for helping solidify this in my head. Guardians of the Galaxy is very much a ghost train ride. The Tomb Raider reboots are ghost train rides. The Last of Us is a ghost train ride, as are the Uncharted games. God of War 4 and Jedi Fallen Order have elements of ghost train ride, but manage to transcend it in enough places. So what is a ghost train ride? Well, for one thing, it's a game whose marketing blurb will probably use the word cinematic. In that, like a film, it's completely linear and aggressively pulls you along a railroad of set pieces with only tenuous acknowledgements of interactivity, and I call it a ghost train ride because a ghost train ride consists of 3 distinct, separate elements: the queue, the thrill, and the gift shop. The queue is the build-up. Frequently the game will start off having you walk slowly through nicely dressed sets, so you can take in the scenery and establish the characters with some dialogue. Invariably, they'll connect these areas with very narrow passages your character has to squeeze down, so you don't see the rendering engine laboriously unload the previous area and prepare the next equally elaborate one. Sometimes you'll have to navigate a sequence of ledge climbs and jumps, or solve something unironically termed a puzzle. But don't be fooled, the climbing sequence is functionally just more corridor walking, as there's usually only one route to take and no way to fail. The puzzle is a test of basic observation skills at most, because the solution is instantly obvious when you see the patch of ceiling whose flashing contextual button prompt indicates it's compatible with your grappling hook. Short diversions from the linear path can be taken to find hidden collectibles or upgrade points, but these are never very long, and the game seems to get nervous if you explore them too much, having your NPC support characters badger you for wasting time, for there always are NPC support characters, as they are the stewards of the ghost train, the Disneyland staff members whose job is to keep ushering the guests to the next tightly imagineered set piece. So that's the queue. Next come the thrills, when queuing is unexpectedly interrupted by peril. Maybe a ledge collapses during a platforming sequence, or a monster ambushes and yanks the hero out of the very narrow passage they were squeezing down. What follows is a set piece just as linear as the queue, but with the spicy threat of death and reload if we don't make correct inputs. The monster chases us, necessitating we press the stick forwards, or maybe we're falling down a pit, or driving along a road, or sliding down a hill on our bum. That seems to be a popular one. And we have to bank around to avoid obstacles like it's fucking Space Harrier. Or maybe they'll just throw up their hands and drop a QuickTime event if they're feeling very lazy. The specific flavour of thrill varies, but it will always force us into a specific action, and half the time has nothing to do with the plot or with any decisions that any characters have made. Peril just randomly strikes with an arbitrariness not suggestive of having been carefully placed by a director with a vision, but because some kind of template or algorithm dictated that action must take place at this specific moment to maximise engagement. The final element is the gift shop, and I call it that because it's the moments when the piper must be paid, when the game can no longer avoid acknowledging the interactive nature of the medium and so must grudgingly let the player off the leash to run around sniffing a few butts. It's time for some combat. This is where things vary the most from game to game. Maybe it's hack and slash, maybe it's a shooter, maybe cover-based, maybe not. It'll normally be paired with some kind of upgrade tree, because that's another thing that checks a box in the algorithm. It'll let you unlock new attacks and buffs, but it'll never change anything fundamental in the combat. It's not the sort of game that lets you specialise as a wizard in one playthrough and a barbarian in the next, although they'll still refer to this as RPG elements with a straight face. What all Ghost Train Ride's combat sections do have in common is that they're always strictly contained to the current arena. All exits are sealed as you enter and won't open until all the enemies are dead and the exciting music dies down. Unless this is a stealth action game, and we have the option of sneaking past them all, but enemies will never follow you out of their assigned arena, and your safety is guaranteed once you're squeezing through narrow caves again. For you see, the main characteristic of the Ghost Train Ride is that it switches back and forth between queues, thrills, and gift shops, and these sections never overlap. All health is usually restored between sections. A given fight will never spill out of its arena. Enemies in room B won't be alerted if you fucked up stealthing through room A. Set pieces rarely occur due to any specific story reason. It's all randomly collapsing platforms and copy-pasted battles. You usually can't pull your gun out during the queue section and fuck up some innocent bystanders. You'll be lucky if it even lets you sprint. You see, this isn't a smoothly integrated, organically escalating story or gameplay experience. This is a conveyor belt of disconnected encounters that can be easily chopped up and swapped around because its only intention is to keep droning on, ticking boxes and hitting targets until the algorithm says it's gone on long enough and can now stop and let everyone off. It's a Ghost Train Ride. Blimey, Yardsie, the open worlds are overdone, the linear games are overdone, you just can't be pleased where AAA is concerned, can you? Maybe you should stick to indie games. The thing is, hypothetical listener, AAA is supposed to be the fucking industry ambassador, the games that get all the mainstream coverage outside the enthusiast press. Is it so much to ask that all of gaming not be represented by cookie-cutter identikit games that have impressive facades, but once you get inside, are universally kitted out with the same 5 pieces of IKEA furniture? If nothing else, it makes reviewing them all very boring. What am I supposed to critique? How tightly they put the screws in this time? I was really torn on the diversity of the main characters in Call of Duty Vanguard. On the one hand, it's good for everyone to feel represented and that there's no race or gender barrier to a career as a gun-toting, insta-healing psychopath. But on the other hand, it's not exactly representative of history. But back on the first hand, why does that matter? It's all fantasy, and no different to, say, casting non-white actors in the musical Hamilton to be more representative of modern demographics. But then, wait, second hand again, race isn't really a theme in Hamilton, whereas it's pretty fucking front and centre in World War II settings, considering what the Nazis were all about. And isn't it a bit irresponsible in this day and age to minimise the racism that exists in allied nations at the time? How to phrase all this without making people come and push dog shit through my letterbox? Forget all that. Diversity is good. I shouldn't have to explain why, but I will anyway. It's good to experience a broad range of perspectives on life, the universe, and everything. It means more people feel included and represented. And if you only ever hear about stories directly relevant to you and people like you, then your thinking becomes stagnant, like a gene pool with too much inbreeding. A range of cultural experiences helps you become a generally more empathetic, better rounded person with the social conscience to get yourself vaccinated, for fuck's sake. But video games have a generally poor reputation for diversity. In fact, I read a comment recently, I forget exactly where, that sparked this entire video, in which someone casually asserted that everyone knows most video game protagonists are white men. And maybe it was my knee-jerk instinct to defend my beloved medium, but I immediately wondered if that was true. In the past, probably, but now, I feel like things have been getting more diverse all the time. But that could be my inherent bias talking. Nothing for it, we're gonna have to compile some hard motherfucking data. Specifically, I decided to track the races and genders of all the protagonists in the last 2 years of games covered by Zero Punctuation, starting with Jedi Fallen Order, ending with Call of Duty Vanguard. I went with ZP subjects for want of a better metric for noteworthy games. It's not ideal, but the only alternative is to go through every single game that came out, and ain't nobody got the time for that. I then went back and did the same thing to the first 2 years of Zero Punctuation subjects, starting at Heavenly Sword and ending at The Conduit. Blimey, no one will remember that. So at first I was just tracking white male, white female, non-white female, and unspecified. Yes, I know the wonderful spectrum of race is a bit more complex than white or non-white, but the point of the exercise is to determine how overrepresented whites are specifically, so I'm not going to split it up, we'll be here all day. Quickly I was faced with a poser. What counts as non-white? Does Asian count as non-white? It was Persona 5 Strikers that delayed my train of thought on this one. Yeah, all those kids look as white as the driven snow, but they're Japanese by descent, should that count? In the end, I decided that we were assessing things in the spirit of diversity and representing minority viewpoints. So Japanese characters should only count as white in Japanese games, because that's their culturally dominant race. So Joker from Persona 5, white. Jin Sakai from Ghost of Tsushima, non-white. Got it? Feel free to debate this further somewhere that isn't here. At first I was tracking whether the characters were children or adults as well, because a white male child isn't the same as a white male adult where power dynamics are concerned, but eventually I decided to drop that because it didn't come up that often and it only complicated things when it did. Persona 5, again, was mainly what fucked it up. How characteristic of those rascally phantom thieves to keep ruining my nicely ordered systems. Do they count as adults or children? Really, they're on the line in between. I mean, in Japanese protagonist world, you're generally considered over the hill if you're out of high school. Incidentally, want to know the single solitary game in either list that featured a non-white, female, underage protagonist? Spiritfarer. Good on you, Stella. Let's move on to the problems with the unspecified category, because that was immediately doing a lot of heavy lifting. This was the category for games with fully customizable protagonists like RPGs, as well as games with multiple playable characters like fighting games, and also games with non-human characters like, say, Fall Guys. But it soon became clear I was going to have to split them up like disobedient school kids. Some of the non-humans are obviously coded with gender, like Abe from Oddworld. There are games with multiple characters who are all one race, like the leads in It Takes Two, both being white, or the two options in Far Cry 6, both being non-white. Also, the Team Fortress 2 cast are racially diverse, but all male. Incidentally, if you can think of any mainstream games with an all-female racially diverse cast, then let me know, because the only one that sprang to my mind was Dead or Alive Extreme, and I wouldn't call that progressive. In the end, there was nothing for it but to split it all up, so I ended up with 9 categories in total. 3 races times 3 genders, white, non-white and unspecified, all of those split into male, female and unspecified. So with that all made clear, let's analyse the results. Starting with the games from the first 2 years of Zero Punctuation, and it should come as absolutely no surprise that white males do indeed absolutely dominate the board. In fact, there's more than every other category put together, but it wasn't quite that simple. This was an FPS-heavy era, many of which had silent or never seen protagonists, generally coded male, making male grunting sounds or referred to as male by other characters. But what about race? How do we know, for example, that Master Chief is white under all that armor? Well, from reading the wiki, it turns out. Yep, there it is, no ambiguity, white as correctional fluid. As for all the others, I went digging for wikis or promotional art and would usually find that, lo and behold, most of these protagonists were white dudes all along, with a couple of edge cases. Nomad, the protagonist of Crysis, I did end up counting as white, but honestly, I could be swayed on this. If you look at his picture from the Crysis wiki, he could be from fucking anywhere, frankly. I think what tipped the balance was that his real name is Jake Dunn, which sounds pretty fucking waspy to me. The other interesting one was the protagonist of Fear Perseus Mandate, unhelpfully named The Sergeant. He had a page on the Fear wiki with a couple of pictures, and to my surprise, he looked pretty fucking non-white to me. Nothing I found confirmed that he didn't just have a tan, though, so I hedged my bets and tucked him under male unspecified race. Anyway, this doesn't count for much as representation if you could never have found this out just from playing the game. As for other demographics, a rather stark 8 games were repping the non-male white perspective, and a downright stingy 3 for the non-whites: Turok, GTA Chinatown Wars, and 50 Cent Blood on the Sand. Funny how that game keeps popping up. Big fat goose eggs for non-white females and non-white unspecifics, with some hemming and hawing on my part over Faith from Mirror's Edge. Looks Asian, yes, but according to her wiki, she's mixed Asian and Caucasian. So given the 50-50 split, I stuck her in with white just because it proves my point better. That's creative accounting, baby! So now the big question, has diversity in video games improved upon that in the last 2 years? Short answer, yes. Quite significantly, actually. White males are handily outnumbered by games where both race and gender go unspecified. And even if you take those away, while the white boys are still the largest single group, it's still smaller than every other group put together. So if you do want to make the argument that games about white males are now in a minority, there's your heavily massaged evidence. Not too surprising to see that white women are the next most represented with 15 entries, but every category has some representation. Only one female unspecified race, though. The shark from Maneater. Isn't this fun? Interestingly, while there are again only 3 non-white males, Deathloop, Ghost of Tsushima and Miles Morales, there are 5 non-white females: Half-Life Alyx, Cloudpunk, Subnautica Below Zero, the aforementioned Spiritfarer, and, Shantae and the Seven Sirens. Probably a bit interpretive, that one. Actually, this rather exposes the flaw in this whole enterprise, because there are certain nuances that raw data cannot express. It's not in the spirit of progressiveness if you only have a female protagonist so we can look at her jiggling about in a bikini top. I'm going to reference Dead or Alive Extreme again now, to give the editor an excuse to look at some more pictures of it. But let's not distract from the point, which is I have successfully proved video games are definitely getting more diverse. Yah, boo, random internet commenters, shut your face. And this was only counting high-profile games that got ZP'd, remember? I didn't even mention all the indie games I've played lately that have entire sections of the character creation devoted to asking me what my pronouns are. Of course, there's always more progress to be made, and when it comes to marginalization, race and gender is just scratching the surface. What about games with disabled protagonists? Neurodivergent? LGBT? Actually, on that note, I'm pretty certain most game stories don't even engage with sexuality because emotions are icky. But what that means is a surprisingly large number of game protagonists could conceivably be gay. Is Gordon Freeman gay? There's no evidence he isn't, and it might explain why Alex Vance could never provoke a reaction. So a bit of LGBT visibility wouldn't even take much work. Maybe one day Marcus Phoenix could finally have his moment in the sun. Oh boy, it's the end of the year, and you know what that means? Awards season! That wonderfully excruciating big knob mutual masturbation session that the gaming media obliges us to care about. I wonder what will win the Most Anticipated Game award this year. Or as I prefer to call it, whose overfunded marketing department most deserves a broken bottle in the face. I haven't even bothered to look up who ended up winning the Game Awards. I'm just going to assume it was whichever candidates were calculated most likely to annoy me. Frankly, I'm more interested in the fact that the Golden Joysticks awarded Dark Souls the title of Ultimate Game of All Time. Now, award season must by nature bring with it a certain amount of hype, but for me this is the point where hype becomes hyperbole. Did you like that sentence? I thought it turned out rather well. Ultimate game of all time? Sounds less a serious acknowledgement than something that would be bellowed out by a platoon of drunken sports fans in front of a TV news camera. Semantic pedant that I am, I'm a little bit worried by the way the phrasing implies that we've reached the end of video games. Ultimate technically means final, after all, so I guess video games are done. We're wrapping it all up, weighing up everything we learned and figuring out which one was the best. Maybe the Golden Joysticks know something we don't. Maybe the apocalypse is nigh, and the Earth is about to crack open and give birth to the flaming brood of the galactic chaos spider. More likely, they're setting themselves up to look stupid in about 50 years when Bloodborne 9 comes out for the Sony Direct Neural Interface noggin tube, and our socks will get blown off anew. I mean, it wasn't that long ago that everyone always cited Ocarina of Time as the best game ever, and that didn't even make Golden Joystick's shortlist in today's enlightened age. Breath of the Wild did, though, because it's newer and therefore more valid, apparently. But let's be less of a semantic pedant and assume that Golden Joystick meant, in their sputtering, over-caffeinated way, that Dark Souls is the best game that's ever come out so far. Would I agree with that? Well, it's worth analysing. I mean, I like it. It's a really good game. It has that rare combination of being both expansively broad and dizzyingly deep. Deep, rich, dark, and gooey, like how I like my chocolate brownies. I've let it bugger me across the banisters so many times over the years, I probably can't be objective on this. Then again, the super mega awesomest game in the universe award is always going to be a subjective matter. I'm sure a lot of people didn't really get on with Dark Souls. It's certainly not beyond criticism. I've always thought the level design goes downhill in the second half when the bonfire warp ability removes the obligation to make the areas all intricately connected and shit. And it is kind of stupid how it's basically impossible to figure out how to craft the boss weapons without an FAQ open in the other window. Going over the other games on the shortlist, I don't know if I'd say Dark Souls was my favourite overall experience with the highest density of good bits. I'd probably give that to Portal. I'd also say I had a generally more engaging experience with Undertale, which isn't on the list because Undertale's graphics couldn't be used to flog GeForce GTXs to people, and as such AAA gaming media has little time for it. But if I was asked to enshrine one and only one game to hold up as the exemplar of all gaming, I'd probably want something that was representative of as much of gaming as is possible. And Portal and Undertale aren't that. Yes, both have a certain legacy within their respective niches, but Dark Souls is a Dragons and Wizards fantasy hack-and-slash open-world RPG, and there's influence from absolutely bloody everything in there. It's the culmination of decades of innovation and progress in the RPG and fantasy genres, with a great combat system and really nice scenery to boot. You could even say it's got first-person shooter influence if you use a bow and sit with your face really, really close to the screen, and its own influence has been apparent in legions of action-adventure games ever since. As a centerpiece for all gaming, you could certainly do worse. Certainly feels more representative of how far gaming has come than fucking Space Invaders and Pac-Man, which were also on the shortlist, presumably to appease the retro snobs. And while best game ever is subjective, you could determine what the most number of people say is the best game ever, and that would be objective. So after all that, fine. I suppose with such considerations in mind, I agree with the decision to award Dark Souls the most extreme, super tubularist game in the entire history of anything award. But let's broaden this topic a bit and get back to the earlier point that ultimate literally means final. Because the other thought I had when I heard the name of that award was an uncomfortable one, an insidious one that still nags at the back of my mind, and that's this. Has video gaming peaked? Obviously, video games aren't literally finished, and the apocalypse probably isn't about to happen, or at least isn't happening quickly enough to be dramatically interesting. But I worry that we've already had the best video games that will ever exist, and it's all downhill from here. Oh sure, they probably haven't peaked technologically. There's always room for more polygons and shaders and all that sort of bollocks. But despite what hardware manufacturers would have us believe, none of that necessarily leads to better games. What I'm asking is, have video games peaked creatively? As I've said before, it feels like the age of craftsmanship and auteurism in games may very well be behind us. The whole industry has become mired in corporate committee thinking that would rather churn out identical Jiminy Cockthroats and ghost train rides if they project them earning a single sliver more cash than something innovative and risky. See, I've always felt that the best console in history was the PlayStation 2. Not for being the most powerful, but for being the last console where the tech was advanced enough to realize most artistic visions, without being so advanced as to alienate smaller developers, without so much money to throw about. So it had a very strong third-party library full of quirky, weird and innovative stuff like Katamari Damacy and Okami. Yes, obviously there's still indie games now, and they're still full of innovation and quirk, but it can be very discouraging making them these days, knowing they'll probably be drowned out by the 100 million other indie games coming out on Steam every second of every day, where the ones getting the most attention are the ones with the biggest boobies flapping about. The PS2 was an age of equality, when stuff like Beautiful Joe could proudly sit side by side on the shelf with Call of Duty. There's just not the same social mobility anymore. You either have all the money, and all the spectacle, and all the attention, because you hire entire small towns worth of people and work them to death, or you get patronized rigid and struggle to escape obscurity. There's no middle class to act as a stepping stone. And that brings me to my next point, because sure, maybe things could change in the future, maybe I'm just an aging curmudgeon, blinded by nostalgia for the early aughts. Maybe someday video games will stop being designed primarily around the publishers demanding that they make all of the money that currently exists in the world. But the problem with that is that it would kind of hinge on the rest of society no longer being designed primarily around trying to make all of the money that currently exists in the world. And at this point, the corporations are just too entrenched and government too corrupt to prevent society's continued acceleration into inevitable collapse in the futile pursuit of perpetual growth. And when that happens, ain't no one gonna be designing innovative new video games from a climate disaster blasted hellscape. These are the dark thoughts that nag me and make me worry that gaming has already peaked. But what do you think, Commanders? Maybe you think I'm wrong. Let us know, because oh lordy would I very much like to be wrong. Sorry, I swear I'm not trying to make all of these end on a depressing note. Hey, you probably can't escape the system, but you could at least find your own way to get by within it. On an unrelated note, have I mentioned I've got a new book out? I mentioned Undertale last time, which is nothing to be afraid of. As one of my favourite games of all time, it tends to pop up a lot. And Nick, the editor, pointed out that since I never did an official zero punctuation of the game, now that extra punctuation is in video format, this might be a good time to renew my vows, as it were. Much as I hate to confirm the widespread and unfounded notion that I only use ZP to hate on games, it was partly because I love Undertale that I never ZP'd it. Doing so just felt, what's the word, ungrateful? Like criticising your partner's oral sex technique? Before you ask, no, I haven't played Deltarune, the episodic anagramized pseudo-sequel to Undertale, and I don't plan to for some time. I've been burned before by the promises of episodic gaming, and I'm determined not to touch it till the whole thing is done and packaged together for my convenience. Let's focus on the original. I've been known to have a rose tint in my Burberry half-rims for the games I've loved in the past, and sometimes returning to a game that blew your mind after a few years can be an uncomfortable come-down to reality as you notice the wrinkles you were distracted from the first time. So to prepare for this video, I recently played through Undertale again. I started it up one slow afternoon, thinking I'd maybe play up to the first boring bit in the snowy forest and then get on with one of the other 100 things I needed to do that day, and then I ended up playing through 2/3 of the whole game that session. Apparently what I was thinking of as the boring bits are in fact essential moments of downtime to space out the fun and energetic bits, and what I've now established for myself is that Undertale is both still a really good game and a remarkably well-paced one to boot. But let's start at the start. Undertale is a pixel art 2D top-down RPG by indie developer Toby Fox, released in 2015 with a deceptively amateurish MS Painty art style reminiscent of Earthbound, the original patron saint of the quirky subversive RPG. But while Earthbound used its flat untextured colours and stark low-resolution black outlines to emphasise the breezy carefree atmosphere and slightly inconsistent oddball tone, Undertale's low-effort seeming graphics is just the first of its many subversions. You'll find as you go through the game that it's perfectly capable of decent 2D animation and pixel art, and the one thing it most definitely is not is low effort. It's packed to the gills with so much optional funny dialogue, with so many alts covering the different things a player can do, that new playthroughs will always yield more to find. You know what, if I had to pick one word to sum up Undertale, subversive would probably do. Seems appropriate for a game with under in the title. That's why I never ZP'd it. ZP is a subversive comedy review, and Undertale is already its own subversive comedy review of itself. On the absolute tippy-top crispy creme brulee surface level, it's a cartoon RPG about a kid journeying through a fantasy world of monsters, fighting turn-based RPG-style random encounter battles. That gets subverted almost instantly, when it becomes clear that it's actually a spoof of such games, and of standard video game tropes. Early on, a maternal character solves all the puzzles for you out of obsessive protectiveness. Later, we meet monsters complaining about their obligation to infest their living spaces with puzzles, in case humans come along. And the gameplay is subverted too. The turn-based RPG battles turn out to have more in common with bullet hell shooters. That last part's important because it illustrates that for all its many complex layers, the secret of Undertale's success is that it never stops being accessible. You don't need to be really good at turn-based RPG battling to get through it. Everyone keeps telling me to try out Inscription lately because it's apparently subversive in all the ways I like, but I'm just not into its strategic deck-building gameplay, so it doesn't draw me in. Undertale's combat is the classic simple-to-learn, hard-to-master formula that evolves in multiple ways as the story goes on, culminating in an intense and memorable final boss fight that keeps the subversion going by breaking the fourth wall and playing with the game's infrastructure and save load mechanics. But even that is still on the upper layers of the subversion trifle. The initial subversion of the game being a silly spoof is itself subverted when you realise that it's actually a really well-written, emotionally effective story. The characters are silly, but they also have nuance and relationships with each other and very human, sympathetic traits. And by the end, you're invested, and you love them. You realise that the so-called monsters of the underworld don't want to hurt you, but feel like they have to, because they were wounded in the past by misplacing their trust, but you can reach their better sides by refusing to fight them. The good ending that you get for not killing anyone makes me well up every time I see it, and there are few games about comedy skeletons that manage that. But the good ending is just yet another layer, and so we must also address the genocide ending that you can only get from remorselessly killing every single character in the game. This is just about the only example of a black and white moral choice system in games that has any actual weight to it. That isn't just the same game with a few different cutscenes and a red colour scheme instead of a blue one. Thinking of you, Infamous! There's nothing superficial about the choice. The genocide run is practically a different game, with a completely different story, in which you are framed as a horrifying force of nature that brings to the monster realm nothing but terror, misery, and ultimately annihilation, and the monsters are only too aware of it. But the real effectiveness of the genocide run comes not from making you feel bad about killing these characters, although you bloody well do, because you like them and they used to trust you, but from breaking the fourth wall again towards the end. The final boss character is aware of the fact that multiple playthroughs exist and that you can reload after death, so they don't try to kill you, just present a challenge so frustratingly hard and ultimately crushingly boring that the player gives up, goes away and leaves their universe alone. They call out the player not for acting immorally, but for acting with no moral guidance whatsoever, flitting back and forth between good and evil for no real reason, except that they want to see what happens. In the boss's own words, committing genocide because you think you can, and because you can, you have to. On one level, this is Toby Fox talking directly to the audience for indie games here, calling them out for their insatiable desire for constant new content. The gimmick of being able to befriend rather than kill all the monsters that the trailer made a big thing of, that was all just the trick that lured you in. This is the real message of Undertale, calling you out for the way you demand innovation while refusing to leave your comfort zone. But on another level, the moral choice system is itself a takedown of moral choice systems. It's saying that no action a player can do in a game has any moral weight, if taken with the knowledge that they can immediately reverse it and escape all consequence. It expresses this by doing its damnedest to give you consequences for doing a genocide run. Extra details and dialogues in all future runs let you know that the game remembers what you did. The main reason why I've only watched videos of the genocide ending and never done it myself is because I just don't want to taint all the positive feelings I have for the good ending, knowing that all the growth and happiness of these characters can be undone purely on my fickle whims. Undertale is nothing short of a work of subversive brilliance that also balances great humour, great dialogue, fantastic music, and challenging gameplay that integrates perfectly with the story. All the more impressive that it was pretty much a one-man show, really. I always have a soft spot for solo developers, partly because it's something I aspire to be, partly because I love seeing another person's stream of consciousness. I love seeing things that make sense to just one person, and any division of creative control might taint that. There's a bit in Undertale where you can choose to stay at a hotel, and if you do so, it cuts to you underneath the covers of an unfeasibly large bed, your position marked by a lump in the bedsheet. You can then move freely around, and an energetic drum beat plays, but only while you're moving. I don't know why any of this happens, but I'm glad that it does. And if it hadn't been a solo project, Toby Fox would have had to explain the reasoning behind it to another human being, and I doubt anything positive could have come of that, although it might have caused it to swiftly become a solo project again. You know, I complain a lot about how AAA games all follow the same templates and are designed by committees and ask too much of developers and soak up all the attention and money and are over-reliant on pushing the newest hardware and treat their audiences like dairy cows and suck and stimmy innovation and suck and suck and suck so bloody hard. And every time I talk about it, I get the same counter. But what about indie games, Yarts? The indie sphere teems with innovation, because the barrier to entry for making and publishing games is so low these days. Yes, this does result in a constant deluge of indie games of extremely variable quality, especially on Steam, but the really good ones usually float to the top. I was thinking about this after talking about Undertale last time, and it's true, indie games on Steam are a pretty purely meritocratic system, where only the really good and innovative titles accrue the word of mouth necessary to get a visible profile. But you know what? That just doesn't seem fair. You can't be mind-blowingly good or new all the time, and it's unreasonable to ask that of anything. There are a lot of problems with the meritocratic system for indie games. Firstly, quality is subjective. It's not good games that float to the top, strictly speaking, it's the ones with broad appeal. Hence all the anime sex games that show up on Steam's trending list, which certainly do have broad appeal, lol pun. There are no doubt oceans of middling quality games on Steam that I've never caught wind of, but which would uniquely appeal to me, and I just haven't got the time to play every sodding game to look for them. There's a game called Filcher on Steam with all of 57 reviews at time of writing that I bought for the sole reason that one of the creators tagged me on Twitter mentioning it had taken influence from a game I made, and my ego is very large and ungainly these days. Yeah, take note, indie developers. There's your fast track to a shout out right there. Filcher's not that great or easy on the eyes, and the title's one letter away from a very naughty word indeed, but I enjoyed it because its primitive 3D art and first-person stealth gameplay based around light and noise levels and socking guards unconscious with a small black dildo brought back fond nostalgic memories of the early Thief games, quite intentionally, I'm sure. The point is, I ended up giving it more of my time than I have a lot of other games that people have recommended to me, promising I'll really love this one this time, no really, and it was only pure happenstance that I found it. The meritocratic system just isn't good for helping niche games find their audience. But that's not really what I wanted to talk about. The fact is, the current system for both AAA and indie games just doesn't bring enough exposure to incredibly bad games. And I decry this state of affairs. I'm standing up now for video gaming's right to really, really suck. Regular ZP viewers will know that many years back I began supplementing my annual top 5 and bottom 5 with the blandest 5 games as well. I started doing this because being bland is not quite the same thing as being bad, in my estimation. Bland is worse than bad, a lot worse. Sometimes people ask me if I prefer to review good games or bad games, and frequently I reply that they're about equally as fun. It's the bland games, the mediocre ones that feel like a chore. The only reason we play games or experience any kind of art is to make ourselves feel something, and even contempt and disgust are feelings. That being the case, the very worst thing a game can do is not provoke much feeling at all. It's only a specific kind of bad that I want populating my bottom 5 list. Games that are awful and misguided but which I still come out of feeling positive. They might be frustrating, annoying, or incomprehensible in the moment, but at least I know they'll be interesting to write about later. I wouldn't use the phrase "so bad it's good." So bad it's good is very rare in video games because most games feature at least some kind of repetitive gameplay loop, and you can't usually MST3K your way through the same thing over and over again. A more appropriate phrase might be car crash fascinating, the sort of thing where you really want to break it down and try to figure out the logic that went into it. That's why Balan Wonderworld was my worst game of 2021. I challenge you to find a more car crash fascinating game than that. It's so horribly designed. I mean, what was with that fox that intermittently turns into a cube? And yet, it presents itself so confidently. It clearly made sense to someone. Just as outsider art is necessary to help us question our inherent biases and understandings of what art can be, truly bad games are an enriching part of the culture that surrounds gaming. By examining precisely why the fox intermittently turning into a cube was a stupid idea, we gain fresh appreciation for game design fundamentals. In contrast, bland games are a cultural void. Games built from taking established formulas and mashing the copy-paste buttons until you're left completing an endless conveyor belt of identical, perfectly efficiently designed challenges until the emotional part of your brain dries up. Nothing that calls itself entertainment media should leave you feeling emotionally numb, and yet this is what the AAA industry keeps deliberately churning out with its identikit shooters and sandboxes, because all the punters who just want to kill time with non-threatening Skinner boxes make them more reliably bankable than anything that wants to take a risk, and with that prevailing wind, I worry that the truly interestingly bad game is in danger of dying out. Oh sure, there's no end of terrible indie games along with no end of every other kind of indie game, but a game that's bad because it lacked resources or because the creators weren't very skilled isn't an interesting story. It's just to be expected, really. Car crash games require a certain set of ingredients. The money, resources, and talent to realise the creator's vision, and the vision itself being completely fucking nuts. And the creator must have that specific kind of ego as well that makes them utterly deaf to criticism. That's the root of it right there, isn't it? So often these stories of legendary car crash games, or so bad they're good movies, are really stories about their creators. The Tommy Wiseaus, the Neil Breens, the John Romeros of the world. But no interestingly terrible idea can survive a AAA level of publisher scrutiny and divided responsibility. An industry of committee design is by its very nature hostile to single visions. Just look at that Bloomberg article about Ken Levine from a few weeks back that is initially about how Ken Levine is totally Duke Nukem Forevering his new project, but ends up turning into a blatant hit piece against the whole concept of auteurism. That's the voice of the industry right there. Stop having ideas and keep making those Skinner boxes, drones. No. If you want car crashes, the place to go these days is the world of crowdfunding, because that's what happens when you subtract experience and knowledge from the process of greenlighting. But half the time you don't even get a game to take the piss out of because they just scarper with the money. Or they don't, and those are the weirdest ones. The ones that just stand there, not producing anything and gormlessly staring into space as other people's money piles up around their feet, and after a while you stop finding it funny and start worrying about the mental states of everyone involved. But never mind, I'm sure Star Citizen will be out any day now. January being its usual void of significant gaming events because all the publishers are too full of Christmas turkey to want to commit to releasing any big titles until mid-Q1. The upcoming Dying Light 2 was able to grab a few headlines by boasting that it will take 500 hours to complete it, and the response was immediate. My first response was to conclude that Dying Light 2 is trying to kill me, specifically. No reviewer can play 500 hours of game in the week we have before we all move on to the next temporary headline occupant, but they damn well know that. Clearly, this is yet another blatant attempt by the big money industry to undermine legitimate criticism. Either we die of malnutrition trying to beat it, or get an earful of apologists moaning that we didn't give it its fair shake, and real gamers know that it gets really good around hour 112. Okay, let's put Conspiracy Yahtzee back to bed and wake up Analyst Yahtzee Killer 7 style. 500 is a pretty vague number that smacks to me of someone needing a quote and someone else getting caught on the spot. Instantly, the scenario unfolded in my head. Johnny Development got cornered at the water cooler by Sally Marketing and pressed for some selling point to start driving those social metrics, and that was the only thing that sprang to mind. So Sally Marketing hurried off to start pushing it before her brain could kick in and start thinking about it. Because 500 hours is a lot. It's like 500 lunch breaks. 2,000 if you work in an Amazon warehouse. You know Persona 4 Golden? You know how it's a pretty long game, like most JRPGs, full of story and lengthy dungeon grinds? I've played through Persona 4 Golden like 3 times because I felt guilty about not giving equal attention to all the waifus. With all that in mind, all my playthroughs combined have only clocked 160 hours in Persona 4 Golden according to my Steam profile page. 500 hours? That's like Persona 4 Golden 9 times. It feels like too much. Even non-reviewers want to get through games in time to move on to the next dish on the buffet of the popular vogue. It especially seems like a lot for this kind of game. I've checked some other metrics on my Steam profile page, and most of the games that crack 3 figures on the hours played column are my comfort zone games that I tend to put on to idly kill time while listening to podcasts. So Dungeon Grindy Persona 4, Stardew Valley, FTL, and Dark Souls, which I'm so familiar with now it's more of a comfort zone for me than parts of the actual house in which I live. The point is, these are my quiet time games for zoning out with. 500 hours of full-on AAA action sandbox feels like it would be very mentally exhausting. Maybe that's my age talking there, but I can't have been alone in expressing some misgivings, because Sally Marketing was quick to come back with some clarifications on the 500-hour boast. They added that this was just for 100% completion. If you're hammering through the critical story path because you've got a deadline or need to rush out to buy Ritalin before the shops close, you can expect a much more easily split up across a weekly schedule, 20 hours, and 80 hours if you just throw in the side quests. Okay, fine. No, wait, not fine. How exactly are we defining 100% completion here, if not just main game and side quests? Like getting all the achievements? Yeah, I'm pretty sure there are a lot of games that will take hundreds of hours to achieve that. That's why the only people who try to do it are psychotics. I guess we already know this is 20 hours of main story and 480 hours of other stuff, which is probably why the announcement was met with a sense of foreboding by some. I happen to know from the E3 presentation I attended in 2019, you remember E3? It was that thing from the before times when all us video game insider types met up in person to complain about people like you. That Dying Light 2 will have binary choices throughout the campaign that open up some parts of the map and lock off others, so you can't see all of the game in one playthrough. If you have to play the game multiple times to get all the content, then there'll be an awful lot of repeating the fixed parts of the game to get to the new bits. But this was years ago, so who knows if that's still the case or if they feature creeped it out. Besides that, the general assumption was that other stuff consisted of slogging across a map, sprinkled copiously with copy-pasted side mission dandruff in the characteristic manner of what we tend to think of as the Ubisoft-style sandbox. 1 part actual game to 10 parts faffing about. I note the 500-hour promise doesn't include the caveat that it might vary depending on your skill level, which supports the assumption that this is all busy work, box ticking, and going to the icon on the map and standing on a thing. But hell, we don't know that. I haven't played any Dying Light 2 at time of writing. For all I know, they could have stuffed the game up to the eyeballs with Witcher 3-style, artfully crafted side quests, all with unique plots and characters that's also bloody well written that by the end of it my trousers will be more spunk than fabric. Kinda doubt it though, mainly for the reason that Dying Light 2 is apparently the sort of game that boasts about its playtime length, and that's not the sort of thing a smart game boasts about. Perhaps this gets us to the root of the negative reception to the 500-hour announcement, because I think what rubbed people up the wrong way is that it's just not a classy boast for what we still generally pretend to be an artistic medium. It's like telling everyone how big your dick is. Yes, there are game databases online that list average playtime lengths, but that's not a marketing boast, that's a reference for people who want to know if they can fit it into their schedule. It's the difference between telling everyone your dick size and carefully measuring your dick to make sure the thing you're about to jam it in isn't going to inflict serious trauma, or undergo any. To reduce your game to some purely quantitative statement like hours of playtime as a selling point? Well, it's really illustrating the point I made back in my video about open worlds, isn't it? When I compared AAA games to the old Hollywood epics that just keep ramping up the spectacle and the number of extras and the budget because bigger was always better. It's like Dying Light 2 saw that and immediately set out to double down in the exact opposite direction to the path that makes games less emotionally numbing to play and nightmarish to develop. Our game is better because it can kill the most time. Is that seriously the limit of your ambition? Do you have no higher aspiration than to distract us plebs from the nightmare of our shared reality with greater efficiency? Talk about giving the game away. Although I assume they're not giving the game away. Not yet, at any rate. Give it a few years of Steam sales. Anyway, can I have my review copy now? What the hell happened to mobile gaming? Well, money is what happened. Shitheads flooding the digital stores with cheap knockoffs in the hope of making a quick return. Exactly the same thing that caused the 80s video game crash. Fuck the 1%. There, that's the requisite capitalism bashing out of the way. Let's talk about the rest of it. Recently on my streams and videos, I've been talking up Unpacking a lot. It's a wonderful example of a game that focuses squarely on one interesting mechanic, in this case, the act of unpacking all your stuff after moving into a new home, and uses it to covertly build a rich setting and story under the surface, the sort of thing Lucas Pope does very well. But what's really soured the pleasant air surrounding the game is that some git hashed out an obvious clone of it called Unpacking Master and released it for mobiles, free to play and more wallpapered with ads than the average rally driver. It was brazen enough to rip off some of the room layouts, to say nothing of the title, and before complaints caused it to be pulled from stores, it was sitting right at the top of Apple's free-to-play chart. The whole situation makes me depressed for several reasons. Firstly, as the Unpacking devs themselves said on Twitter, it's very demoralizing to see something truly creative and lovingly made so soullessly and opportunistically shaken down by money robots with no vision beyond the next quick buck. And secondly, it threw once again into sharp relief what an absolute hellhole mobile gaming has become. You think the indie game deluge on Steam is bad. Mobile is currently demonstrating what might become of Steam if it lost what little quality control it still has. Because I used to love mobile gaming, not even that long ago. I genuinely thought it was the future. A platform with no buttons, only a touchscreen, and ideally used one-handed. It required a complete ground-up rethink in the way you made games. It practically demanded elegance of design. Plus everyone has a phone. There was a gigantic guaranteed audience, all crying out for something to keep them distracted on the bus. The ground was fertile for innovation. But the line between fertile ground and compost heap only gets thinner over time. I used to play all kinds of different games on my phone. The first legit breakout mobile gaming hit that I remember was Cannabolt, one of the first of the infinite runners, where you're a pixel dude running through a city that's undergoing some kind of disaster. There was artistry to it, intrigue. Who was this man? What was happening to the city? What were those weird robot crabs in the background? But that was just the first one I tried. Doodle God, Fruit Ninja, Cut the Rope, Tiny Wings, even Angry Birds at first. Simple, innovative, cutting-edge game design with heart and soul. I would just browse the Apple App Store and try out random games on a whim. Today, there's only a few games I play on my phone. Solitaire, crosswords, Picross-style puzzles, mainly because each round of such games usually takes a while, so I don't get constantly deluged with ads. Most of the games I try on a whim because the ads made them look sort of fun are based around very short levels so that ads can be plugged in at the start and end of each one. Levels usually of some mindless but viscerally satisfying task like sorting coloured balls, and all the ads that bookend them seem to be for an infinite number of variations of the same thing, and almost no theming to speak of. Sorting colours seems to be the evergreen trend. I just searched for the word sort in the Apple App Store and turned up water sort puzzle, ball sort puzzle, sort it 3D, sort puzz, sort watercolour puzzle, ball sort colour water puzzle, soda sort puzzle, bubble sort colour puzzle, colour ball sort puzzle. See, the whole unpacking thing was just a rare case of the standard operating procedure for mobile gaming spilling out into the real world. Most of the time, mobile games just eat each other in a constant cannibalistic free-for-all, where the moment anything proves even the slightest bit successful, 1,000 barely distinguishable imitators are hacked out with such speed that you've got to assume some kind of algorithm is involved that automatically tracks download numbers and feeds data into an automatic cloning device. That's why all the ads for these games are exactly the same as well. Always brief clips of the gameplay being played completely abysmally in a way that makes you frustrated and want to have a go so you can show them how it's supposed to be done, the way you teach your grandparents to type, and always with a fake quote over the top along the lines of, "I've played level 3 519 times and I just can't beat it," because I guess trial and error determined this to somehow be the most effective wording. Hacking through the jungle of free-to-play mobile games, all I see are constant reminders that none of this exists because its intention is to amuse you or enrich your life. It's all coldly and emotionlessly designed purely to sucker you in with the promise of quick scores for the rodent brain so that they can add you to the big juicy number they use to lure in advertisers. It feels like being around at the tail end of a gold rush after all the big claims have been made and the smart miners have already cashed in and pissed off, so all that remains are the latecomers still holding on to a shred of hope for a payout and the whorehouses that were set up to exploit them. And now everyone's lined up shoulder to shoulder at the riverbank, desperately panning away, ready to start slitting throats at the first sign of glitter, probably because it was a gold rush really, but it might be generalising too much to blame it all on the corrupting influence of money, when I'd really like to blame Flappy Bird a little bit as well. Flappy Bird, Bird, created in a matter of days by indie developer Dong Nguyen, was simplicity itself, on a platform that favoured simplicity very much. But even so, no one anticipated its sudden explosive popularity, and it set a foreboding precedent. So alarming was it that Nguyen took the game down himself, basically because he was frightened of the monster he had created. An appreciably human thing to do, and yet perhaps not the best move, because it immediately created a vacuum that emboldened the torrents of imitators that were already pouring in, having now learned exactly how much effort was required to get a big payout. And now that's what every game on mobile seems to be, nothing but dirt simple gameplay and bland art, offering quick dopamine hits, pounded into endless horizons of homogeny by algorithms, and the platform has no incentive to change or improve things because these games make too much money for the cunts who run the world. And it wasn't actually Flappy Bird's fault. I think Flappy Bird just inadvertently exposed an uncomfortable truth about mobile as a platform. I thought it was a new world of gaming, but what I think of as games are things you have to focus on. You stare exclusively at the screen and control it with a device you have to hold with both hands. You get immersed. But most of the guaranteed audience for mobile games doesn't want that. When the platform is a tiny screen, usually used one-handed while the user is only half paying attention to make sure they don't miss when their train passes through their station, you don't want immersion, you want mindless distraction, you want quick highs, not difficult challenges or emotional engagement. And that's precisely the demand that over the years mobile gaming has carefully refined itself to exploit. It's sad, but complaining about it is like complaining that people are still sniffing glue in a world where perfectly good heroin exists. Now, if you'll excuse me, I want to leave before I start thinking about whether or not that analogy made sense. Fascists versus nutters is something that might be worth analysing, that seems to have been coming up a lot lately in my personal gaming habits. It's a point I've brought up in ZP every now and again, for it is my habit to identify the clichés in modern game design and fashion them into yet another nail to put through the end of my favourite whacking stick. What I've observed is that whenever a game asks you to choose between two rival factions, like it's a Choices Matter RPG or an Assign the Districts open worlder, the choice will very frequently come down to either fascists or nutters, meaning one side is authoritarian and rules with an iron fist but keep things neat and orderly, while the other side is libertarian and permits personal freedom but is also chaotic and less efficient and doesn't hang the dish towels properly when they're finished washing up. Dying Light 2 did this with having you side with either the survivalist everyday citizenry or the self-appointed peacekeepers. But just to pick a few more token examples, Shin Megami Tensei games usually have you side with either the forces of law or those of chaos. The Walking Dead Saints and Sinners has the orderly Tower and disruptive Reclaimed factions. The entire Assassin's Creed series is built around the eternal tentpole of fascists versus nutters. And recently I've been playing the actually rather interesting Not for Broadcast, which has you wrestle with the requests of both a totalitarian government and a violent resistance group. It's pretty endemic in games with any kind of faction relationship system, and I'm wondering if we really are incapable of coming up with other themes worth exploring in this area. On the one hand, it might be unavoidable. In my video about open world games, I mentioned that such things keep having the same plots about having to retake the world from an evil entity or force, generally because that's what's driven by the gameplay. If the gameplay involves exploring the world, it makes sense for the plot to be about saving the world. And if you add a faction loyalty system into the mix, then it follows that both factions want to be the one that runs the world. And since all governments fall somewhere on the sliding scale between authoritarian and libertarian, one of the factions is going to go more one way and one the other. So as I say, fascists versus nutters is an obvious theme to go with. But is that really all you want to be? Obvious? Has the restaurant of gaming narrative no ambition beyond feeding us beads on toast every bloody night? Still, it's an improvement on video gaming's previous favourite philosophical dichotomy, namely do good versus do evil, as seen in such games as Fable, Infamous, Knights of the Old Republic, The Suffering, etc, etc, etc. I assume that sort of thing went out of favour because audiences demanded something a little more nuanced. I'm just speculating here, but I think it was because we like to pretend this is a grown-up hobby, and Mother Teresa versus Skeletor isn't a very complex dilemma. For the most part, people don't like to be evil. They might play the evil path out of curiosity or for completeness' sake, but the fact is, being evil for no reason is both irrational and narratively unsatisfying. Audiences respond best to stories where what happens is justified. What that means depends on the creator and their individual level of cynicism, but generally we want characters to be rewarded if they're heroic or likable or smart or interesting, and punished if they're villainous or boring or stupid or naive. Being wantonly evil without pushback just isn't appealing, if you're engaged with the story at any rate. I want to stress that. If you're, say, doing one of those Dark Souls speedruns where it's quicker to just murder all the NPCs for their shit, then you probably won't care so much about the ethics of the situation. But anyway, these days we've graduated to fascists versus nutters, which is slightly more nuanced because both sides have their pros and cons, but it's not that much of an improvement because there's still one side that's more narratively satisfying than the other. Good storytelling almost never sides with the authoritarians, because independence and the sense to question authority are traditionally heroic qualities. When Starfleet says not to risk diplomatic relations with the Romulans by violating the neutral zone to aid a stricken vessel, we would neither want nor expect Captain Picard to go, "Can't be helped," and knock off early for a head polish. Authoritarians are all about maintaining status quo, and the first thing a good story should do is disrupt the status quo. That's my latest story writing tip. See that status quo? Disrupt that shit, boy! My point is, fascists versus nutters isn't much more interesting than good versus evil as far as story branching goes. But what's the alternative? Well, having more than two factions might help. But if there's a third point on the authoritarian versus libertarian sliding scale, then the sensible choice is always going to be the one in the middle, isn't it? Sure, middle ground compromise isn't always the right choice. The solution to Nazi Germany was not to negotiate them down to only murdering half the world's Jews. But if you're dealing with two extremes, then yeah, when it's liberty or security, a bit of both is best. You don't want slavery, obviously, and you also don't want your next door neighbour to be free to build a nuclear warhead. So I guess the only way to get away from fascists versus nutters is to stop making samey open-world games with the same plots. And that's advice that's going to bounce off the AAA industry like gummy bears off a yoga ball, isn't it? But nevertheless. Just as your average Call of Duty protagonist is boring because they never seem to have any desires beyond wanting to fight in wars all day, maybe if your factions want something other than just to be in charge, we could find new philosophies to explore. I've always been fond of the philosophy of Diogenes the Cynic, and that story about the supposed meeting he had with Alexander the Great in 4th century Corinth. Maybe you could have a faction dichotomy based around that. So the player can either side with the faction that wants to stand around in golden armor being really impressive, or the one that wants to tell the first faction to stop being such twats. I was a little bit dismayed by the response to my video about how open worlds are dead and killing innovation, the way a zombie attempts to spread the agony of its putrefying status to others, because I saw a lot of comments along the lines of, "Ooh, but what about Elden Ring? Bet Elden Ring will make you change your tune. Elden Ring would like a word." Listen, dickheads. In prior times, you'd have been saying, Cyberpunk would like a word, or No Man's Sky would like a word. There's always a next big thing. Usually it disappoints, and occasionally it's everything that was claimed, but either way what follows is the same. Everyone stops talking about it after a month or so, and latches onto the next upcoming release with the profile or the marketing budget to selfishly hog all the headlines around launch day, declaring that this will be the one that finally turns our lives around. The names change, but the cycle is forever. Besides, even if the game is mind-blowingly good and serves you dinner and rocks the baby to sleep every night, are you familiar with the saying, "One swallow doesn't make a summer," or indeed a mutually satisfactory sex life? Just because the AAA system can belch up the odd decent game, you really think that makes up for the rest of its bullshit? Do you think that somehow makes their priorities unfucked? Plus, it's probably going to enforce the notion that this sort of overproduced super game is all that we want, and guarantee yet more inferior imitators. Scratching an itchy rash is satisfying, but it doesn't justify covering your entire garden in poison ivy. That's what Elden Ring is. It's the satisfying scratch after a long day picking up all the dog turds in the poison ivy garden. But anyway, as I'm sure even the less engaged of you picked up, Elden Ring is Dark Souls the open world, because making open worlds out of the previously not open world is just about the only gameplay innovation AAA is capable of, but this is one of the good ones. I happen to think that going open world is a positive development for a game with an exploration focus, like when Arkham Asylum successfully transitioned to Arkham City. What I like about the Metroidvania-style layout of Soulsy games is the way you have to keep a mental checklist of unexplored paths to go back and check when you're stuck or better equipped, and an open world is that, squared. There's a lot of directions you can take when you're in a meadow, 360 to be precise, although they tend to get a bit samey. In the open world of Elden Ring, you can ride in any direction and eventually run into something to discover. More often than not, that something will swiftly pound you into abstract art, but at least you know it's not because you were underleveled. Still, I suppose the same is true of, say, Far Cry 6. Pick a direction and you'll probably run into a collectible or an enemy base or some other checklist item. So what is it that sets Elden Ring and other landmark sandboxes like Breath of the Wild apart from that pile of dog shit? What is it that makes them the gallants to Ubisoft's Goofus? Oh look, both my examples of good sandboxes are Japanese games. And then there's Yakuza, which sets itself apart by taking the opposite of the wide open scenery approach and instead focusing on cramming as much as it can into a relatively small space. Shall we embrace our inner weeaboos and say that the Japanese tend to be better at sandboxes? Well, no. First counterpoint, Shenmue, or as I prefer to call it, shit poo. But I do think there tends to be a certain attitude in the way Japanese games are made that all these titles reflect, and that's that they really don't seem to lose sleep over whether or not players miss anything. Yakuza is the patron saint of that. Did you know that there's an incredibly elaborate shark fishing rail shooter minigame in Yakuza 6? I didn't until the post-game stream. That casual attitude to the player overlooking things is what's very conspicuously missing from your average AAA Jiminy Cockthroat. You can always tell from those games that doctrines have come down from on high, demanding that all the money be on screen as much as possible. And so these games are terrified that you'll miss something. Players are firmly handheld through linear plot missions taking you to beauty spots A, B, and C, aggressively broadsided with tutorials everywhere they go. Or there'll be something like the Horizon Forbidden West thing, where the main character is always very pointedly mumbling about how nice it would be to do some sightseeing before the next plot bit. And since Jiminy Cockthroat is by definition game mechanic stew, and we can't risk the players missing any information related to that either, these games are usually absolutely plastered with excessive menus, icons, and GUI elements. So we have this logic paradox where the game has worked half the art team to death to create the stunning vistas that are about their only real selling point, and then the first time they unfold before you, the effect is lost because you're fixating on the objective marker that's been nailed to your face like a carrot on a fishing rod. Somewhere along the line, the sandbox game lost sight of what a sandbox actually is, something that is content to let the player discover it on their own, without a fussy hand steering them around. That's always been the case with the great sandbox pioneers, Richard Garriott's Ultima, David Braben's Elite, the early GTA games, Minecraft in more recent times. But after multiple generations of tinkering with the format, Ubisoft sandboxes have evolved into something closer in spirit to a single-player MMORPG, where the map is a crazy quilt of hacked-out busywork, and you can only advance to new areas once you've reached the necessary level or specific part of the plot that unlocks it. And at that point, you're not making a sandbox, you're making a golf course, something that looks open but still only has one path through holes 1 to 18. Elden Ring doesn't do that. It doesn't have a map splattered in icons or a recommended path to take. It doesn't have side quests involving having to plough through some tedious plebs dialogue tree before they'll permit you to go to the icon on the map where their wife is pinned under a tiger or whatever. There's one bit of direction at the start where the game's requisite Walmart greeter tells you to head towards that castle in the distance, but if you go straight there, you get flattened by a difficulty wall, which almost feels like the game saying, "Psych! Do some exploring and find some upgrades first, twat face." And that's why it works for me. It's a game that has the confidence to let its world speak for itself. It's not the beautiful vistas or the characteristically tight Dark Souls atmosphere in combat. Any old twit can have those. Only the truly strong of character can laboriously put it all in and then still be fine with the player missing some of it because they were staring at a wall texture the whole time. Here is my world, the ideal sandbox says. I don't care where you go in it because wherever you go, you will find something good. That requires supreme confidence. So there's maybe correlation rather than causation thinking about it. A good sandbox is confident enough to let the player off the leash, and it's more likely to be that confident if it knows that it's a good sandbox. Of course, confidence can also come from being massively self-deluded. Shenmue springs to mind again. Shenmue certainly has confidence, as well as shit and poo. Recently, I did my Horizon Forbidden West review, and there was one specific point that I'd like to go into detail on. It was a point I was rather emphatic about. Phrases like, "What a selfish fucking bint" got thrown around. Yes, it's the main character, Aloy, and how she brings the game down. She achieves this on 4 fronts that I'd like to go through individually, so consider these the chapter headings for this video. Aloy is boring, poorly written, ill-fitting, and a complete idiot. Boring is a good start because it's the most visible issue, and it's a broader problem with the somewhat overused stoic hero archetype. You know what I mean, Mr. or Mrs. emotionally unflappable who just stands there frowning, politely waiting for the villain to finish transforming into the boss monster. Aloy has the monotone stoic voice, and on top of that constantly conveys her awkward nature with strained pauses, like she's struggling to come up with the next word. But I know what the next word's going to be. I've read the subtitle. I've gotten the necessary gist of her line, and there's still 9 seconds of stammering to go. It reached a point where I was genuinely finding Aloy's dialogue physically painful to listen to, and she talks a lot for an introvert. You can't tread on a slug in the open world without her feeling the need to comment on it. Chapter 2, poorly written. I guess this goes hand in hand with boring, as Horizon has a frequent problem with what I tend to call A to B dialogue, where every dialogue line only seems to exist to flatly establish whatever needs establishing and keep trundling the plot forward with no moment spared for characterization or chemistry. Aloy takes it a step further by being what I might call an A to B protagonist, absolutely laser fixated on saving the world, not to the point that they demonstrate actual passion for it, just so they get blandly irritated by anything that doesn't directly lead toward their goal. I mean, sure, saving the world should be a high priority, it's the world, but it might help if the hero demonstrated some sort of attachment to the world they're trying to save. Humour me. Just going by Horizon Forbidden West, what do you think Aloy would want to do with her life after she's finished saving the world? I couldn't even venture a guess. She shows zero interest in anything else. This is a point where some kind of romance subplot might fill in some blanks, but oh no, the stoic hero is above such malarkey. Hell, any kind of ambition might give a character a firm grounding. Maybe they want to retire to the coast and open a tea shop. Use your imagination. Chapter 3, Ill-Fitting, by which I mean isn't really suited to the game that she's in. Same is true of a lot of the characters in Horizon, actually. I've talked a lot of shit about the Last of Us games, especially the second one, but on reflection, it did all of this stuff I'm talking about right. Characters have romances, chemistry, interests and ambitions beyond the plot of the current game, and it makes sense for everyone to be mumbly and awkward in conversation, because they're all sad people living in horrible, cramped conditions, dressed in bland, muted outfits they had to take off the corpses of their family members. Characters in Horizon have no such excuse. They live in beautiful, extravagant landscapes with plenty of elbow room. They dress in elaborate, brightly coloured ceremonial outfits. They hunt robot dinosaurs, for fuck's sake. Personality-wise, these characters should be loud and bombastic and larger than life to reflect the setting, but they aren't. In conversation, they're always standing around being mumbly and awkward again, sweating under giant headdresses and layers of day-glow war paint, and Aloy is the worst of the lot. Then there's gameplay. The wonderful thing about interactive narrative is that things like atmosphere and characterization can be interwoven with gameplay. A character's personality can be conveyed by the things the player has to do as them. Bayonetta is flamboyant and confident, and that's enforced by the game's focus on stylish combat. Garrett from Thief is cynical, measured, and soft-spoken, because he spends all his time slowly creeping through dark hallways, bopping guards on the bonce. Aloy's personality, what there is of it, is unexpressive, modest, quietly confident, sure of herself. Yeah, there's robot dinosaurs outside, but no biggie, we've killed like 19 of those since breakfast. Absolutely bugger all of which comes across when combat starts. Combat in Horizon is a desperate, frantic affair in which Aloy has to constantly dodge roll left and right, screaming as she's smashed 50 feet by a tail whip from a speeding robot monster, having to scarf down healing berries hand over hand to keep herself alive. If you or I got through a battle like that, we would be fucking fizzing on an adrenaline high equivalent to 3 buckets of uncut coke. We would be panting and sweating and hopping up and down going, oh god, oh blimey, oh god. We wouldn't be going, oh, guess that's the last of them, let's go to the next objective marker. But as for why Aloy is stupid, it follows on from the fact that she's always having a rough time in combat. You see, Aloy is constantly, and often unnecessarily, walking a knife edge of mortal peril. When she's not starting punch-ups with Mechagodzilla, she's free climbing on icy ledges 500 feet above jagged rocks. Pretty stupid already, but sort of a necessity for an exciting action game protagonist. What really boggles the mind is that, in context, Aloy is the only person who can save the world. Her genetic profile is the only thing that can open the old world bunkers where the world-saving instructions are kept. If Aloy dies, the entire future of humanity is fucked. Aloy knows this. Aloy's friends know this. And what does Aloy do? Gallivant around the wilderness by herself, picking fights with herds of stainless steel cassowaries. It's like if the courier transporting the only known cure for a deadly global plague decided to blow it off and spend the afternoon running back and forth across a busy highway. She doesn't even tell people where she's going. She could die alone in an underwater cave and not be found for generations. She actively sneaks away from her friends so she can be alone again, usually saying, oh, but it's too dangerous for them. Why? Why isn't it too dangerous for you then, little Miss Whoops I'm Dead Goodbye World? Aloy doesn't have superpowers. Other people can fight robot dinosaurs just as well. She's just the person holding the keys to the fun bunkers. If I were her, I'd ride up and down the land with a fucking megaphone explaining the situation and recruiting help from anyone who offered, because going it alone when literally everyone's very lives are invested in your success, it's not nobility, it's narcissism. It's stupid and it's staggeringly inconsiderate. Again, yes, possibly a necessity of the format, but it would be so much less annoying if a character would just acknowledge it in dialogue. If someone in her post-apocalyptic mumblecore support group sat her down and said, what the fuck are you doing? Every time you go out, the rest of us spend the whole time grinding our teeth to powder from the stress. Next time you find a fun bunker, wait outside, and we'll go in and solve the ancient puzzles, okay? Right after we've finished nailing your feet to the floor. Here comes the part where the defenders flock to the comments to go, actually, the reason why Aloy is introverted and bad at communicating and keeps her motives to herself is because she was raised as an outcast and isn't used to dealing with people. Yeah, I know. My issue is not that the story doesn't adequately explain why Aloy is insufferable. My issue is that Aloy is insufferable, and I want to play as someone else. They could have written the story so that she had a different personality and explained it just as easily. If you ask me, having been raised in isolation will be as likely to make you very outgoing when society finally accepts you back. You might be excited and full of nervous energy at the prospect of being around people at last. You might even be a bit too friendly, talking too much and getting in people's faces because you've got no grasp of social boundaries. You know what I mean. We've all been to gaming conventions. We've all met people who seriously don't get out enough. Aloy should act like one of those. Maybe that's how we could work in that romance subplot I was talking about. Aloy tries to seduce someone by standing way too close and telling them their hair smells nice. I was chatting to my fellow game journalist chums recently, and the topic of Prey came up. That's Prey the 2017 game, not the 2006 game, or the concept of a living entity being hunted or seized for food. And I wondered, just as I've wondered every time it's come up, and on one occasion while being directly and rather pointedly asked about it by one of its developers at E3, what was wrong with that game? That's not a rhetorical question, I'm genuinely not sure. I can't think of much that was wrong with it, so why doesn't anyone talk about it? Why does it seem to have as much lasting cultural impact as, say, Nightmare on Elm Street 5 The Dream Child? In theory, Prey was everything people like me want from a single-player game. It's a perfectly competently made game with lots of innovative ideas. It's got organic gameplay based around exploration and player choice that evolves over time. It's got some strong visual theming and a decent enough plot, in that it's the same plot as System Shock 2. Wake up in a contained environment with no memory, and it turns out everyone who lived here turned themselves into monsters, trying to give themselves superpowers with some magic alien goo they found. Wait, that's the plot of Bioshock too. Well, that just shows it's a proven formula. Point is, by all the usual metrics, Prey is a fine game. But that's no grand revelation. Go looking and you'll find plenty of reviews and video essays attesting to that. Quite a lot of video essays from the last couple of years, actually, wondering aloud, much as I am right now, why everyone slept on it. But it's not just that it didn't sell gangbusters that's confusing. When I think back to it, I struggle to hold it in my memory or recall specifics about how it played or what happened in the story, and I feel very little inclination to replay it. It's perfectly clear why the game's good. The mystery that remains for me is, why was it so forgettable? First theory, the title's shit. Why would you ever give your game the exact same title as another game? Archiving's just the first problem. It's a stupid enough idea when a reboot does it, like Sonic the Hedgehog 2006 or Prince of Persia 2008. You're just going to be branding it with a scarlet parenthetical year for the rest of time. It's even stupider when your game has no connection to and very little in common with its namesake. It's one of those completely unfathomable creative decisions that can only be explained by multiple competing management structures rubbing up against each other. No, Prey was a spiritual successor to System Shock and Bioshock, so obviously it should have been called Brain Shock or Aftershock or something. Incidentally, you know what they should have called Bioshock Infinite? They should have called it Culture Shock. I'm going to keep saying that whenever it comes up until everyone in the world acknowledges the obvious correctness of it. So Prey had a shitty title, but there are plenty of decent games that have overcome that handicap. A Hat in Time springs to mind. What else could it have been? Second theory, the ending's bad. I guess I'd better drop a spoiler warning here, but if audiences didn't care about the game when it came out, I doubt they'll care that much now. Spoiler warning, Prey basically ends with, "It was all a dream." Always an unpleasant come down when the story you've been enjoying basically tells you it's been wasting your time for the last however many hours, and the ending is the last thing you take away, so you're left with this disappointing sense of, at the forefront of your mind. But having said that, the ending's not strictly "it was all a dream." The events of the game still happened, it's just, well, it's complicated, play it yourself. And in any case, Driver San Francisco also ends with "it was all a dream," and I'll go to bat for that game anytime. Third theory, and I hope you'll join me as I go out on a bit of a limb, maybe the problem was that Prey was too good. Oh, come on, don't be scared, this limb will probably hold our combined weight. As I said, Prey had perfectly fine theming and story and gameplay that mixed up and innovated wherever it was needed. I liked the zero-G EVA bits particularly. All in all, nothing to complain about. But maybe that's the problem, because complaints are what you remember. Squeaky wheels get the grease. Complaints are how conversation starts. What's the one quote everyone remembers from Skyrim? It's the guard saying, "I used to be an adventurer, but then I took an arrow to the knee." Why was that the breakout quote? Because it's dumb, that's why. It's camp. Why does everyone every single guard say it? Was there a mass outbreak? Did someone lose control of a swarm of knee-seeking missiles? But in being dumb, it raises questions. It started discussion. It's memeable. Like that bit in the first Deus Ex where JC Denton goes, "A bomb!" in a stupid voice. It helps Deus Ex take up a permanent spot in one's memory. Maybe Prey is just so polished there's nothing to latch onto. By the same principle that extremely pure water cannot freeze because there aren't any impurities for the ice crystals to form around. Maybe Prey is like that one kid in high school who excelled in all classes and sports and dressed well and had nice hair and had nothing but friendly smiles and earnest conversation for all, but who no one really hung out with because there was something about their perfection that put people off. A true masterpiece is always characterized by the flaws, exposing that little spark of madness that is the hallmark of a restless creative mind. Would Half-Life have been as influential without that lurching shift of mood for the Zen levels at the end? Would Star Wars still have the cultural impact it has today if the prequel trilogy hadn't been such dogshit and the several novels worth of early internet pontificating on the worth of Jar Jar Binks? Would Stephen King's It have been as successful without that underage gangbang scene that all the adaptations have rather conspicuously omitted? Actually, now that I'm laying all this out, I want to come in off this limb a little bit. It's not just flaws that give a work something to latch onto. Portal's a very funny comedy game. You can quote it and cut the funny bits into animated GIFs to post online for the likes that will alleviate the misery of your life. When I think of Dark Souls, my memory latches onto images of Solaire of Astora and his love of jolly cooperation, or one of several gigantic monstrous pairs of buttocks I was forced to dodge roll around. Obviously there's so much more to these games, but it's these little sparks of humanity that act as pivot points in our memories for everything else to hang off. What does Prey have? No jokes or quotable lines of dialogue leap to mind. Does it have iconic characters or memorable monsters to fight? Not really. The only character I remember is the protagonist's brother, and all I remember him doing was stand there like a big sack of potatoes, not displaying any strong emotions about anything. As for monsters, most of them were just mindless black smears of nonsense, possibly artist's shorthand for insert memorable monster here. That's where Prey fell shy of its spiritual predecessors. All niceties of gameplay and overall quality aside, they all had their latchable moments. Culture Shock had some very spicy racism. Bioshock had big daddies and the environments and men being entitled to the sweat of their brow and all that. System Shock had Shodan, that wonderfully memorable villain who would calmly and matter-of-factly explain that you and your species were but insects scuttling about the periphery of her magnificence in such a way to make you uncertain whether you were frightened or turned on. You might not remember that the weapon degradation was a pain in the arse, or that one fat bloke who left an audio log saying he'd set the door code to 0451, but you bloody well remembered Shodan. I think the lesson we should all take away from Prey is that the world of creativity is like the world of office politics in that promotion rarely comes to those who simply do the job. You need something that people can focus on. That aforementioned kid at high school worked their buttocks off to get good grades, but did everyone call them straight A Steve? Nope. Their achievements in the sporting field brought them trophies galore, but did they earn the nickname Gold Medal Graham? Nope. All it took was one fateful incident when they took a football a little too hard to the groin and ended up needing major surgery to replace their ruptured testicles with plastic prosthetics, and only then would they be remembered forevermore as Captain Clacker-Knackers. So I hear they're making a new Monkey Island. I mean, one could hardly have avoided hearing about it if one lives anywhere but the dark side of Mars. Oh boy, people kept saying, finally a proper Monkey Island sequel, besides 2 and 3, and that 3D one that we don't talk about. Oh, and the episodic series that Telltale made during their make sequels to abandoned adventure game franchises phase that came before their slap any IP we can get onto Choices Matter interactive movies where your choices don't actually matter, period. Oh, none of those count, do they? It's very collectively arrogant of modern culture to do all this rebooting and resetting. What right does anyone have to simply declare that any number of past sequels didn't happen? Culture shouldn't be that disposable. Oh, Halloween 4, 5 and 6 don't count. Funny, the people making them didn't seem to think so. They put a lot of work in. Donald Pleasance kept coming back. Paul Rudd was in one. But I digress. The Secret of Monkey Island was probably the most popular point-and-click adventure game of its genre. A genre that these days is something of an indie niche. In fact, after the announcement, there were several tweets from developers in that niche panicking that their proposed release dates were perilously close to the new Monkey Islands. It's a niche I used to be part of, which is probably why Twitter was collectively bashing down the door of my feed to let me know about it. I used to be big into point-and-click adventures, made a few of my own and everything, but I went off the entire genre. Here's why. Way back in the earliest days of gaming, before the industry was the steaming malaria-riddled swamp that it is today, there was a clear distinction between video game and computer game. The former came from the arcade tradition, largely action-focused and played on home consoles that had no purposes besides running games. Computer games, in contrast, were games designed for the machines that people were already using for other things, like word processing and whatever the hell Microsoft Access is for. Computer games were therefore catering to a somewhat more sophisticated audience of computer users, bored office drones and university students, so there was more emphasis on good writing and cerebral puzzle-based challenges than the twitchy action of the consoles. With the keyboard already being right there, the text adventure was devised, interactive stories in which the player had to deduce and type in the correct action to proceed. As graphics technology improved, it became possible to show the player what they were dealing with rather than just describe it, and as graphical operating systems took over, the mouse became standard hardware, and it was a lot more intuitive to let players click on the things they wanted to interact with than type their whole names out. Thus was born the point-and-click adventure. The Secret of Monkey Island was the tentpole of the genre, developed by LucasArts along with several other IPs of a consistently high standard, but there was no shortage of rivals, from the prolificacy of Sierra to the charming Eurojank of Delphine Software and Cocktailvision. The adventure game thrived for many years before the genre mysteriously waned in popularity and died out. Well, that's bullshit. It never died out. It was relegated to a niche when the popularity of other kinds of games overshadowed them. And there's no mystery behind it either. See, early on, the limits on memory meant a game could only focus on one thing. You could have in-depth storytelling or engaging action, but rarely both. Computer games and video games served opposite ends of the spectrum, but as technology improved, gradually moved towards each other. PC games became more action-y, console games became more story-y, until the two finally merged and crystallized around the late 90s. This was a golden age for a different kind of narrative PC game. Half-Life, Thief, System Shock 2, Deus Ex. Suddenly, you could have it all. Solid writing and interesting gameplay. The sad truth is that adventure games, while known for their great writing, mostly weren't good games. All you usually did in them was wander around gathering up inventory items and clicking through dialogue trees, looking for the one combination of objects that would progress the plot. It was terribly inorganic and would frequently devolve into guessing games as players struggled to board the one single specific train of logic the designer had in mind. I think what we've learned, well, what I've learned, from the evolution of interactive narrative over the years is that it's better served by immersive experiences where character and themes are explored through gameplay mechanics. Dark Souls springs inexorably to mind, than by linear stories that keep stopping until we can figure out which of the many keys on our big jangling ring opens the next door. It also bears mentioning that adventure games were one of the many casualties of the painful transition to full 3D. Adventure games of the time felt pressured to keep up with their peers because bitches gotta have their fancy screenshots, but what otherwise superb games like Grim Fandango demonstrated was that click on the thing to do the thing was a hell of a lot more intuitive than navigate a character through 3D space and multiple camera angles until they're next to the thing, carefully stand at exactly the right rotation, and press a button to do the thing. Also, while the more actiony genres of PC gaming could make the transition to consoles relatively painlessly, moving a mouse pointer with a stick controller has never not been a clunky pain in the arse. And incidentally, I wish in-game menu designers would fucking realise that. So that's why I'm not particularly excited at the prospect of a new adventure game, because since their heyday, games have found much more interesting ways to explore interactive narrative than strings of inventory puzzles that are essentially just key hunts. I've actually given thought in the past as to how to update adventure game-style inventory puzzle gameplay, so it isn't just about finding the one specific key for each specific door. I once went so far as to prototype a concept where inventory puzzles could be a recurring, organic gameplay system. What if the obstacles in the way of your progress had numerical ratings, like a manhole cover needs 30 insert points and 80 leverage points? Then instead of finding the one specific tool to open it, every inventory item also has a numerical rating, so anything with the right point values would do, or combine the values of several commonly found items to achieve the same result. And then I realised, oh fuck, I've invented a crafting system from first principles. Then again, it wasn't inventory puzzles that gave the good adventure games their appeal. The reason why Secret of Monkey Island was top of the heap was that it didn't just rely on strings of inventory puzzles. It had some, but that was just a foundation. It also had some very cleverly designed puzzles that required thought and intuition. The insult sword fighting thing was genius. You brute forced your way to figuring out what counters matched what insults, and then for the final boss, it threw away all the insults you know, and you have to demonstrate understanding of the text to be able to match your counters to the new insults. There was that whole recipe cooking section in the second act where we had to deduce what random bollocks we had lying around could substitute for the exotic ingredients listed. Of course, it's very easy to say, come up with clever puzzles, but not so easy to do. For every time LucasArts smashed it with something like Monkey Island Insult Sword Fighting, they also had something completely awful, like that one puzzle in Full Throttle where you have to stare at a crack in a wall. So I think my one final additional conclusion is that adventure games aren't big anymore, partly because they were too hard to make well, even if you can come up with an utterly inspired puzzle that combines intuitive design with world building and rewarding the player's cleverness. That's just one puzzle. A full adventure game needs a constant procession of the fuckers, all designed bespoke for each specific moment. What, do you think one clever puzzle could be stretched out far enough to get a whole game out of it? A game called, say, Return of the Obra Dinn? So in my video about adventure games, I was talking about how games that just roll out linear plots that stop every now and again for some insipid gameplay challenge or other aren't realizing the full potential of interactive narrative. But it was unfair to pick on adventure games alone for that. Most video games use that narrative model. It's basically what I'm talking about when I talk about Ghost Train rides, a linear path broken up with token copy-pasted fights. The Ubisoft model of open-world game frequently tells its main story with a strictly linear sequence of cutscenes and missions, the only actual freedom on offer being deciding how much to faff about between each one. I'm of the opinion that video games are our gateway to new and fascinating ways of telling stories that we're only just beginning to explore, having been stuck for many years with open quotes cinematic narrative-based games like The Last of Us that aim to mimic films, the way films initially tried to mimic stage plays before they evolved and discovered the unique strengths of their own medium. But I know what you wonder, viewer. You wonder, what the fuck are you on about, Yahtzee, when you talk about interactive narrative and non-linear narrative? What possible other ways are there of telling stories? Surely a story is an inherently linear thing. A beginning, a middle, and an end. It's over as soon as the princess is rescued, gets married, is horribly killed, or gets a face full of cum, depending on the genre. See, that attitude just shows how mired everyone's thinking is after generations of linear storytelling. More and more lately, video games have been showing us that the positive feelings of discovery and emotional catharsis we've always gotten from good stories can be had without having to be shackled to notions like beginning, middle, end, and one thing happening after another. I should stress at this point that when I talk about non-linear narrative, I most certainly do not mean branching paths, in your Telltale David Cage Dark Pictures anthology sort of vein. Because that's still linear narrative. It's just linear narrative with more than one line, and the end result is almost always a letdown because the fact that the story has to occupy a quantum superstate of every possible version of events being simultaneously true creates a certain blandness. No, the kind of storytelling I'm talking about is less like conveyor belts of events trundling by in front of us, and more about immersing us in a big soapy bath of ideas and settings and feelings and letting us find our own route to the plug hole. In fact, why don't we just call it that? Immersion storytelling. There's a reason why Dark Souls has practically defined the current era of innovation in game narrative, and Elden Ring has continued its legacy. You're not so much living a heroic story in these games as showing up after all the heroic stories are over, when the dust has settled and the world is putting the chairs on the tables in preparation for closing time. Oh sure, there are linear stories in Elden Ring, the side plots attached to specific characters, and the little stories the player makes for themselves, in the same way that a single frame of a film can be recreated as a painting. But it's just one thread in a ball of wool, one needle in a haystack. You're not there to be spoon-fed a plot, you're there to simply exist in that setting, turn over all the stones and piece together your own impression of how things got to where they are. There's no real beginning or end. Virtually everything that's really interested me from a storytelling perspective lately has embraced immersion narrative of one kind or another. Most recently, 13 Sentinels, Aegis Rim caught my interest by the way it tells all the different bits of its story in whatever order the player chooses. It's a completely balmy story, but the format of surrounding the player in its many threads and letting them spread everything out like the guts of a dead squirrel on tarmac probably lets it get away with being very balmy and complicated in the way that a film or a TV series wouldn't. Tunic is a recent game that does a lot of the Dark Souls thing, and simultaneously evokes a weirdly nostalgic feeling of trying to make sense of something from a foreign culture, for immersion narrative is about evoking abstract feelings as much as it's about recounting strict sequences of events. Disco Elysium evokes the abstract feeling of being hungover after destroying your own identity with alcohol. Yeah, we've all been there. Return of the Obra Dinn is an absolutely brilliant work of immersion narrative. I love the way it juxtaposes the protagonist's mundane bureaucratic task against the epic tale of maritime horror that disjointedly comes together in the background. The very mechanics of the gameplay go towards that effect as we ghost around the final moment of some poor bastard's life, copying down what's written on everyone's name tags. It's like skating across a frozen lake full of bodies and bizarre creatures that you can only observe because you're stuck on your side of the ice. As I said, video games have only recently started to really explore the potential of immersion narrative. Souls-likes, roguelikes, and the recent trend for time loop games have all realised that once you unshackle yourself from conventional storytelling methods, even player death can be just another method for discovery. But immersion narrative has been toyed with for a long time. Old 90s CD-ROM adventure games like Myst, The Seventh Guest, and Zork Nemesis were somewhat on the way to what Return of the Obra Dinn does. A bunch of innocuous gameplay tasks to keep you occupied as you tread water over a disconnected mass of story you're not really participating in. But you know what genre I think has always been a spearhead for unconventional storytelling? Fighting games. I'm not talking about those story campaigns that NetherRealm fighters like Injustice and Mortal Kombat X have had, hilarious though they are, with their sub-Saturday morning cartoon grade writing. Right from Street Fighter 2 onwards, fighting games have always been about giving us a range of colourful, larger-than-life characters, any one of whom would adequately function as a protagonist, and all we can know about them is what can be conveyed through the way they look, the way they move, and their brief snippets of dialogue, and their story endings, of course, and it's only by piecing together all those story endings that we get the full intended experience of the game's setting. I find it all very fascinating. Even while I can't stand playing fighting games, because if I wanted to learn how to crack off complex button combinations with 2 frames worth of reaction time, I'd eat 3 pot brownies and try to play Guitar Hero. Immersion narrative is something utterly unique to interactive media. The complex subtleties of Tunic and Obra Dinn would be completely impossible in a movie, TV show, or book. That's why it irks me whenever the media talks about how a video game is getting a Netflix adaptation, in such a way as to imply that this is some elevation of the material. It's not. It's a reduction, and you should never expect much, any more than you'd expect from, say, a big-budget action movie being adapted for the stage, or to a series of static paintings in a room. You ever read Slaughterhouse 5? There's an alien race in that book called the Tralfamadorians who experience all of time simultaneously, and they regard the way in which humans experience time to be akin to having severe disabilities. There's this whole passage where they compare it to being tied to a conveyor belt, while only being able to look out through a hole in a bucket on your head, or something like that. And it's that passage that I think about when I consider the prospect of adapting something like Elden Ring to film. It's like trying to appreciate a Renaissance painting through a microscope. It's like trying to make out with your sweetie while both your hands are trapped in Pringles tubes and your head stuck in a bread bin. Ultimately, you don't get anything out of it, besides bread. I have a fondness for the Persona series of JRPGs that I occasionally, constantly talk about. For the longest time, I assumed I didn't like JRPGs. I grouped them alongside real-time strategy and flight simulators as genres that aren't part of my little world, because the standard fundamentals of their design aren't to my taste. I generally don't like JRPG-style combat, or excessive dialogue, or samey plots, or the way all the main characters are almost always cut from shallow archetypes, with the female ones in particular rather blatantly catering to a range of fetishes that always makes me feel a little icky. Is that condescending of me? Sorry. Obviously, I respect an individual's choice to wear lacy maid outfits and go to hot springs all the bloody time. Nevertheless, I liked Persona 5 quite a lot when it first came out, although I only played it long enough to review it at first. I know in an ideal world, one should finish a game before one reviews it, but one can't generally fit 100-hour RPGs into 1 week's work schedule, can one? But on the strength of liking that, I played Persona 4 Golden when it came out on Steam, and ended up finishing that one in my spare time, after which I decided to replay Persona 5 bit by bit in what free time I get at the end of my workday, so I got through it within a short 6 or 7 months, all of which brought on a bit of an identity crisis. Could it be, I thought, that I actually like JRPGs? There were some I'd enjoyed in the past. Maybe the fact they're always hundreds of hours long just means I find them obnoxious to review, and if I can find the time to let them play out in full, then I'm as surely a sucker for them as the most hopeless weeb. Boy, I hope weeb never becomes a slur. I used to say retard a lot, and that's come back to haunt me. So in the spirit of experimentation, I tried out a couple of things, like Bravely Default 2 and Tales of Arise, and I think it was at the point in Bravely Default 2 where a princess and a mysterious hero are tasked with visiting 4 temples that each represent one of the 4 elements, I declared, "Oh, thank fucking Christ, I'm bored out of my skull." So that put that theory to bed. See, the only JRPGs I've ever finished besides Persona 4 and 5 are Earthbound and Paper Mario 2, neither of which I'd call representative of the genre. I'm the same with animes. I could never be an anime fan because the only animes I've enjoyed are the ones that are completely unlike what animes are usually like. Still, Persona 4 and 5 are a lot closer to what you'd call the standard JRPG experience. They even have a distinct focus on waifu hunting, so what is it that sets them apart for me? Well, I'll tell you what it isn't. The RPG bit. As in the combat and dungeons and actual gameplay stuff. And I know that for a fact because I tried to play Shin Megami Tensei 5, which as we all know is the franchise from which Persona spun off, and which by all accounts is much more heavily focused on the gameplay than the waifu side of things, and I really didn't like that game at all. Turns out Persona 5 didn't sell me on JRPG combat, I just liked it in spite of that. The wonderful visual energy and soundtrack carried me through, and the reduced combat difficulty meant I didn't lose a sense of flow. It's hard to stay bored at your data entry job when there's a rock concert going on in the same room, but it's still a data entry job. So the new theory is that I liked Persona 5 because it's a singularly good game. The wonderful visual and audible energy that infuses even its least important GUI menus verges on hypnotic, and it's a good story well told, or at least it is early on, but that's what gets you hooked, so you don't mind so much when things take a dip later. I'm confident a lot of people would get into Persona if you can just persuade them to at least finish the first dungeon of Persona 5. It worked on Nick the Editor. The lead characters are so downtrodden by a villain so incredibly and effectively hateable, you can't help but get invested in their very satisfying comeuppance at the end of the first act, all of which goes towards explaining why I liked Persona 5, but not so much why I liked Persona 4 so much as well, which doesn't have quite as good music as Persona 5 and isn't nearly as stylish. I mean, you pick combat options from a fucking vertical list rather than an exploding radial lightning bolt thing. I also didn't like the story as much. Instead of the very relatable story about youthful defiance against an uncaring adult world that eventually devolves into the standard JRPG plot of using the power of friendship to kill God, Persona 4 is a murder mystery story in a sleepy small town that also eventually devolves into the standard JRPG plot of using the power of friendship to kill God. And while it does have a certain Scooby-Doo charm, it wasn't what I'd call electrifying. Alright then. By process of elimination, if it's not the story or the JRPG dungeon crawling, it must be the other half of the gameplay of Persona games, the whole life simulator aspect where you wander around a contemporary Japanese city, randomly doing shifts of your various jobs and building up your relationship level with all your friends. I suppose you could be right. No, it can't be that, because even the prospect of playing a game consisting of only that is making my boredom gland twitch. While I do appreciate that the lengthy relationship stories lends almost every character an interesting depth beyond the usual anime archetypes, i.e. is the shy one with big tits, I think if I liked that sort of thing alone, I'd be the sort of person who likes visual novels, and I only like visual novels if the central characters get their tits out or hang themselves. The truth is, I wouldn't like any aspect of a Persona game if it was just that by itself. I'd find the story too trite, the fantasy RPG stuff too grindy, and the life simulator stuff too anime. So in conclusion, the thing that I like is nothing less than the intersection between them all. I've always been interested in the juxtaposition between the bizarre and the mundane as a theme. What gets me through playing the anime life sim is knowing that after my shift at the convenience store, I have to travel to a fantasy realm based on the human psyche and fight a giant comedy homosexual. And if I don't, the world will end. What gets me through the fantasy dungeon grinding is knowing that I'm actually just an ordinary Japanese dude with above average waifu attracting skills. It's the having a foot in both worlds that keeps my interest. I'd probably enjoy playing The Sims a lot more if my house was built on a portal to hell, and every now and again I had to play a few rounds of Doom 2016 to be able to afford a new coffee maker. In brief, that's why I like Persona. I can't tolerate either half of its gameplay indefinitely, so I just use them both as a chance to take a break from the other. It's an uncommon example of something that only works because of all its ingredients working together, like drinking a White Russian, as opposed to drinking a pint of Kahlua followed by a pint of cream. That's all very well, Yahtzee, but when are you going to tell us your favourite Persona waifu? Oh, for fuck's sake. See, this sort of shit is a debasement of cultural discourse. Here I am trying to be academic about this, trying to pull a game's threads apart to get to the bottom of its appeal on a thematic and conceptual level, but all anyone wants to talk about is which character we think our character would most like to snog. It's Chie! So, rumours abound that Konami have new Silent Hill games in production, after having let numerous third-party developers run the franchise into the ground, cancelling the one with some actual fucking potential, and letting the corpse ferment for several years. Apparently multiple titles are in production, including one by Bloober Team, developers of the Silent Hill-inspired The Medium, that I reviewed a while back. Now, I've documented over many years my love of the original Silent Hills, Silent Hill 2 especially, but at this point I am over the grieving process. I don't want any more games because nothing good has ever come of it. This announcement feels like Konami stuck a broom handle up my dead dad's arse and said, look, if we work the jaw with a piece of string, it's like he's alive again. And all the hype outlets going, ooh, this could be interesting, make me feel like I'm on crazy pills for saying, put my dad down, you fucking monsters. I hate the phrase, this could be good, or that could be interesting. It's the most useless fucking phrase in entertainment journalism. Of course it could be good. Everything in a non-released state could be good. They exist in a Schrodinger's cat good, bad quantum super state until they actually come out. Until then, speculation is pointless. It didn't used to be, because we used to have this thing called playable demos that let us get a hands-on preview of the ever-essential core gameplay loop, but those aren't so prevalent anymore, and we know why, don't we? Because they made it harder for the publisher to bold-facedly lie about the finished product. But I digress. Next time you feel the urge to say, that could be interesting in response to this kind of hype, take a moment to ask yourself a few questions. Start with a good opener, like, why do you give a shit? Because it's Silent Hill. So, Silent Hill is just a 6-letter word and a 4-letter word. There have been plenty of terrible created works that those two words have been slapped onto. You don't even have to go into the movies. But the first few Silent Hill games were really good. Why were they good? Because they were well made with good ideas. By whom? The developers, Team Silent. And who were they? You don't know, do you? Well, I do, and I know that Team Silent was a different group of people from game to game. That's why the original 1, 2, 3, and 4 all had different vibes, and I still think 3's overrated. See, the problem here is that the audience for gaming latches onto franchises rather than creators, entirely by the design of the insidious committees that run the world, I'm sure. People like game A, and so they buy game A+1, not knowing or caring that thanks to some real Ship of Theseus level hiring and firing at the company, the two games were developed by completely different people, and then they wonder why it doesn't have quite the same zing. Of course, even if it is the same people, that's no guarantee of quality either. Maybe the creators only had one good game in them. It happens. Maybe the first game did and said everything the concept needed to do and say. And if none of that, a sequel is just never going to give that sense of wonder and excitement you get from getting drawn into something completely new. I had an epiphany a few years back, or perhaps more of a cementing of feelings, when I realized that what has kept me going for 15 years of the thankless and frequently excruciating job of playing every new game that comes out are those sadly rare moments of playing something wonderful that completely absorbs me. And almost every example of such games in the last few years have been new IPs I knew absolutely nothing about going in. Obra Dinn, Spiritfarer, The Artful Escape to an extent, stuff that nobody said that could be good about. No one would have said that could be good if you'd verbally explained the premise of Papers, Please to them, and Papers, Please was a veritable phenom. Meanwhile, whenever I've played sequels, even when said sequels are perfectly good, like Portal 2, Saints Row 4, Psychonauts 2, it just can't bring out that same electrifying feeling. Like there's only so high my emotions can go in a familiar setting. There are exceptions, Silent Hill 2 foremost among them, as well as Persona 5 perhaps, but these sequels were so transcendent that they did feel like something entirely new. And it wasn't their similarity to their franchise predecessors that made them interesting. And yet, the committees that run the creative industries still operate on the principle that the familiar is what sells. Which might be true in the short term, but any pillock can see the diminishing returns that emerge if you keep churning out the same shit. Look at poor old Assassin's Creed. If there were anything that illustrated a need for some equivalent of child protective services for IPs, it would be that. The trouble with committee design is that committees think in much the same way an AI does. It can only process existing information. It relies almost entirely on precedent, and has a bad habit of assuming that if X is true, then X will always be true. People really liked Jockstrap Felchers, therefore they will equally like Jockstrap Felchers 2, as well as the next 9 films we've announced for the Jockstrap Felchers cinematic universe, which will definitely work out because Marvel did it and it worked for Marvel. There is no part of this algorithm that allows for the possibility of a creative mind coming up with something new and exciting. I think, in a nutshell, the constant flow of sequels, reboots, and adaptations in the big money arts industries is the result of a system that just asks people what they want and then tries to give it to them. But in my experience, people don't know what they want. If you ask them, they'll say they want more of what they already like, and if you try to give them that, they'll complain that they're bored of it. Nobody can predict what the next new thing that everyone latches onto will be. Because if we could predict that, we'd make it and become rich as Croesus. It's never as easy as that. And much as it depresses me to have to present what used to be the default standard way of doing things like it's some kind of bold revolutionary thinking, why not use all that AAA money to fund a load of crazy people realizing their crazy new ideas and count on at least one of them taking off, instead of throwing all the money at attempts to repeat past success? Which brings me back to the Silent Hill announcements, I suppose, and to get back to the difficult questions one should ask oneself. In this specific case, what possible evidence could you go off to assume that the results of these announcements could be good? I mean, Bloober Team making a Silent Hill game, did you even play The Medium? It was about 9/10 walking sim with particularly bad plotting, and 1/10 shitty stealth section where you get insta-killed if you so much as break wind. Trust me, nothing good will come out of Silent Hill while Konami still have their claws in it. Remember what happened to Metal Gear? Oh god, they're gonna make Silent Hill survive, aren't they? Quickly, craft rusty metal shard and health drink together to make a new equipable patch for your army jacket that gives you plus 2.6% defense against being confronted by the guilt for your past sins. That was a joke, Konami. Stop taking notes. There's a couple of records I need to set straight. See, what you might not realize is that I have nothing to do with the visual element of extra punctuation. I do all of zero punctuation myself, but for extra punctuation, I only do the writing and the narration. That's how it can fit into my work schedule without making me pop a bollock. It's Matt, the editor, who does the visuals. I don't usually get to see those until final release. He could be literally doing anything to my avatar at this very moment and I'd have no idea. Have I mentioned how much we all appreciate your work, Matt? Occasionally, this does lead to confusion. In my Persona episode, I mentioned that the only animes I've liked have been unlike what anime is usually like. A couple of examples of animes appeared, and many commenters assumed that those were the animes I was talking about. That was not the intended meaning. I've never seen any of the animes that were shown. I don't know what they were. I'm sure Matt does. I'm sure he'd love to talk to you about them. But now we're on the subject, I thought I might run you through some of the animes I was talking about. While I spurn the weeb label, I'm certainly no stranger to anime. If you don't count the occasions as a teenager when I'd stay up till 1 AM because I heard Channel 4 was showing some weird foreign cartoon full of gore and titties, the first time I really engaged with anime culturally was when I watched Neon Genesis Evangelion. I got all of the VHSs from a video rental shop, which should give you some clue as to how fucking long ago this was. I don't know if I'd say I liked it. I don't feel terribly inclined to rewatch. It was certainly a fascinating glimpse into a new sphere of culture, and with the last few episodes, into what happens when someone simultaneously loses their mind and their animation budget. In my bachelor days, I spent a year or so living with a dude who was a big anime fan, like 2 bookshelves full of DVD box sets big. And most nights he'd put on anime to watch, and it was from this period that I gained the sense that I generally don't like anime. Because what he put on tended to go over the same tropes a lot. Giant robot fights, teenage angst, ladies turning around so quick that their boobies continue animating for several seconds after they stop. Now I know what you'll be saying at this point. Oh Yahtzee, anime is just a medium. There are so many different ones, all with vastly different themes and settings. Yeah, I realise that. But you have to admit, some themes are a bit more prevalent than others. I know that anime isn't just giant robots and rampant male gaze, but you couldn't blame the layman for assuming as much based on what has the most visibility, could you? So, I am now going to discuss 3 animes that are animes what I have liked. Incidentally, please don't take this as an invitation to recommend more animes. I know you weebs are an evangelical lot, but fuck's sake, a precious little time in the day for the things I actually give a shit about. Number 1, Cowboy Bebop. Yes, I know, everyone likes Cowboy Bebop, but that's for a reason. It is still the daddy. I'm always fond of cowboys in space as a theme. It's a very natural combination. Whether Western Frontier or Final Frontier, it's frontiers all the way down. I don't want to say Cowboy Bebop was the first to do cowboys in space, but you can certainly see its influence in most of the cowboys in space things that came later, from Firefly to Borderlands. But as well as cowboys in space, Cowboy Bebop also embodies another of my favourite sci-fi subgenres, bums in space. I've always liked works that counterpoint the usual Star Trek thing of brilliant people at the peak of their careers on highly advanced spaceships with very clean lighting, by focusing instead on a bunch of misfits and losers, exploring space on clapped-out rust buckets. Stuff like Red Dwarf, Lex, John Carpenter's Dark Star. It's something I very deliberately invoke in my We'll Save the Galaxy for Food books. I like Bebop's central cast for their quirky misfit status, their complex backstories, their constant struggle to get by in an uncaring universe, and I appreciate this specifically in an anime context, because so many other animes and Japanese games seem to build their casts by plugging in a load of standard archetypes with slightly different hairdos. The boyish, serious hero, the slacker friend, the energetic girl with no filter, the shy, mysterious girl with lovingly animated hooters, etc. Number 2, Gankutsuou. Gankutsuou is a sci-fi anime adaptation of The Count of Monte Cristo, which already gave it an unfair advantage because Count of Monte Cristo is one of my all-time favourite books, but even so, I'd go as far to say Gankutsuou is my favourite adaptation of it. Not that it had stiff competition if you compare it to the Guy Pearce movie or that French one I once saw starring Gérard Depardieu, where at one point they had him disguise himself with a false nose, but Gérard Depardieu already has a notoriously large nose, so the end result looked like a fucking proboscis monkey. But I digress. Gankutsuou puts an interesting new spin on the story by focusing on as its protagonist a relatively minor character from the book. I enjoy the dramatic irony, as of course we the audience know who the Count of Monte Cristo is, but we experience the mystery and intrigue that surrounds him through the eyes of this poor unsuspecting knobhead as he pieces it together. It's not all good. There are several eye-rolly moments when it starts doing anime stuff, i.e. certain treatment of female characters, the ending's a bit lame, and at one point they crowbar in a giant robot fight for no particular reason. But that aside, I found it thrilling and intriguing and melancholy in all the right places. Plus the animation has this unique texturing thing going on that lends it a nice bohemian air and brings back fond memories of Stan the Salesman from Monkey Island. And finally, number 3, Cromartie High School. Horror and comedy are 2 things that can both be enhanced by a surreal atmosphere, and when it comes from a foreign culture, the sense of cultural distance adds an unintentional extra dimension to that atmosphere. That's why Silent Hill only really worked for me when Japanese people were making it. And Cromartie High School is a Japanese surreal comedy. It's about an idiot who accidentally enrolls in a high school for delinquent idiots, and his fellow students include a robot, a gorilla, and a mute shirtless dude who looks like Freddie Mercury, none of which ever gets explained. I'm fond of surreal humour anyway. That could be a British thing. Here we tokenly mention Monty Python, but also the vein of even more surreal humour that almost nobody outside the UK seems to understand, embodied in acts like Reeves and Mortimer, which almost enters the realms of Dadaism. But the other ingredient that Cromartie adds to create a combination that knees me right in my specific comedy testicles is totally deadpan delivery. Every single character is a really buff dude with a fixed, deadly serious expression on their face. Part of which probably comes from the show being animated on the cheap, but they play that up a lot. Characters will randomly grow and shrink and appear in parts of the frame or in front of random backgrounds in ways that make no rational sense. Gives it that Garth Marenghi's Dark Place deliberate jankiness that adds to the anarchic vibe. Again, it has issues. There are 0 regular female characters, so it's a bit uninclusive, but the silver lining of that is that I can watch it safe in the knowledge that I'm probably not going to have to watch anyone get inappropriately sexualized. Again, I know not every anime does it, but I feel like if I were to watch a random sampling of popular animes, it wouldn't be long before a teenage girl got sexually assaulted by the camera, or just sexually assaulted generally. So there you go. 3 animes I like. I'll even chuck out some honourable mentions. Planet S, XL Saga, One Punch Man before Season 2. Hopefully this has cleared the air between me and the weebs, and you'll all stop jumping up my butt about any future misunderstandings caused by extra punctuation's visuals. Like in the Immersion narrative episode when I brought up games being adapted to Netflix and an image of The Witcher came up. Yes, that set off all the butt-seeking missiles, didn't it? It was a book first, Matt! So no E3 this year, just as there was no E3 last year or the year before that because of that million-strong deadly global pandemic thing that people got weird about for some reason. There might be one next year apparently, but who knows what form it'll take. Could end up being digital only or just end up as a get-together in a Holiday Inn. And this is going to sound weird coming from me, but I miss it. I miss E3. Or at the very least, I think I preferred it to the ramshackle not E3 thing we seem to have now, when the big boys just put out live streams of all the trailers for new games you'll be able to play this year, and by this year we mean after 4 or 5 years of delays. It's easy to talk shit about E3. I know, because I've done it so much over the years. I think most people don't see much difference between E3 times then and the pseudo-E3 times of our present hell. For the people at home, it was always nothing more than a new raft of trailers on YouTube and lots of nerds getting overexcited. That was certainly my perception of it before 2019. Whenever it was time to do my E3 ZP, I'd just look for a nice dry itemized list of everything that was announced and go watch all the trailers back to back. I couldn't stomach watching any of the presentations to hear a load of whiffle from nervous developers, out-of-place celebrities, and suits with the beaming confidence of total psychopaths. It felt like it was all just a big shower cam session for the big publishers to come on and soap up their genitals right in our faces. But my attitude changed in 2019, for the simple reason that that was the first time I attended E3 in person. And I was expecting the worst. I was scheduled to interview John Romero at one point, and who knew what the fuck that guy would do to me the moment he had me alone in a room. And knowing I would finally be at ground zero of the usual hype blastathon, I assumed it was generally going to be an exhausting pain in the arse. I was warned ahead of time by my colleagues that it was probably going to be an exhausting pain in the arse. And when the first day came and I met up with the rest of the crew on the ground, we all commiserated each other on what an exhausting pain in the arse we were in for. And you know what, viewers? It was an exhausting pain in the arse. You were probably expecting the word butt there, weren't you? No buts. Except in the sense that butt is another word for arse, which it was a pain in. We all had to get up early and then spend the whole day running from one scheduled demo or interview to the next. Then we get back to the 2-bedroom Airbnb that about 6 of us were sharing and edit footage long into the night. Well, the other guys did. I was the talent, so I got a room to myself and I just go to bed after dinner. But I was the one who had to be on camera the next day, ad-libbing reports on all the shit we looked at while looking vaguely alert, so it balances out, really. Here's the thing, though. It was an exhausting pain in the arse for us, but it was an exhausting pain in the arse for everyone else, too. I'd always thought of E3 as something that existed solely for the publisher's benefit, where Sony and Microsoft and EA and Ubisoft and all the rest come out, lather up their gonads, gleefully mislead the public about their impending cum spurts, and giggle at all us media types being forced to take an interest in their bullshit. But as we drifted through the numerous hands-off demonstrations where some poor bugger acted out the same exhaustively tweaked sequence of actions that he'd done 200 times already that day, and tormented them with asshole questions about why everything needs to be so magenta these days, I realised this was as much a tiresome obligation for them as it was for us. In fact, the publishers probably think of E3 as something that existed for the media's benefit. We'd sit there on our spotty behinds and command them to come out and cavort for our our pleasure, bitching about them if their efforts don't sufficiently amuse. There's a reason why Nintendo stopped showing up to do an on-stage presentation, and Sony seemed to be following suit in 2019. They would much prefer to stay home and just do the pre-recorded announcement stream thing, because then they have all the power. They can broadcast carefully edited footage from their home turf at their own leisure, and don't have to risk heckles from smarmy twats. E3 was an equalizer. All the publishers had to come out to neutral ground at this specific place and this specific time, and they bloody well better have something to show for themselves or everyone will think they're dicks. That meant relinquishing a certain amount of control. Their tech might fuck up at their live presentation. All the journalists will be there playing the demos they're trying to hype up and might realise they're a load of old tosh. Plus they had to do it alongside all the other big lads. It was a competition. The media were going to unofficially declare one of them the winner, so infighting could be stoked. You'd get those wonderful moments like when Microsoft showcased the Xbox One and how it would only work if you kept it online 24/7, let it send pictures of your family to the FBI, and how you could swap games with your friends with all the ease with which one emigrates to the US from a Middle Eastern country. And then Sony came out and dunked all over their big fat consumer hate machine. It wasn't just big knobs announcing stuff, it was a conversation, a big melting pot of obligation and resentment. So if it was a pain in the ass for journalists and exhibitors alike, why do I miss E3? Well, put it like this. Do you still go to Thanksgiving dinner with your family, even though you'll have to drive all that way, and having to bring a dish means extra work, and you'll have to listen to racist Aunt Dottie explain why the coloured person behind the meat counter at Whole Foods embodies everything that's wrong with our society, and absolutely everyone would much rather stay home and order in pizza but assume they have to go to appease everyone else who are all thinking the exact same thing? That's what E3 was. It was a tradition. And traditions are what bring us together as a community. A time for all of us, asshole journalists and asshole publishers alike, to get together and bond over the shared experience of enduring a huge pain in the arse. I mean, when I did meet John Romero, we ended up being quite pally in spite of all the horrible things I've said about him. At our last appointment on our last day at E3 2019, we didn't even talk about the game much. We just sat down with the exhibitors and chatted about how relieved we all were that it was finally over. And that's why I look back on my one E3 attendance with nostalgia, exhausting pain in the arse though it was at the time. And that's my admittedly very selfish reason for wanting it to come back, because I want to hang out with some pals again and be in a social situation where I can talk in depth about the one subject I know a lot about and not get shunned as a weirdo. Still, there's one mystery around E3 that I couldn't find an answer to in 2019, and that's why the fuck anyone would want to go there if it wasn't their job to go there. Because the experience for non-media attendees, as far as I could tell, largely consisted of accumulating a lot of branded plastic bags and waiting in line for 4 hours to play 10 minutes of the new Resident Evil. You might very justifiably call someone who wants to do that a weirdo. Personally, I call them late for the bus. So not too long ago, it was announced that Resident Evil 4 is being remade. And since Capcom did all right remaking Resident Evil 2 and 3, you might think this seems like a perfectly logical next step. If you're a cretin! The original Resident Evil 2 and 3 absolutely benefited from a remake because they had been clunky fixed camera PS1 era survival horror games from the era of graphics when everything looked like the contents of a pork butcher's waste paper basket. Resident Evil 2 could finally realise its full potential by being brought up to date and remade as a third-person over-the-shoulder action survival horror in accordance with the current standard for Resident Evil games, that is to say, like Resident Evil 4, in which case it should be obvious why Resident Evil 4 itself wouldn't garner quite the same benefit. Maybe I'm too nostalgic for the original RE4, but it was a lightning strike that can't possibly happen twice. It was a total ground-up reinvention of the franchise that was also a landmark in the history of gaming generally, pioneering both advanced graphics and the over-the-shoulder style of third-person shooting that dominates the genre to this day. And if you pluck that game out of all of that context and just make it utterly homogenous to the established style of the Resident Evil remake series, the inevitable end result is mediocrity. I can tell even from the one flimsy trailer that they're sanding down RE4's over-the-top edges so it can fall more in line with the generally understated, more realistic tone of the RE2 make. Can you honestly picture the Leon S. Kennedy from the RE2 make somersaulting through a second-story plate glass window for literally no reason, except that it's quicker than taking the stairs, or suplexing a monk into a concrete step so hard that their head explodes? I suppose I shouldn't be surprised, because this is exactly what one should expect from where we currently are in the Resident Evil cycle. And yes, Resident Evil, like history, Sonic the Hedgehog and a middle-aged dad for the first week of the new year, has a cycle. It's gotten much more noticeable now we've gone through it a full 3 times. There's some variance in the specifics, but the main points are always covered. It makes one good game, then proceeds to very lengthily fuck everything up as it chases its own tail. So it all started with Resident Evil 1, which a lot of people liked, and is remembered as a classic, but it always left me cold. I think that's because I came to it a bit after the fact, and it's one of those games whose classic status largely hinges on it being the first. Well, okay, Alone in the Dark was technically technically the first fixed camera survival horror 3D characters on a 2D backdrop game set in a haunted house, but Resident Evil was the first one of those that didn't really suck, that balanced horror and action with an arguably intentional air of amusing B-movie camp. You remember how I hypothesized that everyone forgot about Prey 2017 because it didn't have enough rough edges? Well, Resident Evil 1 was nothing but rough edges, and people loved it. Personally, I always rated Silent Hill 1 higher, but that came out later, so that's hardly fair. Resident Evil 2 followed and was received more or less equally as well, but after that the energy seemed to go out of Resident Evil. A curious pattern emerged, in that every new Resident Evil game that followed just randomly picked a main character from the first or second game, and then put them through the same bloody motions as always. Survival horror adventure in enclosed, monster-filled environment, then find a secret lab and defeat the main baddie after they turn into a giant wall of snot. That was the case with Resident Evil 3 and Resident Evil Code Veronica, and I suppose also Resident Evil Gaiden, but no one would blame you for forgetting that one. And because all these samey experiences were in the same continuity, the established canon timeline of Resident Evil became a ridiculous, bloated mess of secret schemes and conspiracies until the amount the Umbrella Corporation was getting away with absolutely defied even the smallest amount of sense or verisimilitude. Suddenly it was less knowing B-movie campness and more dull-witted escalationism that only emphasized how badly written it had always been. After that, with interest dwindling, Resident Evil burrowed its nose even further up its own arse and started with the remakes and prequels. Resident Evil 1 was remade, and Resident Evil 0 told the never-before-seen story of a main character from the first game having a survival horror adventure before fighting a giant wall of snot in a lab. Neither game was particularly disliked, but they didn't set the world alight either, and even if they had, the execrable Resident Evil Dead Aim would have pissed it out again. Lastly, the franchise spat up Resident Evil Outbreak, which went down about as well as any suddenly multiplayer-focused installment of a single-player franchise, like an ovarian cyst in a handful of popcorn. So that might well have been it for Resident Evil, if it weren't for a little game called Resident Evil 4, which wasn't just a step up, it was a total protonic reversal of fortune. It completely dispensed with the established gameplay systems and rebuilt itself from the ground up, and with the exception of the protagonist being Leon from RE2 again, it disentangled itself from the previous canon and told a whole new self-contained story about the president's daughter being kidnapped by weirdo Spaniards. The end result balanced horror, action, and hilarious B-movie campness so well that it was just as much a ground-shaking revelation as the original. But it turned out this was just the second iteration of the cycle, and as before, a great initial game swiftly gave way to a prolonged downward spiral. It was like Capcom immediately unlearned their lesson, to innovate and reinvent rather than chase its own trend. And so Resident Evil 5 just rehashed the gameplay of 4 while simultaneously miring itself back in the ridiculously garbled stew of canon that 4 had so effectively escaped from, personified by the reappearance of Chris Redfield, protagonist of RE1 and character absolutely not worth hanging on to. He was just generic G.I. Joe hero man. Leon had a bit more of a spark to him. He was a wide-eyed rookie cop with insecurities about his masculinity, who in RE4 graduated fittingly into a sort of insecure person's idea of an action hero. Chris Redfield was, is, and shall always be a big lump of wood, and in every game post-RE1 his appearance is a bigger omen of doom than a 666 birthmark. The second cycle of Resident Evil was hastened to a close in part by Resident Evil 6, a brown-trousered absolute mess of a game, born of the misguided attitude that a sequel should just be more of the same but bigger and with more stakes, resulting in an even more garbled and ridiculous stew of plot lines, bringing back every motherfucker who'd ever been within earshot of an RE story, as well as an unwanted co-op multiplayer focus. The cycle is curiously consistent in that the appearance of multiplayer-focused games is always one of the final death knells, and you can't get much more final than Umbrella Corp, the Resident Evil-themed multiplayer tactical shooter and horrifying blight upon God's domain. That was definitely the new low, so after that, little wonder that the only recourse was to start the cycle anew, and lo and behold, Resident Evil 7. Really good game, check. Total overhaul of established gameplay, check. B-movie campness, check. Self-contained plot unrelated to previous games, check, mostly. Almost immediate downward spiral, double check, and mate. In fact, the downward spiral was starting before the first game in the cycle was even finished, as Chris Redfield shows up at the very end to immediately start tying everything back to the fucking Umbrella Corporation. It seems each time we go through it, the cycle accelerates. So this time we only had time for one sequel, RE Village, that rehashed the good game while also bringing back tangled mess plotting and being generally all over the place before the nose plunged anuswards for the RE2, 3 and 4 makes. And we've already had the last gasp desperate multiplayer focused game with Resident Evil Resistance. At the current rate of acceleration, I estimate that next we're going to go through the whole cycle in one game. A game that starts really good, and then Chris Redfield shows up halfway through and the final boss is multiplayer only. The wacky thing is, if Resident Evil 7 and Resident Evil 4 had been new IPs, if they'd been respectively called Evil Residence 1 and Captain Floppy Hair's European Vacation, they would have been just as good and probably just as successful. Tying them to the Resident Evil series garnered no benefit, except to allow the infection to keep spreading and assure the cycle continued. Well, I say break the cycle, so end the franchise, yards, like you said to do with Silent Hill as well. Is that your solution to everything? Well, you know, overlong horror franchises, horses with broken legs, people who cough too loud on the bus. You'd be surprised how often execution is the best way forward. The term boomer shooter refers to retro first-person shooters, such as those that were coming out during the era of first-generation 3D graphics in the mid to late 90s. The genre is currently enjoying a nostalgic revival on Steam, marked by the release of a small handful of retro-styled indie FPSs, such as Dusk, Ion Fury, and Amid Evil. And Ultra Kill, Project Warlock, Nightmare Reaper, Wrath Aeon of Ruin, Proteus, and Head On. And H-Rot, Blood West, Dread Templar, Viscera Fest, Forgive Me Father, Golden Light, Postal Brain Damaged, Super Hot, Berserk Mode, and Turbo Overkill. And Sulaco, Extranium, Beyond Sunset, Graven, Strafe. Oh, should I be counting the remasters as well? Bloodfresh Supply, Power Slave Exhumed, Duke Nukem 3D 20th Anniversary. Oh, you get the point. There's a lot of it about, madam. So what's brought on this present wave of interest in boomer shooting? Actually, can I just say, I kind of hate boomer shooter as a term, in meaning an old-style shooter, that is, shooters for old people, i.e. boomers. But these are the shooters I was playing when I was a teenager, and I'm not a fucking boomer. Boomers are people who were born in the baby boom, after the Second World War, and proceeded to grow up and divert all the money to themselves. I was born in the 80s. I'm just as much a victim of the boomer economy as you young scroats. Yes, I am being overly prickly about this. I suppose boomer shooter also implies that these games tend to be much more violent and feature protagonists capable of dealing out more violence than the kind you see in your more modern, more realistic AAA shooters. Fine, forget it. So back to the point. Why are so many of them cropping up now? Well, a lot of it's the usual nostalgia wave. Popular culture always being nostalgic for the world of 20 to 30 years ago, because that's when the people who create popular culture and generate the most profit for it were around the age of 12, that wonderful nostalgic period in most people's lives when they're just old enough to properly appreciate their entertainment, but not yet old enough to be cynical about it. That's certainly part of it, and most definitely the motivation behind the boomer shooter design of Doom 2016 and Doom Eternal, which arguably kickstarted the current wave, but I think there might be something more to it than that. I think retro-style boomer shooters still provide something that modern AAA shooters do not. The onus of new cutting-edge video games has always been to make things bigger, more impressive, more complex, and frequently more realistic. That was what drove the progression of shooters in the 90s. It started with Wolfenstein 3D, being nothing but single-level corridor shooting that, as far as the engine was concerned, was basically a 2D game, being viewed from a funny angle. Then Doom discovered how to make one bit of floor higher or lower than another bit of floor, and that set the world ablaze. Quake introduced full polygonal 3D, while simultaneously Duke Nukem 3D discovered that you could have levels that looked like cinemas and fast food restaurants, and actual places that exist rather than demonic labyrinths. And the innovations didn't stop there. As technology improved and memory capacity expanded, people were discovering all kinds of wonderful ways that first-person games could be more than just popping at dudes in a room. Half-Life, Thief, System Shock, and Deus Ex all paved the way to the immersive sim, in which player choice was king. Stealth, alternative paths, talking your way around problems, as well as shooting. There was also the likes of Gears of War adding realism to gunfighting by emphasizing cover mechanics and minimizing incoming damage rather than soaking it up and hoovering up medkits. But as we entered the era of the cover shooter and the realistic shooter, there was a sense that gaming had lost touch with part of what was fun about the original boomer shooters. Realism has its place, it creates immersion and enhances a game's atmosphere, and shows off the potential of graphics hardware if that's important to you for some reason, but it doesn't have much to do with what makes boomer shooters appealing. That comes down to what I always brought up in my Dev Diary series as the most vital aspect of game design, the primary gameplay loop. It's all about how you're making the player feel on a moment-to-moment basis. And in a boomer shooter, when you're running around at the land speed record, pouring damage into your foes as easily as looking at them, players gain a sense of catharsis from feeling like they're acting with speed and efficiency. And do I feel like I'm acting with speed and efficiency when I play, say, Gears of War? No, I bloody don't. As my chunky soldier man trundles from one chest-high wall to the next, I feel like I'm transporting a wheelbarrow full of expired haggis. Modern games with top-of-the-range graphics can render spectacular environments full of detail and ultra-atmospheric lighting, but does any of that make me more efficient? Not really. I cast a look around a room and my brain has to do a load of extra work to differentiate important elements from cosmetic background details. Is that a monster behind that bit of wall? Oh no, it's a pot plant. That's a monster over there. I couldn't tell at first because the incredibly beautiful realistic lighting was making that part of the screen all murky. You don't get that in the original Doom. You go into a room where everything's lit evenly like the corridors on the Starship Enterprise. That's the floor, that's a wall, and that's a demon. Fucking hell, shoot it. And that's what boomer shooters with their primitive graphics and unrealistic movement speeds still offer that, say, Call of Duty Modern Warfare doesn't. A cutting to the chase, if you will. The times when technology has still been in the process of improving have been times of innovation, of making games bigger and better by building more and more upon what has already been achieved. But eventually technology plateaus, or at least stops improving in a way that affects the fundamental ways in which games are designed, and what usually follows is a time for introspection, of getting back to the essence of what makes games work and stripping away the unnecessary chaff. That, I think, is what we're seeing with the current boomer shooter boom in the indie circles. It's also what we saw with Breath of the Wild, as the open world genre had become bogged down with the excessive clutter of the Ubisoft model that had built up feature by feature over many years. A critical moment of rediscovery occurred when Breath of the Wild stripped itself back down to basics. Here is the world, go where you please, come to the final boss as soon as you're confident he won't instantly spread you across the floor like Nutella. The Battle Royale boom reflects the same principles. Multiplayer gaming had been overthinking things for years, creating more and more complexity. Team modes, capture the flag, control point defense, that thing where you pit 4 shitty players against one really tough one, and then along comes PUBG going, hey, this all started with deathmatch, everyone gets in a room and tries to kill each other, let's just do that, but with as many people as we can fit in a server. The march of technology has given us some wonderful things, but I think it's true of shooters in particular that sooner or later people always gravitate back to the simple pleasures. Modern Warfare can certainly offer a realistic take on what happens when you point your rocket launcher at the floor and pull the trigger, but it's hard to take pleasure from it when you're lying on the ground being gently misted with what remains of your bottom half. During the slow release months, I usually go to Nick the editor at the start of the week and go, what do you got? And he'll throw out whatever review codes have come in that he thinks I might go for. Not too long ago, he threw out As Dusk Falls, a new Branching Paths narrative game from Xbox Game Studios, and after one look at it, I felt a profound sadness. No, I do not want to play any more fucking glorified choose-your-own-adventure books. I already did The Quarry this year, and I only did that so I could take the piss out of David Arquette's horrible facial animation. Have you noticed how every time one of these choose-your-own-adventure book games comes out, whether it's As Dusk Falls or a supermassive game or something from David Cage's oeuvre, the marketing always tries to push the branching narrative thing as some bold, new, revolutionary method of storytelling, presumably hoping we'll have forgotten the last 20 years of gaming history. And I suppose I get exhausted by them now because I'm sick of repeating that this isn't a new kind of storytelling. It's as old as choose-your-own-adventure books, but at least choose-your-own-adventure books could actually go on wildly different paths. In a video game, the paths more often than not can't get too far away from each other because they're all going to be using the same locations and characters. Spending all that time developing assets that a significant percentage of playthroughs aren't even going to see just isn't an efficient use of development time. And what even is the point? To create interactive storytelling, as what should logically befit interactive media, allowing the player to feel like they are the ones driving the course of the narrative. No one ever asked for that. No one ever watched Taxi Driver and thought, well, it was a great film, but I'd have liked it even more if it had asked me right before the end whether I wanted Travis to go shoot up the pimp's house or if I'd rather he went home and masturbated himself raw. It would have killed all the impact, wouldn't it? Branching path games have a similar problem to Ending Tron 3000 games. You know Ending Tron 3000? It's when a game has multiple endings, but it's only decided by the very last thing you do. And the end result is a game that feels like it doesn't really have an ending, because none of them have any impact, when you can just go back and pick another one. Branching path narrative is that, writ large, a whole story with no impact. And it doesn't feel like the player is driving the course of the narrative, because the player usually can't predict the outcomes of their decisions. It feels more like the game is withholding content, and we're going to have to replay it a few times to get our money's worth. I'm okay with plot choices if it's part of an immersive sim or RPG, because that's part of role-playing, and it frequently ties into the gameplay element. You might be deciding whether to get upgrade X or upgrade Y, as well as a story point. But when it's an As Dusk Falls situation and there is no gameplay except the story, there's no foundation to ground myself on, and it's just a choose-your-own-adventure book. There have been a lot of great game stories that have given me the strong emotional reactions I crave, but I'm prepared to say I can't think of a single case of a branching narrative, a achieving that. Undertale? Good ending run's basically a completely separate plot to the bad ending run. That doesn't count. Silent Hill 2 and Spec Ops The Line have multiple endings, but all the emotional stuff happens before the branch. The endings just change how the protagonist moves on. So in conclusion, can we please pack it in with the fucking choose your own adventure books? You know why it always feels like they're trying to push them as a new thing? Because they never fucking take off. That's why. They're way too much effort to make, and then they come out and fail horribly until someone has the bright idea to try it again. And the big joke is that there are games that have achieved what these games are trying to achieve, i.e. an interactive narrative in which every player gets a unique experience, with a comparatively small amount of effort. First case in point, XCOM. There have been individual soldiers in my playthroughs of XCOM games that I have gotten more attached to than every character in every supermassive game combined. And the game is doing relatively little on its end. It randomizes each soldier's name, nationality, and appearance from a small pool of options, and that's pretty much it. But you know what? That was enough to get my brain to fill in the rest. So after surviving a few missions, Mad Jock McTrousers, the Scottish demolitions expert, becomes the apple of my eye, and everything he does takes on new depth of meaning. He misses a shot, it's because he overdid the whiskey on the flight over. He successfully brings back an alien corpse. He's putting in first dibs to make haggis out of the autopsy remains. It's okay, my grandfather was Scottish, so I'm allowed to say all this. It's like all the game had to do was click the pilot light with the randomized elements it provided, and that set off the gas burner of my emotions. And the more effort a game puts into the procedural character creation system, the more variety of qualities and behavior types it puts in, the better the payoff. A story is basically just the actions of some characters, so a procedural character creator is a procedural story creator. Look at the Nemesis system from the Shadow of Mordor games. That's probably the best example of what I'm talking about in the AAA space. The actual scripted stories of those games I can take or leave. You're a grizzled hero type who smoulders generically with suppressed rage. You've got a ghost up your bum and you hate things that are bad, and nothing significant can happen because it might mess with the plot of the Lord of the Rings films. But everyone I've spoken to who has played those games came away with a different story to tell of what they got up to with the randomly generated orcs. All they had to do was fill up the procedural system with as many different personalities and behaviors as they could think of, wind it up, and set it off, and people emotionally engaged with it 10 times more than they did with the dude with a ghost up his bum. See, this is what I mean by interactive narrative. A branching plot is not interactive narrative. It's just two standard non-interactive narratives lying next to each other. The one unique thing about video games you need to understand is that ultimately they are an experience created through a combined effort between the player and the author, and that applies to the story as well. All the energy that goes into crafting the different branches of a choose-your-own-adventure game feels so misplaced. When I look at what games like Shadow of Mordor have achieved by putting less work into the story, releasing the reins a bit and letting the player's own imagination come and meet them halfway. Oh, and since I know with 100% certainty it's going to get brought up in the comments, I better acknowledge the following game lest I be accused of forgetting about it. Dwarf Fortress! That was it. In an industry as competitive as big money games, the search is always on for the next big thing. And I feel like we're primed for a next big thing right about now. I'm prepared to say the Dark Souls era is winding down. I, for one, am certainly bored of that kind of thing. I tried Thymesia last week and it mainly just made me depressed. I'm ready for the industry to latch on to a new electrifying sea change in popular game design. Now all we need is for one to come along. I'm occasionally asked what I think the next big thing is going to be, and I've usually resorted to my standard evasive asshole response that if anyone could predict the next big thing, we'd all be rich. But you know what? What's the point in spending most of your professional life being a games journalist and assembling reams of useless knowledge about gaming if you can't use that to make an educated guess now and then? So let's think about it. There's one fairly surefire method to deduce what's about to be big in AAA games, and that's to look at what's currently big in indie games. AAA can always rely on the indie sphere when it needs a few good ideas to steal. And if there's one thing that has struck me as getting more and more prevalent in indie games lately, it's what I'm choosing to call cozy games. Games with low narrative stakes, gameplay usually leaning more on completionism and task management than on reflex skill challenge, a gentler, understated tone, and a general air of niceness and friendship. Often with a pleasing, cartoonish art style that wouldn't look out of place in some inexpensively made Cartoon Network series. To cite some examples, I recently played Bear and Breakfast, which I would just about call the perfect storm of cozy game tropes, and I'd also include Power Wash Simulator, Unpacking, Dinkum, My Time at Persia, Spiritfarer, Haven, Stardew Valley to go back a bit, I could also cite several games that borrow elements of the cozy game while not fitting the full profile. Hardspace Shipbreaker has cozy tidying up gameplay but a slightly intense setting and plot themes. Citizen Sleeper has cozy character art and understated tone but again a grittier setting. The Witness, which we were all recently reminded of by the slightly late-to-the-party parody game The Looker, has a cozy air but more mentally challenging puzzle-based core gameplay. And then there's Stray. Stray is something from the AAA adjacent realms that seems to have hit a nerve because it's a game about playing an adorable kitty witty. And I know what you're going to say, oh, that's hardly a cozy game yet. It's a post-apocalyptic cyberpunk adventure full of thrills and spills and daring escapes and shit. Yes, but here's the thing, viewer. When they talk about it, people aren't calling it the cyberpunk action-adventure game or the thrills and spills game. They're calling it the cat game. The game with the cat in it. It's not the setting or the slightly insipid hunt the next contextual button prompt gameplay that's made it stand out. It's the fact that you play an adorable cat, and people want to watch themselves curl up and have a little sleepy. Not that cozy games are a new phenomenon. Minecraft's definitely got cozy qualities, and that's been a big thing for yonks. Harvest Moon and The Sims would be good old school examples. Little Computer People if you like your schools to be as old as possible, but I definitely think we're in the midst of a significant wave of the buggers in the world of indie games, and they seem to have arguably shed their image of being games for casuals, babies, girls, and girl babies. It's fairly easy to theorize on what might be driving the rise of cozy games. I don't think it would be controversial to say we live in somewhat troubled times. A lot of people are pessimistic for the future and stricken by a sense of being powerless to do anything about it. And if you'll forgive a little speculative amateur psychology, I think when people dealing with such feelings turn to video games to alleviate them, they're looking for one of two things. One, power fantasy, which they'll find no end of. That's probably why boomer shooters have also become popular, thinking about it. Or two, escapism. They want to escape from unsettling reality with something that will assure them that everything's fine and it'll all turn out okay. Stop flinching at news headlines and come and water some fucking flowers. So that would be my advice for AAA games looking to know where the wind's blowing. We may well be entering the age of the cozy game. But this information is completely fucking useless to you, isn't it? Because AAA is incapable of cozy, and it's their own stupid fault. They're the ones who set the systems of AAA development up this way, who insist that their games must have spectacle, action, top-of-the-range graphics, and $100 million budgets with flashy trailers to hypnotize all the dumbos in the audience, all of which is more or less antithetical to the cozy game aesthetic. $100 million games are incapable of being understated and chill. 500 people being worked to death in crunch time are in no position to make a stress-relieving game. What would you even spend all that money on if not flashy action sequences? Making hyper-realistic wisps of steam come off the mugs of hot cocoa? That's not going to convince anyone to buy a GeForce RTX 3080. If cozy, understated games are the next big thing and the AAA studios can't get in on it because they've gotten too big and only know how to make samey combat arenas, I would find that absolutely fucking delicious. It'd be like watching an obnoxious fat person struggling to get out of a beanbag chair while his dog steals his meatball sandwich. But beware, Indie Sphere, the rich cunts will find a way in sooner or later. It's already starting. Disney have a game coming out soon called Disney Dreamlight Valley that's basically a cozy life sim game with a bunch of copyrighted characters in it. It seems like it would be of interest to absolutely no one except those terrifying people you hear about who still want to go to Disneyland by themselves past the age of 14. But it's a sign that the corporate vultures are circling. Better get your pixel art unicorn fly fishing game out sooner rather than later. You know what this all makes me think of? The way video games are portrayed in movies and TV shows. For the longest time, whenever someone was playing a game in a movie, they'd always be playing with the controller up to their face and with the TV making 8-bit bip and boop sound effects, even way into the modern era of gaming. Then video games exploded in popularity and movies start wanting to be down with the cool kids. And now these days, if someone games in a movie, it's usually something like Gears of War. I just like to picture some executive bursting into the youth club with their new movie going, finally, we're depicting games the way they really are. And all the kids turn around and they're all playing pony stroking simulators or whatever. I just like picturing that scenario. And then I like picturing the executive taking his hat off and stamping on it and making frustrated noises like Dick Dastardly. Assuming I wasn't overruled at some point in the editorial process, the asshole clickbaity title of this video should be Where Saints Row Went Wrong. And in the grand clickbait asshole tradition, I'm not going to provide the information teased by that title until I've vacillated around it for 5 minutes. Because first I want to establish where Saints Row went right. They had a good innings. They were doing it right for longer than most. It's just the new one and all the poor reviews it's getting that's fucked things up. So allow me to provide an itemized list of what the Saints Row franchise did right. Number 1. Did the opposite of what Grand Theft Auto did. There's a lot of debate over who really invented the concept of sandbox gameplay. Games like Elite and Ultima were arguably letting the player do as they please right from the earliest days of gaming, but I think Grand Theft Auto was the first example of what I might call a cathartic sandbox, where the focus was on setting up a nice functioning city full of interconnecting systems and active NPCs and letting you go the fuck to town, leaving a trail of corpses and explosions in your wake, with an appropriate wacky over-the-top tone to the setting and theme. This continued through the first wave of 3D GTAs, 3, Vice City, San Andreas, etc. But the series changed tack for Grand Theft Auto 4. The signs that GTA wanted to get more serious were there in San Andreas and its plot dallying with themes like disaffected urban youth in America, but GTA 4 was fully a product of the brown and bloom gritty realism wave of its time. There was some wackiness, mainly from the way all the shops and businesses had silly names, punning on something obscene, but the plot was front-loaded with weighty themes and emotional characters, and with the all-new realistic vehicle physics, it just wasn't as cathartic to drive around smearing fat people across your windscreen. Saints Row, which at the time was one of many GTA knockoffs, spoken of in the same breath as games like True Crime Streets of LA or The Getaway, was smart enough to realise that GTA 4's turn into gritty seriousness had left vacant a gaping niche for light-hearted, wacky, cathartic crime sandbox games. And that's what Saints Row 2 was. It wasn't very realistic to be a colour-coded gang leader taking over the city by blasting liquid shit at people's houses, but it was a lot more fun than taking your fat cousin bowling. Hey, I'm not dissing GTA 4, I like it. I think it's underrated. It's really immersive and well written, and Niko Bellic is one of my favourite protagonists in gaming. But there are times when we want to stroke our chins and ruminate on weighty themes, and there are other times when we want to spray shit all over a house. Number 2. Really good character customization. Lots of games have let you design your appearance right down to bridge of nose length and eyebrow wiggle potential, but somehow it hits different in Saints Row. Every time I play a Saints Row game, I recreate the same character. He's a pale, skinny dude with ginger hair and mad, starey eyes, and as soon as I've unlocked the necessary clothing shops, I always dress him up like the Riddler in a brightly coloured suit and matching bowler hat, and he speaks with the English Cockney voice, obviously. In my head, his name is Spider. I was replaying Saints Row 4 recently, and my wife, who also likes Saints Row, watched Spider going to town on the screen for a while and then commented on how strange it was to see these games with the wrong protagonist. Because of course, she does the same thing. She has her own main character she always plays as in Saints Row games, as do most of the people I've spoken to about it. Saints Row does something that gets us more attached than normal to our avatar, in stark contrast to the Dark Souls thing, where we completely forget what our custom protagonist looks like the moment they put a helmet on. My personal theory for this is that while the Saints Row protagonist is highly customizable, they are not, as is usually the case, a blank slate. They have a personality, part of which is brought across by the appearance and voice, which we control, and the rest by their dialogue and the actions they do in cutscenes, which we don't. And this goes back to what I was saying about interactive storytelling. The best results come when it feels like a collaboration between the player and the author. So when the boss of the Saints does something really cool, like jump out of and then back into a crashing airplane, or trick Michael Dorn into killing his own girlfriend, our brain goes, we helped make this happen. That's our creation on screen doing all this, and you feel like a parent watching their kid absolutely nailing the school play. Number 3. A, B, E, always be escalating. When you deliberately sell yourself as wacky and over the top, you've already made a rod for your own back, because now you have to keep the energy going. You've got to keep getting progressively more over the top until you can't see the top without a glass bottom boat, because every new excess creates the new baseline and you can't let it go back down again. If you let the pace drop, it's like when the audience stops laughing at a stand-up gig. Everything goes quiet and awkward, and given a moment to think, we start to wonder why we're even listening to the twat with the microphone. This is the problem with the Borderlands series, among others. It's going for wacky and over the top, but then it keeps rolling you through samey shootouts and stopping the action after each one while you laboriously loot all the bodies for better equipment, and all the time some twat is ceaselessly banging on in your ear in the standard Whedon-esque misunderstanding of wit. But Saints Row actually managed to keep the energy up. It earned a reputation as the series that keeps finding new notches on the volume knob beyond 11, and actually did push things to new heights with each sequel. So in Saints Row 3, the Saints go from gang leaders to international icons fighting supervillains and zombies, and in Saints Row 4, you're the president fighting space aliens, which was about the only place it could have gone by that point. It did the Mario thing of going from land to world to galaxy. Thing is, though, that was where it had to end. As the Jason films once learned, you can't top going into space. If they'd made a Saints Row 5 that was more space adventures, it would have been boring because it wouldn't be moving off the new baseline. Space is, to coin a phrase, the final frontier. It adds literally infinite potential to your setting. And ironically, that means you've got no more room to grow. There was nothing they could have done to follow up Saints Row 4 that wouldn't have felt like a flagging of energy or a step back. And for a series that up to this point had defined itself by constantly stepping things up, that wouldn't just be a disappointment, that would be a complete loss of identity. It also didn't help that Saints Row 4 was, to a large extent, taking the piss out of itself and all previous games. That's definitely something you only do when it's the last of the series. It's like when they let you bring in games on the last day of school. And that made it even harder to follow up. You can't take your hat off to show everyone the hamster wheel that's powering your brain, and then try to put your hat back on and pretend there was never a hamster. What am I on about? Well, I guess this sums up the hot take promised by the asshole clickbait title up there. Where did Saints Row go wrong? In brief, the new Saints Row game went wrong largely by existing in the first place. Well, the unlikable characters, disjointed plot with low narrative stakes and complete lack of gameplay innovation sealed the deal, but it was already off on the wrong foot by then. Firstly by existing, secondly by no longer having the English Cockney voice option. Rest in peace, Spider, we hardly knew ye. May you smile down upon us as you spray liquid feces into the face of God. As the AAA industry shambles exhaustedly back into post-release drought action like Sisyphus gearing up for another shove of the boulder, the news leaked of a new Assassin's Creed game coming next year, Assassin's Creed Mirage. And if this were a saner world that hadn't let me down before, I might wonder how Ubisoft expects anyone to be hyped for it. What does it even mean that there's a new Assassin's Creed coming? The quality level has been a fucking sine wave over the years, generally trending downwards. Even if it's some explosive spark of new life for the franchise, reference the pirate ship mechanics in Assassin's Creed 4, Ubisoft will get overexcited about their success, overplay their hand, and snuff the spark out again, reference ship mechanics in multiple subsequent sequels. Plus, the series has almost completely blurred out its own identity. It used to be about a secret order of assassins that grew out of the historical Hashashin order of medieval Persia and their sworn enemies the Knights Templar, with whom they disagree on the importance of free will in the pursuit of peace. What's it about now? Goodies versus baddies, basically. That's not a unique identity, that's just a fundament of storytelling. And it's not like they lay unique claim to the gameplay style either. I said before, if they'd called Ghost of Tsushima Assassin's Creed Samurai, I wouldn't have batted an eyelid. Word is the new one's going to take a quote back to basics approach, which could mean anything, and can't be trusted anyway, because experience has taught me that anything claimed about a AAA game at any point during development is absolutely not guaranteed to make it to final release. The point is, announcing a new Assassin's Creed at this point carries as much weight as announcing that you're making a game. A game, coming 2023. Hope you enjoy it when we add it to the fucking trough. Back to basics does imply an appeal to nostalgia, in which case I might point out to Ubisoft that you can only have nostalgia for something that's actually gone away for a while. Tell that to fucking Star Wars one of these days. If you can't stop disgorging spin-offs for 5 seconds, people will never even get the chance to start pining for it again. Still, there is at least a chance Mirage will be worth your time. Which can't be said for Assassin's Creed Infinity, the other upcoming Assassin's Creed venture that's been announced to be a live service game, speaking of things that never fucking go away. The fact that publishers now freely and shamelessly admit that they're making live services is one of the many painful things about modern society. I blame myself, really. I kicked up a stink when Diablo 3 had no offline mode, and Dead Space 3 started selling crafting resources for micropayments, but then they kept doing it, and I didn't have the energy to keep kicking up a stink, and now it's all been completely bloody normalized. I guess I'm not immune to nostalgia either, because I do miss the old days when most people bought games off of physical shelves that existed, and as such they had to be fully functional at launch. There was no day one patching, and if it didn't work, you just had to eat shit. Publishers get way too fucking relaxed about releasing unfinished garbage these days. It's probably the worst part of the internet age besides Facebook turning grandma into a Nazi. The whole concept of live service, of a game no longer being a solid, unchanging entity but a floating, continually amended, constant presence, is something I find disheartening. Probably not objectively worse, but certainly a pain in my ass, because when I review a live service game in zero punctuation, there's no guarantee that the game I describe will still exist in a year or so. That's why I very firmly vowed to never again ZP a game while it's still in early access, to avoid a repeat of when I did Fortnite shortly before it became the world's most popular babysitter. It's also why I tend to avoid criticizing a game for being buggy these days, since that's another thing that can be fixed in post. Yeah, I saw all you nebbins in the comments on my Saints Row EP, wondering why I didn't mention the bugginess. Although, full disclosure, I didn't mention it in that case because I didn't run into many bugs myself, and I don't watch other people's reviews, because I find it can taint my memories of a game, and I get grumpy if someone else makes funnier jokes than me. Then there's there's No Man's Sky, which I had to do another review of recently because it had changed so much since the initial review. For the better, sure, and good for No Man's Sky. But I want to review a game, not a point on a line graph. I don't want to get on a snobby high horse and say developers should be making sure every game is perfect and complete at the moment of release, because I worry that that contradicts my other feeling that nobody should feel like they have to play every new game the moment it comes out. That's how they use that nasty old FOMO against us. Fact is, my distaste for live service goes deeper than just being sick of corporate greed and highly specific game reviewer problems. Get your oven gloves ready, because here comes the hot take for this video. The concept of games as a service is incompatible with the concept of games as art. And I am pretty invested in games as art. I've been banging that drum for decades. I consider myself an artist, and games are the medium I find the most interesting to work with. A while back, Marty and I were talking about Bioshock on Slightly Something Else, and one of the things I realized made Bioshock stand out as such a great work of game art is that it's actually about something. It's about the failure of objectivism in practice, about how free will is inherently antithetical to utopia. Being about something, having a central theme or philosophical stance, feels so rare in mainstream game releases these days. What, for example, is Fortnite about? Nothing. It's about nothing. It's a never-ending conveyor belt of samey action like most other live services. There isn't even a consistent visual theme. Your character's skin can be anything from a hot dog costume to a Darth Vader suit. No stance is taken, no higher themes are explored, no conclusion is drawn. Pretty hard to draw a conclusion when the game never fucking concludes. Does that preclude it from being art? Well, that's the debate, isn't it? Maybe art doesn't have to be intended to mean something, maybe meaning is entirely up to the viewer. But here's the other thing. One of the purposes of art is to provide a capsule of human history, as a reference for when future scholars look back at us, down their noses no doubt, but also to hold up a mirror to ourselves. All art says something about the human condition in the time it was made, but it can't do that if it never stops being made. If it's constantly being updated, then it doesn't belong to a single moment in time. The Mona Lisa wouldn't have meant a whole lot to the world of art if my dude had painted over it every year to reflect the current fashions of Renaissance Italy, before finally burning it because he couldn't be bothered to pay the rent on the gallery anymore. Again, the philosophers can debate this to the heavens, but in my view, the problem with both live services and franchises never being allowed to fucking die is that art is arguably defined by criticism and analysis, and you can't properly analyze something until it has stopped moving. That's as true for video games as it is for a small excitable dog at the vet. So once again, the seed for an episode of Extra Punctuation is planted in a throwaway comment from a previous episode. Sorry, I can't help being an effortlessly interesting guy. Back in my video about Saints Row, I fleetingly mentioned, while contrasting it against the dowdy brown realism of Grand Theft Auto 4, that GTA 4's protagonist, Niko Bellic, is one of my favourite video game characters, and it was suggested that maybe I could go into a bit of detail on that, so that, I don't know, game story writers could get some clues on what presents I want for Christmas. I should clarify that when I say Niko Bellic is one of my favourite game characters, it's entirely divorced from the gameplay. Sometimes you like a game character because it's fun to play as them and have their adventures, the way people like their Saints Row protagonist or Sonic the Hedgehog. That's absolutely not the case in GTA 4, where moving around in the Euphoria engine is like navigating a room full of wet cement after 16 pints, and you're occasionally obliged to go bowling with a twat. Yeah, I know you can opt out of going bowling with twats, but the game always seems really disappointed when you do. No, Niko Bellic is a character I like as a character, someone I find interesting to watch and learn more about, and would want to have a drink with. In that respect, he stands out from every other GTA protagonist and most other video game characters, except maybe the merchant from Resident Evil 4. This subject has of course been lent relevance by the recent GTA 6 leak, in which, amongst other things, we learned that the next game will feature a female player character for the first time, if you don't count custom ones you can make in GTA Online, and you absolutely should not. Good news for diversity and anyone who likes to theorize on the worth of an underwired bra as battlefield equipment, but the precise biology of a protagonist is always superficial, at least compared to whether or not the character is well-written. Happily, Rockstar generally deals in well-written games. As I said in a previous video, Rockstar sandboxes are the exception when it comes to tarring all open-world games with the Ubisoft brush. Rockstar's games have always had a very strong character focus. No protagonist of Grand Theft Auto or Red Dead Redemption is ever called upon to save their world from an occupying or invading evil force, or heroically marshal the people, or liberate every individual district, at least not as a matter of course. There's a strong sense that if the protagonist dropped dead, the world in which they live wouldn't change one iota, or even look up from its satirical parodies of television news. The focus is always on the character's personal goals and struggles that matter largely only to them. And as I said, even among a generally high standard for Rockstar character writing, I find Niko Bellic the most compelling. He's the only GTA protagonist I'd call sympathetic. While other GTA protagonists can be complex and interesting, and even to a certain extent relatable, they all sooner or later must reflect the fact that they are, well, the protagonist of a GTA game, a cathartic, violent open world in which the player can at any moment start gunning down rollerbladers on a whim. So all of them have a psychotic streak, but while Niko does come across like he could very believably flip out at any moment, it's not out of insanity or frustration. It's because he's haunted by a history of violence that he can never escape from because it's fundamental to who he is. So as the game opens, Niko is a poor Eastern European immigrant from a country that never gets directly identified, although he talks Serbian whenever he switches to his native language, so it's obviously Serbia. Probably didn't need to be coy about that one, Rockstar. In dialogue, it's established that Niko was jaded by warfare in his home country and has come to America to seek a more peaceful life working for his cousin. Joke's on him, though, because he's a GTA protagonist, so obviously he very swiftly starts doing jobs for shady characters that escalate into more and more serious criminal activity. But then, after a particularly violent episode early on, Niko confesses to his cousin that he's been hiding his real reason for coming to Liberty City. He's actually hunting for a man who betrayed his unit during the war, in an incident that left Niko the only survivor. So here we learn that Niko isn't some poor sucker who's been dragged back into a world of violence. He's the one who's been carrying the world of violence around with him all along. So far, fairly standard. A violent protagonist has a violent past. He's also a dry, cool badass who takes no shit. None of that's rare in video game protagonists. One might almost call it ubiquitous. The rare part is that he is all of those things and also comes across like a human being. He's not broody and humorless like a Master Chief. He's not an implacable force of will like a Kazuma Kiryu. He's not openly contemptful of people who can't match his capacity for violence. My favourite scene in GTA 4 is the one where Niko comes to mob boss du jour for some story mission or other and gets entertained by the mob boss's wife while they're waiting for him to show up. And after the wife, clearly starved for social interaction, opens up to him about her frustrations, Niko, in return, opens up about some things that haunt him about his current and previous life, including a brief glimpse at some of the horrific memories from the war he keeps bottled up. It's a simple scene, but I love it because in this conversation with a complete stranger who won't judge him and who he'll probably never meet again, Niko reveals a sliver of his innermost self. We see how vulnerable he really is, and how badly he wants to be able to talk about these things that eat him up inside. To be honest with you though, it's hard to point to one thing that makes Niko stand out as a great character because he's just well-rounded in a very human way. He puts on a pragmatic facade, but he's got clear vulnerabilities and he likes to have fun too. He's troubled, but he's not tortured either. He's cynical and embittered, but he shows a lot of empathy for other vulnerable people. He's guarded, but seems to appreciate the company of people who are, let's say, very emotionally unguarded. Which is lucky because the GTA universe has no shortage of such people. In summary, the real noteworthy achievement here is that a cathartic sandbox game can have a protagonist who's both completely believable in that role while also being completely relatable. Being a hired gun with bottomless capacity for violence isn't his whole identity, it's just his job that he's good at. And I'm good at things too. Relatable! He's an immigrant, I'm an immigrant, he's got a complex inner world, I've got a complex inner world, he can carry 10 different guns at once, I've been known to get all the shopping out of the car in a surprisingly small number of trips. In my recent review of Return to Monkey Island, I drew a comparison between its puzzle design and that of Monkey Island 2, its predecessor. Those of you who saw my previous extra punctuation about point-and-click adventure games will recall that when we talk about puzzles in such games, we usually mean inventory puzzles, and very frequently these tend to be a bit insipid. You pick up object A and use it to resolve situation B. At its worst, it just boils down to a linear sequence of finding keys or key equivalents to put in locks or lock equivalents. The survival horror genre in particular is lousy with this sort of puzzle design. Even my horror game waifu, Silent Hill 2, is guilty of it. The objective is usually to explore every room that's currently accessible, find all the random pickups lying around in them, then figure out where to put them all like you're looking for the right shaped holes to fit your collection of pegs, and it's frequently instantly obvious what you're supposed to do once you've got all the pieces laid out. This is very boring puzzle design. Survival horror gets away with it because it's also got survival and horror. The inventory puzzles are really just a framework, an excuse to get you moving from room to room, so the game can have more opportunities to fling zombies at your head. And badly designed adventure games don't realize they need to have something on top of the framework to really engage the interest. In my review, I cited an example of a puzzle from Return to Monkey Island in which we must win an eating contest by getting some hot pepper and then putting it on your opponent's dish. The pepper is the key and the dish is the lock. Baseline shit, yawn-a-rama. I contrasted that with a puzzle in Monkey Island 2, where you have to win a spitting contest. You need to puzzle your way around creating a green drink to enhance your phlegm, distracting the crowd to move the finish line back, and only spitting when you see a scarf blowing in the wind. It's a lot more than just a key in a lock. It's several different keys for a lock that doesn't have corporeal form half the time. But I noticed one or two comments on the video referencing that whole spitting contest sequence and replying along the lines of, "Yeah, adventure game moon logic, am I right? No wonder no one likes them anymore." No, shut up. That's good adventure game design. That's the kind of stuff I want, and that Return to Monkey Island and most Nouveau adventure games, thinking about it, can't seem to replicate. I went off the point-and-click genre because that sort of clever, intricate puzzle design with integrated humor and storytelling was more the exception than the rule. Yes, a lot of old adventure games had a moon logic problem. That was the other common issue besides pegs-in-holes puzzle design, being too obscure rather than too simplistic. This is the point where a lot of internet games media veterans will bring up Old Man Murray's classic article about what killed adventure games, in which writer Eric Walpole, who incidentally would go on to work on Psychonauts and the Portal games trivia fans, describes a puzzle from the adventure game Gabriel Knight 3, in which the protagonist must go through a very roundabout process to acquire some cat hair to use as a false moustache in order to pass as someone in a photograph, but also the photograph doesn't have a moustache, so he has to draw one on with a pen. The article concludes with the wonderful line, "Who killed adventure games? I think it should be pretty clear at this point that adventure games committed suicide." Fair enough, it's a terrible puzzle, but it's not the intricacy of the process that makes it bad. It's the fact that it's fucking mental. No reasonable person would intuit that they needed a false moustache to pass as someone who doesn't have a moustache. And even if they did, most sane people would then maybe cut off a bit of their own hair to use, not torment a passing blameless moggy. The key word here is intuit. The end goal of any puzzle game is to make the player feel clever for figuring it out. It can't be impossible to figure out, neither can it be so obvious we don't feel clever. You have to walk a fine line. So let's go back to that Monkey 2 spitting contest puzzle and break it down. We've established it's intricate, but could one reasonably intuit the solution? Figuring out to spit when the wind is blowing is the simplest of the necessary deductions. There's even a conversation you can overhear at a party elsewhere on the island that drops the hint that the wind is a factor. So that's a tick. What about the part where you have to drink a green drink to make your spit thicker? Earlier in the game, we witness another character order a green drink at the bar and then spit on the wall, and the camera weirdly focuses on the spitball as it travels across the room to signal that it's important. Weird though that seems at the time. So that seed is planted, but then it turns out there's no green drink on the menu, only a blue drink, a yellow drink, and a red drink. The solution is to mix blue and yellow together to make green, and I'd say the fact that the three available drinks are obviously the three primary colours would be enough of a hint that colour mixing is the solution. And then if you try the green drink, Guybrush says, "Oh my goodness, my spit is now thick," just to hammer it home. 2 ticks. The last part is distracting the crowd with a horn so you can move the flags back a bit. This is probably the least intuitive part, but bits of it are logical. You buy the horn in the store, and immediately outside the store is a dude with a cannon whose job is to fire the cannon when the mail boat arrives. What's the first thing you do when you buy a new toy? You try it out, so you blow the horn outside the store, the dude thinks it's the mail boat and fires the cannon. The next bit is the less intuitive part. You're supposed to go one room to the right where the spitting contest is and blow the horn there. The dude hears it from the first room and fires the cannon, distracting the crowd and allowing you to move the finish line. This is the part that took me a long time to figure out as a kid because I didn't think it would work. You're doing it right in front of the crowd. If I was in that crowd, I'd be more interested in the weirdo blowing the horn right next to me than the distant cannon fire I've heard like 3 times today. Still, it's no cat hair moustache. Call it a partial tick. In summary, there's enough common sense and clue drops in play to make it possible to intuit for the most part, while still being obscure enough that one would feel clever for figuring it out. So it is a good puzzle, shut up. But the catharsis, the satisfaction of outwitting the game, is not the only purpose of intricacy in puzzle design. What I didn't mention is that before you can order the blue and yellow drinks, you have to show the bartender ID. To get one, you have to go to a library on another island and give some information, and whatever information you pick from the dialogue menu, the bartender comments upon in a fun little comedy callback. The same library ties into several other puzzles in the game and has a weirdly huge selection of books you can take out, a lot of which have unique dialogue if you read them. The dude with the cannon is a unique character with dialogue, and the fact that an elderly man who can barely see or hear is in charge of spotting the mailboat tells us something about the lax attitude of the island's authorities. When Guybrush blows the horn, he makes a funny face where his cheeks bulge and his eyes go crossed, and after he moves the finish line back, he gives the camera a cheeky smile. All of this is the true purpose of the intricacy in the puzzle design of the Monkey Island games. All the little bits and pieces of the process provide more gaps into which jokes, funny touches, and world-building moments can be inserted, by the same principle that crinkle-cut chips have more flavour because they have more surface area. But it's more than flavour. The characters, the story, the jokes, these are what Monkey Island has where survival horror games have survival and horror. This is what the puzzle framework is supposed to be supporting. And that's why it's disappointing that an equivalent situation in Return to Monkey Island is just a case of find the one thing to use in the one place. It was a missed opportunity, not just for clever design, but for delivering story and mood and laughs. Sure, you can convey all that in other places, like in dialogue trees with characters, but I never have much patience for conversations in video games, for standing in one place reciting from a list of prepared statements when I'd rather feel like I'm achieving something. People always talk about storytelling and gameplay like they're separate things and argue over which is more important, but that's missing the point. The most potent medium for storytelling is the gameplay, because that's the bit we have to engage with and pay attention to. Silent Hill 2, for all the lameness of its inventory puzzling, understood the principle of using it to express the narrative. At one point you need to fish something out of a hole in the ground with a hook on the end of a line. They could have just had you get a ball of string from a shelf and use that for the line, but they didn't. You have to use a human hair that you find in a box locked with 5 different locking mechanisms in a room that belonged to a grief-stricken man who'd lost his daughter. So a simple key hunt becomes a story in itself that reinforces the game's emotional tone. Well, anyway, I don't even know who I'm talking to right now, certainly not the developers of Return to Monkey Island, who made it perfectly clear in the ending to that game that they absolutely don't give a shit, and the time to have a conversation about how to fix adventure games was about 30 years ago when I still gave a shit. So I guess I'm just talking for the usual reasons, because it makes me feel clever, and if it looks like I'm working, my wife won't tell me to do the washing up. I was doing my post-CP stream of Scorn at the time of the Silent Hill announcement showcase, in which, amongst other things, the Silent Hill 2 remake by Bloober Team was announced, and what an appropriate game to be streaming while I was hearing about that. There I was in a hideous, nonsensical world where everything filled me with visceral disgust, and then I closed my browser and went back to playing Scorn. Hey! Which I'm sure was the fully expected reaction, since the last time I brought up Silent Hill on this series, it was to plead for it to be finally granted the dignity of death, and I have seen no reason to update that stance. But listen, let me say right now that my eventual opinion on the completed Silent Hill 2 remake is going to be completely fucking useless to you. What you want to do is find someone who never played the original and doesn't know the plot, and ask them what they think of it. I am nostalgia blinded all the way up the piss pipe on this. I don't want to say it couldn't possibly be good. That's kind of my point. Any speculation or expression of opinion at this stage is useless, because all we saw was pre-rendered trailers without gameplay. That is to say, bugger all, in terms of what the finished product will reflect. But there is a role I am happy to play in these situations. Hype is an insidious thing, one of the lubricants that powers the giant money machine that has ensnared all of entertainment media, and I've long considered it my duty, usually in E3 season, to counteract its influence. Ultimately, hype has nothing of substance to offer, it just pointlessly takes up headspace going, this could be good. Allow me to provide essential balance by explaining how it could just as easily be shite. First rule of counter-hyping, if they had anything that would sell the product, they would show you it. They wouldn't tease you about it. I have fond memories of the Doom Eternal E3 presentation. They sat me down, turned the computer on and said, go nuts. That's confidence. Whenever I was at those hands-off demos where we had to sit and watch a developer play, all I could think at the back of my mind was that the game probably doesn't look so good when you're not following the script. But I digress. Let's start with the big one, the Silent Hill 2 remake helmed by Bloober Team. Leaving aside the usual argument of what's the point of remaking things that were already good in the first place, one of the things that made Silent Hill 2 so hauntingly effective was that it was subtle. It was understated. It knew how to use the power of suggestion. And silence, funnily enough. And AAA games are incapable of subtle, especially ones that are exclusive to PS5. Gotta push that hardware, gotta put the money on screen. Well, not incapable of subtle, I guess. I always thought Alien Isolation was surprisingly subtle, at least until you get to the final act and 90,000 more aliens show up. But there's also the fact that Silent Hill 2's unique character also includes being a little bit janky. The voice acting was bad at times, and it didn't sync well with the mouth movements. There was a general awkwardness to the characters and animation, but all of this inadvertently helped. It lent a sense of otherworldliness that enhanced the surreal atmosphere, and that's the kind of unintentionally helpful fuck-up that's virtually impossible to replicate, especially in an environment where the dual pressures of big money publishing and being finger quotes respectful to the original is going to result in polish, polish, and more polish until every edge is sanded off. It's like how in The Strange Case of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, Jekyll is unable to recreate his original formula no matter how pure the ingredients, because there was some kind of impurity he didn't know about or count on that somehow made the whole thing work. Sometimes game development be like that. That sort of thing can't happen when you start with a fixed idea of the finished product. Okay, fine, so far these have been fairly flimsy reasons to dismiss the game, so how about this one? Fucking Bloober Team are making it. Just to repeat myself, did you play the medium? No one who ends their game with cut to black gunshot credits should be trusted to reboot anything beyond a Sinclair ZX81. The absolute best case scenario here is that they're just going to make a scene-for-scene remake like when Gus Van Sant remade Psycho in 1998, and I did kind of get that impression from the teaser. And much as Psycho 1998 did, this will provoke the question, what's the bloody point? Although I guess it can't be scene-for-scene, because they said they're going with over-the-shoulder chase cam rather than the original fixed camera perspective, and that gave me a little moment of dark laughter, because the fixed camera in the medium was the only fucking thing I praised about that game. So let's move on to the other new Silent Hill games that were announced, Silent Hill Townfall and Silent Hill F. Silent Hill fart. There's not a whole lot of counter-hype I can do on these ones because they didn't tell us anything. All we got was a logo each and some imagery. We do know that Townfall is being developed by No Code, who made Observation, a game I rather liked, even though it wasn't for everyone. So I guess that's good. Oh, and Silent Hill looks to be set in Japan, despite Silent Hill always having been a town in America, so I don't even know why they're calling it Silent Hill. Oh wait, yes I do, because people will be more likely to buy it, mystery solved. But judging by the slimness of what was shown, these games are probably both still in the very early stages of development, and as such, the games industry being what it is, I give even odds that one or both of these projects will never be fucking heard from again. Remind me how many Beyond Good and Evil 2 teaser trailers have come out over the years, but there was more than just games being announced during the stream. You can fucking well smell the desperation coming off of it at times. After years of leaving the property to rot, suddenly we're coming out and throwing as much Silent Hill at the wall as possible in the hope that something will stick. So there's new collectible figurines, fuck off, new skateboard art, fuck off slightly faster than before, and then of course we have movies. Christoph Gans, who directed the first Silent Hill movie, came out and said that since that first film had been so well received, citation needed, that he was going ahead and adapting Silent Hill 2 as well. Although to my mind he's thrown away the dream casting for James Sunderland by using up Sean Bean in the first one. Any adaptation of Silent Hill 2 provokes much the same arguments the remake provokes. How can it be the same, or as effectively inadvertently janky, etc.? But who cares, because if anything, the film production had even less to show for itself than the game teasers. All they had was some sodding concept art. That's like one stage on from coming up with the idea in your head. So with the film industry being even more what it is than the game industry is what it is, I put even longer odds on ever hearing about this again. If not, then it's probably enough years out that there's absolutely no point in devoting any brain cells to it right now. Then there's this Silent Hill Ascension thing, and I'm not sure I fully grasp the idea behind it. I think they're saying it's going to be a live-action, real-time streaming drama in which the chat gets to participate in the plot. Yeah, see, there's your first mistake, expecting an anonymous internet audience to earnestly engage with something like this, when in reality all they're going to do is quote memes and talk about willies the whole time. I would like to debate the stated claim that horror is enhanced by experiencing it with a group. I'd like to point to the multiple narrative horror franchises like Fear, Dead Space, Resident Evil that were ruined by trying to introduce a multiplayer focus. Dread, specifically the kind of dread Silent Hill trades in, is usually built through a sense of isolation. In my view, the only time horror works in a social setting is if you're trying to snog someone on a ghost train. Hopefully that's pissed on enough chips that we can all manage our expectations better. If you are going to watch the Silent Hill announcement stream, here's a fun game you can play. Take a drink every time some talking head asserts some variation of the sentiment that they're going to make something that's new and exciting while simultaneously staying respectful to the original. What a namby-pamby statement. Shades of that scene from In the Loop. It's both foreseeable and unforeseeable. I'd have preferred it if they'd said, we are not showing the slightest respect to the original. We are going to jam our hand up the original's arse and pull it inside out. Nothing is sacred. We'll spread it across the garage floor, separate all the nerves and bones and blood vessels, and then jump up and down on all the bits, and you will not recognize it when we're done. Because we're restless, passionate creatives, and that's the sort of thing restless, passionate creatives want to do. My mistake, we're not here to express any restless, creative passion, are we? We're here to make some dosh. Fine. Move along, everyone. Nothing to see here. Wake me up when you've announced the new range of Pyramid Head kitchenware. Somebody terribly clever once said that creativity is the art of hiding one's influences, and that's definitely true in the world of video games. Since the art of game design is as much about function as form, often the best thing to do is take gameplay concepts that are already proven to work and tweak them to suit current tastes. But the other job of the game designer is occasionally to take deeply established systems and try to figure out if they still serve a purpose. Sometimes ideas get entrenched and hang around long after they become obsolete. For example, the limited lives system, a holdover from the arcade tradition of relentless quarter munching that stuck around in home console games way longer than it should have done. And then there's equipable gear, probably originating in tabletop role-playing, where characters would have different weapons to fit different battlefield roles, or say something about their personality. The dwarf gets an axe, the elf gets a bow, the bard gets a Durex 3-pack. Video games have explored every possible interpretation of this concept over the years, and now I feel we're past the point where we need to ask, of certain games at least, what the fuck is it for? Specifically, I want to know what it's for in Gotham Knights, and other grindathon games of its ilk. In that game you can equip different suits, melee weapons and ranged weapons, which have different stats and defense/attack numbers reflecting their ever-increasing levels. You basically have to continually update your stuff during every between-mission visit to home base, either by finding new bat suits on defeated enemies or crafting new pieces from your seemingly endless array of currencies. Because if you don't do it, the enemy are continually leveling up to match your current level, and their defense and attack numbers keep increasing. If you aren't swapping out for weapons with equally high numbers, everyone you run up against is going to start getting very damage spongy very fast. And I want to know what the intended purpose of any of this is, because it kinda seems like all it's doing is regularly interrupting gameplay to force you to sort through a fucking Excel spreadsheet for 5 minutes. Not to the end of becoming stronger, but to retain the same level of strength relative to the enemy. Why not chuck out the whole business and just keep everyone's strength level at 1 the whole game? To get the obvious point out of the way first, none of it makes sense on a thematic level. It doesn't make sense for random Gotham City gang members to be able to tank 9,000 bat punches to the head because they're level 26 and the hero's only level 8. It doesn't make sense that one of them happened to be carrying a set of skin-tight carbon fiber bum guards exactly in Batgirl's size. Crafting your own gear at home base makes marginally more sense, but it creates the notion that our heroes are rooting through the pockets of all the unconscious thugs for loose change and Chuck E. Cheese tokens, and that feels a bit off-brand for noble defenders of the innocent. So obviously it's here to serve a gameplay purpose, but what? Okay, let me just head the doom scrollers off on their way to the comments at this point. Yes, obviously I know the real reason why it's there. It's fuel for the grind machine. The more the game can throw meaningless rewards at you for endlessly grinding out the same shit, the more likely the players will get Pavloved into addiction. And in the crucible of free-to-plays, gachas, live services, and other shit made by cunts, this gear crafting number crunching bullshit has proved one of the more effective methods. Yeah, that I understand. But that's the masks off explanation. Theoretically, the publishers have to sell this to players as well as to their shareholders, so I suppose my real question is, what is the lie in play here? What is the ostensible explanation that the marketing department would offer if you pinned them to a wall and forced them to supply one? First possibility, it's so the player can optimize their gear for the way they want to play. Well, that's 2 scoops of bullshit for a start, because there's only one way to play. In, say, Dark Souls, every weapon you equip has a different moveset, and you can decide whether to equip light armor if you want to focus on speed and agility, or heavy armor if you're more into tanking hits and parrying. That is being able to optimize your gear to fit your playstyle. That is not what Gotham Knights has. There are variant playstyles in that you can choose to craftily stealth your way through taking down a bunch of goons, or you can leap straight in and bum bounce them all to death. But gear doesn't affect that. It only affects direct combat. Every single set of Eskrima sticks Nightwing can equip acts precisely the same. The only difference is how many numbers of damage they do. There are only 2 potential builds here. Pound the dudes, or pound the dudes more times because your blunt bit of wood has a suboptimal amount of blunt bit of wood points. Later in the game, your most optimal weapons start acquiring different elemental effects like fire, or ice, or poison, but these are all functionally the same as well. A little meter goes up as you twat the enemy over and over again, and once it fills up, the enemy stop being a threat for a while, either because they're frozen or have to pause to pat out their burning pubes. It's at its most blatant in Gotham Knights, but I've played other gear equipping games where there is some situational element to the number crunching, like a weapon does plus 3% damage against robotic enemies, for example, but how do we know we're about to fight robots, or exclusively fight them? And besides, 3%? Twatting a dude 97 times doesn't feel like a fundamentally different experience to twatting them 100 times. Still feels more like distracting us with the illusion of efficiency tweaking as a way to keep us hooked on the grind. Second possibility, it's for cosmetic reasons. It's so you can dress your character up in a look that most appeals to you. That doesn't work, because we're only choosing the things we equip based on what's got the highest numbers, not whether or not we like the look of them. Okay then, so you don't control it, but it's still giving your character constant, new, exciting looks to give you a sense of how far you've come. But that's needlessly throwing away a character's visual identity. An outfit is a big part of expressing personality. You know how in A Scanner Darkly, people in disguise wear special holographic suits that are constantly cycling through different appearances in order to completely hide the wearer's identity? That's what this does. It turns a character's outfit into visual white noise, and the end result is that no personality is expressed. And Gotham Knights in particular, with its incredibly bland visual aesthetic, didn't need the additional handicap. Actually, this feeds into a separate rant I have about the difference between costumes and cosmetics. Costumes are fun. Costumes are when you play through Metroid in your underpants, or through Resident Evil 4 in Leon's police uniform, or God of War 1 with Kratos dressed up as a cow and his Blades of Chaos replaced with deadly milk cartons. It's innocent fun. It's you and the developers having a laugh together, with a fun, silly bonus once the serious playthrough's over. But then, some cock figured out they could charge for this shit, and they could charge even more if they split the costumes up into individual bits, and thus was born beyond the cosmetic in the current sense. You see it in Netherrealm fighters a lot lately, like Injustice 2 and Mortal Kombat 11. Characters end up equipped with the gloves from one outfit, the belt from another, and the hat from a third, and look an absolute shambles. And if they don't, they just look like generic white noise again, because every piece offers basically the same look. I forgot to mention Gotham Knights has cosmetic options entirely separate from the number crunching shit. Every suit you can wear has 3 alternative looks for the mask, gloves, shoes, and emblem, and they're all the fucking same. You can wear an emblem with one set of lines on it, or an emblem with a different set of lines on it. Honestly, I would have thought better of the game if they'd left this out. The notion that they included this because they thought we'd like it is more insulting than anything else. It's like trying to sell us on hooking us up to a milking machine by telling us we can customize our milking machine with one of 3 slightly different shades of blood-stained metal. But I digress. In conclusion, gear number crunching really feels like asshole Skinner box game design at its most masks off, because I can't think of any way one could argue that it improves the player's experience on a context, gameplay, or cosmetic level. The only other explanation I can think of is that the constant replacing of obsolete gear is meant to reinforce disposability culture, ensuring we continually throw away and replace everything we own in real life. Then, when the giant mass of waste plastic in the ocean becomes large enough to count as its own continent, everyone can go and live on it once the eastern seaboard collapses into the sea, assuming Jeff Bezos doesn't get there first and colonizes it to use as a tax haven. Do games have to be fun? Oh, blimey. 6 words in and already we're in the tentacles of a semantic kraken. What do we even mean by fun? For that matter, what do we mean by have to be? Nobody has to do anything. No one's holding a gun to anyone's head. No doctrines from the United Nations will place sanctions on international trading if your game isn't fun. A better question might be, if it wants to maximize broadness of appeal, positive critical response, and sales, would a game be well advised to be fun? I suppose. But broad appeal isn't always what a creator is shooting for, necessarily. The game I think of is Scorn, which met with a rather mixed critical reception from general audiences, largely because it's not fun. The combat is awkward and sticky and mostly not worth it, the environments are confusing to navigate, and everything's really gross. It's like being stuck in a giant dried out butchered horse carcass. Thing is though, I get the strong impression that that's absolutely the intended experience. It's a horror game. It's trying to invoke sensations of dread, disgust, discomfort, and lots of other words that start with D. How better to make us afraid than by making our methods of fighting back kinda shitty? Basically every survival horror game does that to one degree or another. This is why I don't like using words like fun, especially as a universal metric for video games. Scorn isn't fun, but it does succeed in what it's trying to do, i.e. gross me the fuck out. I keep saying the whole point of consuming entertainment media is to induce emotions in yourself, to explore the furthest regions of experience, at the risk of sounding like a fucking Cenobite, and it can be just as viscerally rewarding to experience fear, sadness, and anger as well as joy. So I don't say fun, I say engagement. I do feel like a game has to engage emotionally, if it wants a positive review from me at least. But then we get to the second case study that comes up in the question of do games have to be engaging, our old friend, the live service game. Because I noticed in the response to my recent video about gear grinding in AAA games and how it cannot possibly be there to enhance the experience, there were a lot of commenters saying, oh shut up you big misery guts. I like playing live service grindathons and deliberately seek them out. What do you think of that, you big games as art snob? Ooh, you'll go to bat for Scorn because it engages people in non-standard ways that you think are valid, but when Gotham Knights engages people in its own way, ooh no, that's the wrong way, that is. Double standard much? Well, I never said there's anything wrong with enjoying a grindathon game. You know what? I enjoy them as well. Playing a mindless repetitive task to keep my lizard brain occupied while my higher brain listens to podcasts and video essays about long-forgotten 90s DOS games and the people who love them is one of my favourite ways to unwind. But I wouldn't say that I was engaged by the games in this case. It's the precise opposite, really. I'm using the game to deliberately disengage my brain. Does that make it less valid? That's another semantic disaster area. What do we mean by valid? And it doesn't matter anyway. What matters is if a service is being provided that people want. And evidently that's very much the case. Millions of people buy and play grindathon AAA games. Validity be damned. I suppose my worry is that there's been a breakdown in our mutual definitions. I define video games as a means by which we can have wonderful new experiences that stimulate our hearts and minds, much like every other form of artistic expression, but it seems a lot of people have a conflicting definition of video games as just a thing you do with your hands when you're bored, like popping bubble wrap or tapping a pen on the edge of a desk. And I worry that that definition has been getting excessive focus and emphasis in the mainstream sector, to the point that a lot of people have been led to believe that it's all they should expect. I think of people who say they like live service grindathons and want to play them all the time, the way I'd think of someone who eats a bowl of Raisin Bran for every meal of every day, saying, hey, hey, I'm getting enough of the basic nutrients required to stop my body from ceasing to function, what does it matter? Obviously it's none of my business, sure, and if you are genuinely happy with that, then that's almost admirable. But I really think it would absolutely rock your world if you just, say, give Cocoa Pops a chance. Indulge me as I go on a little tangent for a while, because when we talk about whether or not games have to be fun or engaging, it's worth taking time to go over how games can engage us. And for that, let's have a refresher on one of my older game design theories, the 3 C's. Basically, there is a whole legion of methods by which games get the player invested in what's going on, and all of them can fit under one of the following 3 headings: context, challenge, or catharsis. Context refers to storytelling. If you're playing a game because you want to know what happens at the end, or learn more about the setting, or find out what's going to happen to characters you like and or relate to, then we have a game that's strong on context. Very firmly the territory of your classic adventure games, RPGs, and visual novels, but it's not just about having a story. Every game has context to a certain extent. Space Invaders doesn't have a story, but it does have context, because the things you shoot look like little alien gribblies. If they looked like adorable lambs and mewed plaintively as you shot them, it'd probably have been a very different experience. The second leg, challenge, hopefully shouldn't need too much explaining. It's what video games are all about. But it's worth noting that while the other 2 legs offer direct satisfaction of some kind, challenge is about creating satisfaction with yourself, with having the skills or the intelligence to conquer a task or puzzle. It's also about the satisfaction of putting the work in to gather resources or build yourself up from a lowly position in order to eventually triumph over adversity. So you can have the soft challenge of an RPG where you have to level up and gather equipment to make your damage numbers high enough to take on the big boss at the end, or the hard challenge of a Dark Souls or a one-on-one fighting game, where having the best stuff is less important than developing your actual thumb dexterity, reflexes, and muscle memory. Lastly, we have catharsis, the least helpfully named leg, because the other legs both offer catharsis of some kind, strictly speaking. What I mean here is everything that creates pure satisfaction on a visceral, sensory, moment-to-moment level, without offering challenge or needing context. This, friends, is the realm of popping bubble wrap. It's not very challenging to blow off a villager's head in Resident Evil 4 in a shower of chunks, and context doesn't add a whole lot to it either, but it's undeniably cathartic. See also swinging through the city in Spider-Man, or the level up effect from World of Warcraft. Sure, it's a challenge to get to that point, ostensibly, but the knowledge and effect of having grown stronger is utterly secondary to the sheer visceral joy of hearing that delightful sound and seeing that bloom of light. Don't worry, I'm getting to a point. The thing about the 3 C's is that any of the 3 can carry the experience and create something that will be remembered as an open quotes good game. Disco Elysium would be just one example of a game whose very strong showing in the context side of things more than makes up for deficiency in the other 2 legs. You can have any mixture that you like, and every now and again a tragically rare game appears that scores highly in all 3 at the same time. That'd be something like a Dark Souls or a Resident Evil 4. And the reason why I brought all this up is because I was trying to think of where a AAA gear grinder or ghost train ride from the current era sits upon the 3-leg theory, and it appears to be a case of all catharsis all the time. Grinding up the biggest numbers in endless copy-pasted combat doesn't have much context going on, and the constant predetermined action set pieces of the ghost train ride are more about empty spectacle than challenge. It feels like mainstream gaming has spent the last decade perfecting the method to refine catharsis down to its most optimal formula, until it can get you hooked with just the promise of a number going up. And as I say, it's fine to enjoy that. It's specifically designed to be enjoyed on the immediate lizard brain level. But it's still only one of the 3 legs. And it's like what I said about diversity. Your mind is like a gene pool. Without a range of experiences, it goes stagnant and inbred. And there's something about this relentless refining of just one aspect of game enjoyment that feels very exploitative and callous. It's like gaming is a lovely garden full of all kinds of flowers that appeal to lots of people in different ways, and the big money industry just marched in, uprooted all the poppies, refined them into heroin, and started dealing it to people at the entrance gate before they can get in to enjoy the rest of the garden. Yes, it's none of my business if someone else gets hooked on smack, nor can one really blame the dealers if the free market keeps demanding more smack, but don't tell me not to complain about all the used needles in the koi pond. Games industry, your mother and I are worried. We need to have a conversation about your tone. And I'm not talking about that purple eyeshadow you've been wearing to school. I feel like I've reviewed an awful lot of games with tone issues lately, so it's probably time to highlight the problem. What we mean by tone in this context is the narrative quality wherein the nuts and bolts of the presentation, i.e. visuals, audio, and dialogue, don't evoke emotions contrary to the ones intended by the story. It's why they didn't have Clint Eastwood wearing bunny ears in A Fistful of Dollars. But tonal disconnect in games is one of those things where, if I point it out in the review, the inevitable defenders in the comments will be all like, well, it didn't bother me, I don't care. And fair enough, it's not a mistake on the same level as the game controlling like dog shit, or crashing to desktop every time the main character farts. It doesn't so much ruin the game as squander its potential. I want powerful emotional narrative experiences in games, and tonal clash is the kind of thing that can really let all the air out at the last moment. Case in point, Sonic Frontiers. Start the game and you step into a washed out rainy landscape, carpeted with realistic overgrown grass that blows aside to reveal the forgotten ruins of a once great civilization. Haunting music plays and we feel exposed in an atmosphere of loneliness and sorrow. And then, scene set, we take control of our blue cartoon mouse in sneakers with eyes the size of hubcaps. Sonic the Hedgehog has been the fucking emperor of tone issues for a long time now. It didn't start with him snogging a realistic human in Sonic 2006, but that may have been the peak of the infection. Without doing any proper research, I might theorize that Shadow the Hedgehog was patient zero. Thing is though, when I pointed out that it felt tonally inconsistent to put Sonic the Hedgehog in fucking Death Stranding, the Sonic fans in the comments, who I would call, in the nicest possible spirit, a unique breed, were all like, oh, I liked the theming. I think it's good that Sonic can have a maturer, introspective atmosphere to express a more complex dramatic range. And in reply, I look at them, and then I look at Sonic, and then I look at them again. And then I hold out my hands and say, he's a fucking blue cartoon mouse in sneakers! I mean, if you don't get my point here, I don't think I can explain it to you. It's like having to explain why you shouldn't remake Children of Men with Clive Owen's character replaced with Mickey Mouse. I think Sonic's problem is the fans, frankly. If you compare Sonic to his old sparring partner Mario, Mario's still going strong because Mario has been mostly tonally consistent. Couple of blips here and there, like when we first saw the realistic humans and dinosaurs in the Mario Odyssey trailer, but I think in execution they gelled surprisingly well with Mario's general magic drug trip vibe. Mario has always been aimed squarely at the kids and continually recreates itself for a new generation of kids. Sonic's problem is that it keeps trying to cling to established fans, as they've grown up and started seeking more mature entertainment. So they add shit like dark, broody hedgehogs with guns, and bats with their tits hanging out, instead of telling them to piss off out of little Timmy's playpen and go watch documentaries with the other grown-ups. Well, that should liven up the fucking comment section. Let's talk about something else. See, one of the reasons video games in particular tend to struggle with tone is because, as well as keeping the visuals and sound and all that emotionally consistent with the story, they have the additional element of gameplay mechanics that can also affect the emotional canvas. They've got to worry about, altogether now, ludonarrative dissonance. And this is something that comes up a lot in open quotes cinematic games like your standard AAA Ghost Train ride that continue to tread the misguided path of trying to treat game storytelling like an unusually long movie where you have to hold down buttons to keep the reels turning. Let's focus on God of War Ragnarok for relevance's sake, although the issue I'm about to highlight is very common to Ghost Train rides. In God of War Ragnarok there is a fuckload of chatter dialogue. As Kratos and his entourage navigate the environment, they're constantly bantering about what they're doing and the last major plot development, or just whatever's on their mind, but they're also constantly being beset by random outbreaks of combat each time they enter one of the designated arenas on the Ghost Train rail. And these two elements frequently clash with repeated unintentional hilarity. Kratos' severed head hetero life mate Mimir will be talking about the one time he tripped on his sporran and burnt the haggis, when suddenly a bunch of screaming murderers will jump down on the party from above, and there's a hideously violent fight scene as Kratos brutally hacks them all to death while screaming and getting splattered in gore, and as the last one falls, the intense music fades and for a moment all is silent but for the shredded giblets dripping off the ceiling. And then Mimir goes, "So anyway about that haggis." Then I have another of my Sonic the Hedgehog crazy pills moments. Again, if you don't see why this comes across as ridiculous, I can't explain it to you. Kratos just murdered like 7 fucking dudes in a desperate battle for his own survival. On top of that, Kratos' entire character in the 2 recent installments has been built around him trying to escape his past as a violent monster. These characters, in this context, should not be shrugging off a pitched battle to the death like it was a brief spot of heavy traffic that made them late for a meeting. This is the time for panting and sweating and proceeding cautiously in case any more attackers lie in wait, not haggis anecdotes. As with so many of the issues with over-moneyed AAA games, this one stems from trying to be too many things at once. It wants to tell its story, but at the same time it wants to be a 60-hour extravaganza of gameplay and set pieces. As such, the plot of God of War Ragnarok is an absurdly badly paced one, with hours of padded-out gameplay between every significant story update, and because the intention is to be a story-based experience, inane chatter is used to string those moments together, with a flimsy breadcrumb trail of debates, asides, and post-match commentaries. But that obligation is forced to exist in the same space as the equivalent obligation to sprinkle in generic combat every other step, because we are still, after all, a video game. The use of combat as an all-purpose recurring gameplay challenge has always caused tone issues in any game where the protagonist isn't supposed to be a GTA or Doom 2016 style violent psychopath. That's one thing The Last of Us games have over their spiritual predecessors, the Uncharted series. At least The Last of Us 2 is consistently miserable. The quippy, swashbuckling adventure tone of the Uncharted games always felt off when combined with the literal hundreds of jobbing mercenaries Nathan Drake mercilessly guns down in pursuit of the treasures. The tendency at this point is to shrug and accept all this as an inevitability of the format, but that needn't be the case. It just requires a little more consideration of how gameplay enforces tone. Did Nathan Drake have to kill everyone stone dead, or could we have based the combat around knocking people out, with righteous fisticuffs and cleverly positioned chandeliers, tying them to trees and leaving them to shake their fists like Dastardly and Muttley? Better yet, tell stories in ways better suited to the interactive medium rather than the traditional filmic approach. Design games like Hard Space Shipbreaker or This War of Mine, where the basic nuts and bolts of the player's tasks create the intended tone directly. You know, it's possible there's always going to be potential tone problems in video games just because a player has to be in control. If they want to do roly-polies through a harrowing death scene and teabag the grieving widow at the funeral, you can't stop them. But then again, if the player wants a narrative experience and is sufficiently immersed, then they'll usually be happy to play along. At least I am. Half-Life 2 lets you retain complete control throughout its dialogue scenes, and I'd always try to be a good sport, standing in what seemed like a logical place for Gordon Freeman to stand and nodding the mouse up and down to agree with things characters said. On the first playthrough, at any rate. On all future playthroughs, I'd climb all over the furniture and try to jump onto Dr. Kleiner's head because I'm only fucking human. It's all very well doing video essays on big weighty topics like emotional tone and what it means to be fun and who our favourite persona waifu is, but with the contrarian nature of YouTube commenters, they always seem to lead to arguments. Of course games have to be fun. Of course tonal mishmash can be used for deliberate dramatic effect. Who the fuck sticks with Risei? She's basically the free sample. So for the sake of bringing us all together for the holidays, I thought for this episode it would be nice to discuss something completely inarguable. Let's talk about a universally negative thing video games persist in doing. Doing intentionally, I should clarify, a deliberate design choice that isn't a result of bugs or hardware limitations or publisher interference that absolutely everyone hates. Impossible, I hear you cry. Surely even the most egregious common design feature of video games will bring out at least one person who likes it, even if they're a weirdo who lives in a cave and really likes Sonic the Hedgehog. Well, I think I have it. It was the Callisto Protocol that made me think of it. I was gonna bring it up in the ZP review, but frankly there wasn't room to squeeze it in, alongside everything else I wanted to complain about. So fine, I thought we'll take it to extra punctuation and give it a real motherfucking airing out. You ready? Here it comes. If your game has audio logs that the player can find and collect for the purpose of scene setting and story building, just play the fucking things when we pick them up. Do not just stick them in an inventory or menu screen for us to play later at our leisure. I mean, I assume it's in some way relevant to the area or situation we're in, since we picked it up here. Why would I want to listen to it later when I've moved on to other things? But if, for some reason, you have to force the player to dig through the pause menu with a shovel, looking for the thing they just fucking picked up, do not, and that's a bigger not, do not abruptly stop playing the audio log the instant we close the menu. Just let it keep playing over gameplay. No prizes for guessing the approach Callisto Protocol takes. If that game had a motto, it'd be, if we're going to fuck up, might as well completely fuck up. But I see this so often in mainstream video games that have a collectible audio log element, and I've never met a single person who disagrees with me on this. Maybe I lack the power to nudge video gaming as a medium in line with my broader philosophies, like immersion storytelling, but if I can at least drive home this one specific issue and get it into the head of at least one high-level designer, then perhaps my whole career will have been worth it. The issue was particularly highlighted in Callisto Protocol because I was playing the PS5 version, having been very emphatically advised against the PC release, and like a lot of PS5 games, it was trying to get some use out of that stupid controller speaker. Every time someone talks to the protagonist over his radio, it comes out from between your hands, which I generally don't like because it messes with immersion. It's not supposed to be my radio, it's Jacob Lee's radio. If every other sound Jacob Lee and his equipment makes is coming from the TV, the radio should be the same. But then I found my first audio log and thought, well, maybe it's smart to play audio logs out of the controller speaker, because I'm not really listening to those in-universe, as it were. I'm doing that as a player wanting to know more about the story. And if it's coming out of a different source, it'll be easier to separate from the diegetic game audio. Turned out I needn't have worried, of course, because the logs wouldn't play over gameplay. I was expected to pop a squat on the menu screen and support my chin in my hand as my controller babbled away for 30 seconds. I did feel obliged to listen to them. I was afraid of missing some deep backstory some poor contracted bastard had put his heart into writing. So the big question for me is, why wouldn't you let us play audio logs over gameplay? Isn't that the point? To encourage us to keep playing the game, not completely kill the pace to stare at a menu for 2 minutes? I get bored very easily just listening to something. That's why when I listen to podcasts and things, I'm usually working or playing some boring cozy game in another window. A bit of flavor story would be ideal to play over the next few minutes of bumbling around the environment. It's a reasonable assumption that if we have picked up an audio log, then we are in bumble around mode. Obviously, it depends on what sort of game we're in, but if it is something like survival horror with clear incentive to search all the cupboards for health drinks and shit, then I could pick up any visible audio logs first and then listen to it while I ransack the rest of the furniture in the room. A no-brainer, surely. But I see all you contrarians getting ready to pounce with your, no, having to sit on a menu listening to audio logs like a stupid toad on a spoon is good, actually, arguments. Why don't I save you the trouble? Oh, what if you get into combat or some other thrilling gameplay event while the audio log's still playing? What if you do? Keep playing the audio log. Your average combat loop engages a different part of your brain to your speech center. I often pick things like boomer shooters or other repetitive violent games for my cozy podcast listening sessions. I don't expect letting the narrator drown out a few random barks, grunts of pain, or chunky head exploding sound effects will severely taint the experience. Oh, what if the audio log drowns out some game dialogue? Could happen. What, like banter? Like the banter discussed in our previous episode that games like God of War indulge. Constant, useless reiterating of whatever the last story event was for the sake of having dialogue constantly dribbling through our ear pipes. Yeah, I doubt missing out on any of that will leave my life hanging in ruins, thanks. Pause all banter until the log's finished playing, if it's that important to you. Oh, not necessarily banter, Yahtzee, important story dialogue too. What if you blunder into one of those seamless cutscenes games like so much these days, and some vital character moment starts happening while your audio log is prattling away? What if you'd been watching the love scene from Prince of Persia Sands of Time and had to listen to someone meandering about pomegranates while the hero was going in for the big snog? Alright, legitimate point. To be honest, I'd probably have hated it less than being forced to stay on a menu to listen to it, but fine. Couple of things you could do. You could pause the audio log while the important scene happens, although it might be a bit of a mental lurch if it automatically resumes when the scene's over, so maybe just stop it altogether, or remix the audio so the log becomes quieter than the important dialogue. If we're that interested, we could always play the audio log again. But frankly, my first thought when faced with the problem of the audio log playing over something important scenario is, so fucking what? Why should you, the designer, care? I'm not going to hold it against you. I was the one who started playing the audio log. I accept the consequences for my own actions. Because like I've said, the best game experiences feel like a coalition between the player and the designer. Don't stress out about us not having the full experience you intended. We know how to have our own fun. In any case, getting attacked by enemies while we're listening to a log sounds like emergent gameplay to me. I thought it was safe to sit in a corner and listen to a podcast, but whoops, turns out it wasn't. That's a classic nugget of risk-reward game design right there. Brings to mind how you could play games on your PDA in System Shock 2. So you'd be playing Minesweeper on a window on the left side of the screen while keeping one eye on the gloomy, silent corridor you're standing in case a shotgun dude lurches around the corner. More games should do that. Stick in a little optional mini-game to fiddle about with on a whim. You know how stealth games can involve a lot of crouching behind cover waiting for a patrolling guard to turn around? That'd be a perfect moment to dig out the old communication device and do today's Wordle. At this time of year, when we're all being brought together by familial obligation, cold weather, and being too full of pudding to move, my thoughts turn to the cozy subject of romance. Specifically, romance in video games. I'm a bit of a sucker for a good romance plot. I probably don't give off that impression in Zero Punctuation, since all I talk about is core gameplay loops and willies, but that's because romance comes up so infrequently in video game plots. At least good romances don't. The standard romantic subplot for a while was your basic action movie model. Big muscly hero saves the day, then puts his mouth on basically the only female character in the plot. In marginally more enlightened times, if romance came up, it was in the form of some pedestal-mounted perfect waifu who dies either before or during the plot to motivate the broody hero. And isn't it funny that that could equally describe Silent Hill 2 or Final Fantasy 7? In more recent times, a lot of games seem loath to even touch upon romance at all. I think a lot of AAA game stories in the modern era take themselves too seriously, and there's a sense that romance somehow cheapens the experience. Which it does, if it's crap, but then so does anything. I partly blame the preponderance of the stoic hero archetype who refuses to be distracted from their goal or show even a moment of human weakness. I've implied before it's a strike against characters like Aloy from Horizon that you couldn't imagine them go cruising for some action on a Saturday night. Then you have the harem-style romance element in games like Mass Effect, Persona, and Stardew Valley, which never feels authentic because it revolves around every eligible character in the game somehow falling for a complete blank slate. In your average gamified romance system, you can get off with basically anyone you badger for long enough, and you'd think a more rounded love interest character would have preferences of their own. Let me give my criteria for what I consider a good love story. First of all, both participants have to be well-realized characters with distinct histories, personalities, flaws, and motivations of their own. No token cardboard cutouts, no idealized waifu figures on pedestals. Secondly, there has to be a genuine chemistry between them that comes across in their interactions. Their dialogue over the course of the story should be what joins the dots between the initial mutual indifference and the ultimate outcome. No dude and lady snogging for no real reason other than that they were standing next to each other at the end. Thirdly, the love story has to be an integral part of the plot. The ups and downs of the romance should be driving important character arcs and events. It can't be incidental or a reward either participant is receiving for having completed other unrelated goals. And lastly, the romance should be fraught. It can't just be a straight case of two people realizing they're in love, snog, cut to credits. It's not interesting if you don't throw some complications in the mix. It might sound like a tall order, but there's at least one video game I know of that does all of this, which I've long considered my favourite romance in game storytelling. I referenced it briefly in the last episode, actually, and knowing the way the Escapist designs thumbnails, you probably already guessed what it is. Yes, it's the love story from Prince of Persia: The Sands of Time, between the titular prince and his main support NPC, Farah, fallen princess of a kingdom conquered by the prince's dad. Already a bloody good game, all story aside, the romance is what pushes it to all-time favourite status for me. It's got what I'd consider the most genuinely erotic love scene in video games. Not that there's much competition. The bit in Indigo Prophecy where you have to flick the analog stick while a pair of heaving buttocks glimmer in the moonlight can't really compare. I'm going to go into detail, so have a token spoiler warning. That was it. Do play it if you have the means to, but I'd forgive you if you couldn't get past the crunchy PS2 era audio and kinda shitty combat. Anyway, I specified that both participants need to be well characterized, and they are. Farah is an intelligent, dignified noblewoman whose sheltered, privileged upbringing has left her lacking practical skills and a little bit naive. The prince, meanwhile, is a legendary warrior with practical skills for days, but is held back by the fact that he is, without mincing words, an entitled, arrogant bellend. When the prince's ego stroked into unleashing the sands of time upon the kingdom, turning everyone except him and Farah into mindless monsters, the two are forced to work together to travel across the city and unite a couple of magical MacGuffins. The chemistry's there straight away, because this is the princess of a fallen kingdom forced to ally with a dude who was pretty central to how it got fallen in the first place, which to her credit she gets over surprisingly quick when the greater good is at stake. The strife between them is rooted in her being reliant on his skills while being obviously smarter and more level-headed, and him instinctively flinching at being bossed around by a lady. She gets snarky at him, he gets sulky straight back. The moment he's alone, he starts muttering to himself about how she needs to toe the line like a proper woman, coming across the whole time as an absolute prized tit, and it's both hilarious and endearingly pathetic. This is what I mean by having a character arc. You've got to overcome your flaws, and by crikey does the prince have flaws. He's exactly the kind of pillock that you can tell no one ever said no to, because if he wanted he could somersault over them and split them in half lengthways with a scimitar. As for the romance being fraught, that's my favourite part of it. The point when they realise they're in love is nowhere near the end of things. The prince twigs to it about halfway through, when he wakes up to Farah confessing her love while she thinks he's unconscious. Very often in fiction, showing a character is capable of love or being loved is used to, in some way, redeem them. And I adore that in this case, it does absolutely nothing to redeem the prince. In his next few solo monologues, he jumps straight to deciding he's going to marry her. Her own ideas be damned, which will be just the thing to tame her insolence. Not that Farah is entirely free of blame. There's a bit where she tries to win the prince over by reading him some love poetry she found while he's trying to somersault his way around a library, which makes me think that she's got her own skewed, slightly naive ideas of romance. It's another thing that makes this romance exceptional. They're both on equal footing and banging their corresponding personality flaws together, when in most video game love stories the romance object has no flaws and the onus is on the protagonist to prove themselves worthy of them. But just as the prince has decided to propose marriage the next time they talk, a monkey wrench is thrown into his plans when he has a sans-induced vision of the future showing Farah appearing to betray him, and that sends the entire courtship off the rails, and his confusion and sense of betrayal leads to a wrong decision at a crucial moment and ultimately tragedy, at which point all the prince's insecure bellendiness disappears in the face of what was truly important. At the very end of the game, magical MacGuffin malarkey ends with the prince reversing time to before Farah's kingdom is invaded, giving him the chance to run to her palace and expose the evil vizier who sets things in motion. But the prince's attempt to rekindle the romance is rebuffed for the obvious reason that Farah is now a stranger, who had none of the character growth of the Farah from the original timeline. And so we end on a hauntingly bittersweet note, with everyone alive and safe, but with a wiser, more melancholy prince forced to be tormented by memories of a lost love that no one else remembers, over which he'll no doubt be spanking himself raw for decades. Although the actual tragedy is that they made sequels. Always a tricky proposition when the initial story is tied up with such a wonderfully neat bow. Having said that, Prince of Persia Warrior Within and Prince of Persia Two Thrones aren't bad games at all. They managed to fix what made the combat in the first game shitty, and I think if you could somehow merge the three games together, you'd have as near to perfection as you'll ever get in this cold world. But the sequels just can't match the first game's story, especially not the romantic element. They bring Farah back for Two Thrones, and you can tell they're trying to reawaken the chemistry from the first game, but they just don't have the writing chops anymore. And they turn Farah into a stock, humorless action girl with no flaws, who nonetheless gets damsel in distress for the final boss. Oh, and the less said about Warrior Within, the better. The decision was made for that one to take the steamy Arabian Nights vibe of the first game in a dark, edgy, very early 2000s-y sort of direction, and there wasn't a whole lot of romance in it. My Chemical Romance, maybe. I've bullied point-and-click adventure games in this space a few times, and partly that's because I think they're a bit primitive, design-wise, a bit under-evolved, picking up stuff and sticking them in stuff, but I acknowledge them as an important part of the DNA of more advanced game design, the same way I can appreciate that mankind evolved from apes without wanting to meet one in a zoo and try to get a conversation going. If one were inclined to map out a family tree for video game genres, point-and-click adventure would be pretty high up, and have a bunch of lines linking to action-adventure, survival horror, walking sim, basically anything with dialogue trees, and there'd also be a link to one specific offshoot that I'm particularly fond of, and that's detective games. There are any number of wildly different games that one could argue are detective games, from Tex Murphy to L.A. Noire to Jack the Ripper on the Commodore 64, but the way I define them is that they're a lot like classic adventure games, except instead of hunting around for inventory items to combine until you can unlock the door that leads out of the escape room, you instead hunt around for pieces of information that you combine to help deduce a sequence of events in order to unlock the door of your own intelligence. It's like inventory puzzles, but the items are facts and the inventory is your big clever brain. This is usually applied in gameplay in the form of some kind of quiz. Maybe there'll be a little form where you have to put the correct answers in, or you have to pick the correct answer from a few dialogue options. And when I put it like that, it sounds a bit lame, doesn't it? Like a school comprehension test. But it can be done well, and it can be done very badly. Done well, it's that rare thing in games, an actual test of logic and reasoning skills, and I relish the feeling of cleverness that comes from solving it. Done poorly, it's just another kind of game that lets you mindlessly brute force through it like a room full of space monsters with guns. So what's a good detective game? Return of the Obra Dinn. Oh, thank God. I've gone almost 2 hours without praising Return of the Obra Dinn. I doubt I could have held it in much longer. Lucas Pope's wonderful maritime mystery where the central gameplay task is to fill out an insurance form. But I love that about it. I love that it front-loads the mechanics of the puzzle and pieces out the story in little nuggets for you to mentally piece together in the background. It illustrates that detective games are really good for storytelling because their function basically demands that the player pay attention to every slightest detail, so the story can be absorbing in spite of being told through single moments playing out without context in random order. It's the simplicity I admire. It tells you just enough to let you fill in the rest of the blanks, which is in stark contrast to what I'm about to cite as a bad example of a detective game, L.A. Noire, just about the only example of a detective game in the modern era of the AAA space. L.A. Noire had the typical AAA problem in that its main objective was to be spectacular and make sure the player saw the spectacular bits, so its cases focused on cinematic moments, and players were somewhat handheld through the information gathering. In the crime scenes, the main character would walk straight past 50 cigarette butts to zero in on the one relevant one. The focus was more on interrogating characters and picking on them if they looked like they were lying, and the problem with that was, they always did, because they were acting. So in fact you were going on how badly they were acting at any given moment. And even if you did fuck up all the interrogations, the game would find a way to railroad you to a climax anyway, because it'd be a shame if you missed something they'd worked so hard on. In the end, L.A. Noire's cases didn't make me feel clever, because success seemed to hinge more on correctly guessing when to believe and when to doubt, rather than how well you'd interpreted the facts. See, the key to making a detective game fun to puzzle out is that you have to give the player as many opportunities as possible to be wrong. If you steer them through finding the clues and give away the answer anyway, then they can never be wrong. If you give them 3 dialogue options to pick from, then it's pretty easily brute forced. Meanwhile, Obra Dinn has you fill in multiple blanks that all have multiple possible entries, and there could be hundreds if not thousands of wrong combinations, and you can't brute force that. Your only recourse is to actually be smart enough to figure it out. If detective games have a weakness, it's replayability, or complete lack of same. The full impact of the aha moment of deducing the truth behind a mystery or logic puzzle absolutely cannot be had more than once if the answer never changes. You could try replaying it after you've waited long enough to forget everything, helping the process along with alcohol and head injuries, or get someone else to play it for the first time and try to vicariously live through them, giving cheeky hints every time they look stuck. But there is another way to make detective games replayable that I've observed in more than one game in recent years. 2 games. I've observed it in 2 games, which you'll grant me is more than one. It's something I've decided to call the Choices Matter detective game. How it works is, there's a mystery, there's multiple possible solutions, and the game just never tells you which one's correct. This happens in Pentiment, Obsidian's medieval multiple murder mystery, where there are several suspects, any of whom could have done it, and you're never told which, if any, was the actual one. Similar thing happens in Sherlock Holmes Chapter 1 by Frogwares. Every case has 2 possible interpretations of the facts. You pick one, and the game goes, that certainly is a plausible explanation. Well, see you later. Honestly, I don't know how to feel about this. On the one hand, yes, the reason why games like Obra Dinn aren't very replayable is because at the end the case is closed and you can stop thinking about it, and if the game doesn't close the case properly, then theoretically you can keep thinking about it. You can agonize over whether or not you made the right decision, and it's very much in line with my philosophy that interactive narrative helps us explore new, hitherto unknown ways of appreciating story. Does a murder mystery have to end with the mystery being answered? That's a perfectly valid question to ask in this brave new world. But then again, yes it bloody well does is also a perfectly valid answer to that question. Without the reveal at the end, how am I going to feel clever for figuring it out? Which is, as established earlier, the whole reason I like playing detective games. Sure, maybe I shouldn't have made assumptions. Pentiment isn't really setting out to be a detective puzzle game, it's more an exploration of setting and characters, but then again, can I really be blamed for going into a game centrally about a murder investigation with the expectation that I will get to solve a murder investigation? So the problem of making repeating gameplay that can continually create the aha moment of solving a mystery remains. Could one procedurally generate a detective puzzler? I attempted something like that in my Lovecrafty roguelike game The Consuming Shadow, which I increasingly feel I should remake at some point with less dogshit graphics, in which you had to deduce the identity of a Lovecraftian god by collecting clues from dungeons. But that was less about clever thinking as it was about eliminating possibilities until only one remained. Like those logic puzzles that go, Mary, Bob, Steve and Alice are standing in a line. If Mary is on one of the ends and Bob is not standing next to a woman, how old is Alice's cat? Not really the same thing. I suppose the only recourse left is to just hope they bring out another one. I mean, you watch an episode of Jonathan Creek and it's not so bad that the mystery's been solved now, because you could always watch another episode of Jonathan Creek you haven't seen yet. Kicking the can down the road perhaps, but you know what? If Lucas Pope put out a new game every year that had the exact same puzzle structure as Obra Dinn, but a different story and setting and mystery, I'd definitely subscribe to that service. I mean, the New York Times gets away with putting out a new crossword every day without mixing up the gameplay mechanics. So I've been playing Forspoken lately. Well, I've been tolerating Forspoken lately. Playing feels like far too jovial a word to apply to anything one does with that game. And there seems to have been a pushback against it from the internet hive mind for being quippy. There was that one brief clip that got around Twitter in which the protagonist has a little quippy conversation with their support character, and everyone agreed that it was about as funny and endearing as a beloved pet being flattened by a UPS truck. And I don't think it'd be overstepping the mark to say that this is part of a rising antagonism from audiences towards the general use of quippy, light-hearted dialogue in mainstream video games and movies. As for me, I like comedy dialogue. I'm fully in favour of it. I wish these games actually fucking had any. For you see, quipping is not comedy. Games like Forspoken and Uncharted and Borderlands, as well as basically every superhero movie these days, are saturated in dialogue you could call quippy, possibly even facetious, but you couldn't call it funny. Allow me to illustrate the difference. I object to all this sex on television. I mean, I keep falling off. That's funny dialogue, that's comedy, that's an actual joke. In contrast, saying, "Oh great," when something not great is going on, or saying, "that just happened," after something happens, is not comedy. It's just a character being facetious. Sarcasm may have been upgraded to the second lowest form of wit after pop culture references, but it's still not very funny. And neither is talking too much while we're at it. Writers of games like Borderlands and Guardians of the Galaxy, lumped with the task of ensuring that characters constantly stream dialogue lest the drooling morons in the player base get distracted by passing butterflies, seem to be of the opinion that if you just keep uselessly talking, then comedy will eventually occur, by the infinite monkeys principle, in direct opposition to the old orthodoxy that brevity is the soul of wit. So characters incessantly over-clarify and bicker and make things awkward and then talk about the fact that they've just made things awkward. Facetious dialogue is not jokes. Well, tell a lie, it's one joke playing out over and over again. Someone in a dangerous situation is talking like they are not in a dangerous situation. Expectations defied, guffaw, oh it is to laugh. But the usual effect of a character being sarcastic or facetiously oversharing in an otherwise po-faced setting is that character comes across like an absolute smarmy ponce. Speaking of absolute smarmy ponces, this specific mixture of sarcasm and facetiousness is often referred to as Whedon-esque dialogue, named after... hang on a second while I get my 10-foot barge pole out. Joss Whedon, who pioneered it in popular TV shows like Buffy the Vampire Slayer and Firefly, before failing upwards into adding his fetid stink to movies like Marvel's Avengers and Justice League, said the bitter internet humorist without a fraction of the man's success. But I don't think it's fair to lay the ubiquity of quippy dialogue at one man's feet. Joss Whedon wasn't personally going to people's houses with a broom, shoving them out the door and down the road to the cinema. The audience gets the media it deserves, and apparently something about Whedon-esque writing appealed to a wide audience. As for why, I'm no sociologist, so I can only speculate. The key element of Whedon-esque writing is that characters come across as disaffected, so they can keep making smarmy quips while terrible shit's going down. And perhaps, as we neared the end of the 20th century and a new generation became increasingly aware that the world they were inheriting was coming apart at the seams, and there was bugger all they could do about it, there was a collective loss of hope and increase in cynicism that resonated well with disaffection. And maybe the tide's now turning against it, because in recent years we're seeing exactly what happens when everyone stops giving a shit for too long. The world falls into the hands of the people who do give a shit, which is to say, psychotics. Personally, I never liked Buffy the Vampire Slayer dialogue, and still don't, for the two above-mentioned reasons, because it isn't fucking funny and it turns every character into a smarmy ponce. And if on top of being a smarmy ponce, they're also portrayed as extremely capable and without clear flaws, as is almost always the case in video games because gameplay demands the player continually succeed at the challenges presented, then they come across as even more intolerably smug. Bruce Campbell in Army of Darkness gets away with being facetious and overconfident because he also constantly fucks up. You're supposed to think he's an idiot, and that's why Forspoken's main character is obnoxious, even though they ripped off the entire fucking plot of Army of Darkness. But my stance that having characters constantly being facetious is a poor substitute for actual sodding jokes was tested recently when I gave a somewhat positive review to High on Life, the comedic first-person shooter helmed by, oh blimey, my 10-foot barge pole is getting a lot of use today, Justin Roiland, creator of Rick and Morty, which certainly is a game where characters talk too much, and I think a lot of people were expecting me to take it to task for that. But I actually did find it funny. Sorry, even though on the surface it's doing everything I've just been railing against. Characters just talk constantly and facetiously instead of delivering actual jokes. So why does it work for me? Well, on one level at least, the jabbering in High on Life doesn't make the characters feel smarmy, because I don't think we're supposed to think that they're competent or dry cool badasses. Most of it is weirdos talking out of a lack of social awareness or anxious desire to fill silence. And more importantly, it's not really quippy. It doesn't come across as trying too hard to sound clever. In something like Borderlands, all the dialogue is quippy and try hard. You blow a dude up and someone goes, looks like somebody's got a case of the Mondays, quippity quip quip cue card quip. Meanwhile, you blow someone up in High on Life and your gun goes, oh fuck yeah, we blew them up, did you see that? That was fucking sweet. It's the more naturalistic approach that appeals, I suppose. There's no joke in the line in itself, but it's funny because it adds a punctuation mark to the already amusing spectacle of blowing up a dude. See, when you're shooting for straight comedy game, then ideally the comedy should infuse everything, not just the dialogue. The story should be absurd and the characters should look funny, and blowing them up should send their ragdolls sailing through the air like Team Rocket blasting off again. And when that happens, a smug, overwritten quip is more likely to deflate the comedy energy than anything, especially if you've heard it 3 times already this fight scene alone. In brief, there's something about the combination of elaborate high-concept sci-fi, explosive violence, and fourth wall-breaking naturalistic dialogue between flawed characters that works for me. And there it is, there's the problem. It works for me. The risk of comedy is that it's inherently subjective, which limits its audience. You can try to be as broadly funny as possible with slapstick and knob gags, or you can work your balls off to supply a never-ending stream of finely crafted wit like the Portal games, but if you're anywhere between those two extremes, your humour is probably going to gel with some people and bounce right off of others. I think High on Life and Saints Row 4 are funny comedies, and I've been disagreed with on that. I think Sunset Overdrive's attempt at comedy was about as appealing as biting down upon the side of a broken wine glass, and I've been disagreed with on that as well. The fact that High on Life is shooting to be a straight comedy game, rather than just another generic game with facetious dialogue, makes it something to be celebrated if you ask me. These days, the profit-obsessed uber-mainstream media like theatrical movies and AAA video games rarely shoot for the comedy standards of, say, The Naked Gun or Monty Python movies, which were constant streams of beautifully crafted gags, because the subjectivity of comedy means they can't appeal to a broad enough audience. Plus, more importantly, comedy is hard and requires mastery, and it's a lot easier and cheaper to just go through the script adding sarcasm quotes to every other line. So these days you only see comedy in the cinema when superheroes quip at each other, because it's just another ingredient thrown into the schizophrenic morass of the modern blockbuster, because we can never have too many fucking action-adventure comedies, can we? Where the action can't be too violent, and the adventure can't be too exotic, and the comedy can't be too funny. Everyone can only have plain oatmeal now, because some people don't like the apple cinnamon kind. Well, I like the apple cinnamon kind, especially when it's hot enough to cause first-degree burns and being introduced carelessly to Joss Whedon's underpants. So, the Dead Space remake came out recently to calmly and matter-of-factly condemn the Callisto Protocol to the dustbin of memory forever, and the big question was whether it was a full ground-up remake along the lines of the RE2 make or Black Mesa, or merely a remaster, a copy-paste of the assets with a quick squirt of HD Mr. Sheen. The truth lay somewhere in the middle. It's mostly the same layout, spruced up, but with a number of significant design choices tweaked to be more in line with modern sensibilities. Most notably, the main character Isaac Clarke actually talks now, and isn't a silent protagonist. And that made me wonder, is gaming culturally moving away from the concept of the silent protagonist? I've certainly observed that the trend in AAA realms has lent more towards constant verbal diarrhea lately, so is the silent protagonist a thing of vanishing relevance in modern times? To answer that, we should consider how they came about as a cliché and what purpose they may still serve. Well, it's fairly easy to answer how they came about, because they were the default at first. Speech and dialogue required precious memory that early games couldn't spare, and frequently dialogue wasn't even necessary for the gameplay, as was the case with almost all of Nintendo's properties, your Mario and your Link and your Samus Aran. Silent protagonists only became a quote-unquote thing when video games reached the point of being perfectly capable of giving speech to the main character, but chose not to for stylistic reasons. The Nintendo characters mostly remained silent after the dawn of CD audio, probably because they had been established as silent in the old days, and whenever they did try to give them voices, it always felt a bit iffy. Reference the Zelda CDI games, and Metroid Other M, although feeling iffy was the least of those games' problems. So disregarding legacy characters who were silent before being silent was cool, what was the first case of an Isaac Clarke type mute who didn't speak despite existing in a world where they should by rights have been perfectly capable of speech? Well, Wikipedia seems to think Myst was the first notable example of the silent protagonist in the age of speech, and fair enough, there are multiple characters in the game that talk to you in full-on voiced FMV cutscenes, and your dude just mutely boggles at them the whole time. Myst was following the grand tradition of PC adventure games that was always the case in stuff like Infocom's classic text adventures, where the protagonist is an almost complete cipher, into which we are expected to utterly project ourselves. Don't dwell on the protagonist of Myst, because the protagonist of Myst is literally you, the player, and giving them any kind of face or voice would have destroyed that effect. I always wondered if the game expected me to supply my side of the dialogue at home. You know, wait till the dude stops talking and then ask pointed questions like, why are you in a book? So silent protagonist acting as complete audience stand-in is understandable, but before long a new kind of silent protagonist appeared, one that we weren't intended to fully project ourselves onto because they had characterization and a face. The Doom Marine, for example. Not only is it hard for the players to identify with a half-crazed, monster-destroying force of nature with the ability to run at roughly the land speed record and a gun inexplicably extruding from the middle of their chest, they flat out put the face of the dude smack in the middle of the health bar, so he can scowl at you if you even think about projecting yourself onto him. But in that case, the Doom Marine was a lone survivor behind enemy lines. There was no one for him to talk to, and not much reason for him to talk, as it would give away his position for one thing. Not that any of that ever stopped Duke Nukem. I want to say that the concept of the silent protagonist who is established as a specific character with a face and living in a world where other characters talk and interact with them and it would make sense for them to reply was championed by good old Gordon Freeman in the original Half-Life. With Half-Life setting the bar for consistent narrative in first-person shooters, we found ourselves forced to wonder how someone incapable of basic social interaction managed to earn a PhD and land a job doing top-level science in a government facility. personality. Actually, in the original Half-Life and its spin-offs, there was a question mark hanging over whether or not the protagonist was speaking. There's a moment in Half-Life Blue Shift where a character directly questions the protagonist, then pauses, then reacts like he got an answer. So maybe Gordon wasn't a literal in-universe mute and we just couldn't hear his voice for some stylistic reason or other. Besides, when every other person in the game is a generic scientist or guard and none of them have any individuality, there's a clear de-emphasis on characterization that makes Gordon's absent personality stick out less. All of which went out the window when Half-Life 2 came along. Suddenly the generic copy-pasted scientists were replaced by specific characters with distinct personalities who were constantly jawing it up with each other and gushing at how impressed they are by Gordon and his wordless nobility. And now we knew Gordon literally wasn't talking because Alex Vance lampshades it. Man of few words, aren't you? So what purpose did it serve for Gordon to maintain stubborn silence at this point? Well, I'm reminded of the classic quip, better to stay quiet and be thought an idiot than to open your mouth and remove all doubt. While you can't fully project yourself into Gordon, you can project your own idea of what his personality is like. If he said anything, that might shatter our illusions, especially if he said something cringy like when JC Denton goes, "A bomb!" in Deus Ex. Except, you know what? No, that is complete bollocks. That's just an excuse for lazy writing. It's like saying Jason Voorhees wears a mask the whole time in case people want to imagine he looks like Ryan Reynolds. Because in Half-Life 2, Gordon does have a personality. It's a personality by omission that you pick up from the reactions of people around him. And that personality is a stubborn antisocial dickweed who can't even do the common courtesy of responding to people who are talking to him. And this distracts from the story. It creates dissonance between the way other characters seem to perceive Freeman and the way he acts like a sullen teenager at a wedding. You wonder how Dr. Kleiner can keep talking at him with such enthusiasm in the face of absolutely zero feedback or acknowledgement. You wonder what Alex Vance and the rest of the human resistance are seeing when they hold him up as a messianic figure of devotion. If anything, it feels like Gordon's muteness in Half-Life 2 onwards is used as a self-effacing nostalgic gag, poking fun at the way we used to do things. Same energy as the bit in Jak and Daxter 2 when the previously mute protagonist suddenly reveals a voice, or the bit in Saints Row 2 when fun is poked at how the boss was silent in the previous game and now talks for no established reason, or the bit in GTA San Andreas when the silent protagonist of GTA 3 is brought out for everyone to mock, all of which was part of a pattern of games turning on silent protagonism as it became more of a distraction than something plot justifiable, and enough time has passed now that even as a gag it no longer lands. So can it still serve any purpose? Well, I can think of a couple of justifications for it in a modern context. In a first-person shooter with particularly hectic action and many jabbering NPCs, layering on another disembodied voice would probably only be more confusing. So it makes sense in something like Call of Duty 4 or High on Life. And also relating to High on Life, it makes sense in comedy games where the plot is focused on the NPCs and their dialogue, and the silent protagonist is playing the part of the straight man. So it still works in the Portal games. And possibly also the Ghostbusters game adaptation from 2009. I think the protagonist of that game was struck dumb with astonishment that they'd somehow gotten all 4 original actors to agree to be in it. So in summary, I guess I entirely support Dead Space's decision to let Isaac Clarke out of the personality closet, because there really was no justification for it in the first place. Certainly not in a narrative, third-person game with a completely non-comedic tone, where NPCs were frequently talking at him, and he could have been saying important things in reply, like, "Why do I always have to be the one going into monster-haunted territory by myself, while you all hoard the snacks in the monitoring room? And do you have any Febreze? I've tanked 37 jump scares this morning, and my spacesuit trousers are starting to smell like a sewage worker's armpit." I am basically the same age as commercial home video gaming. I grew up alongside it. I track the phases of my life by what games platform I was using at the time. Philips Video Pack, Commodore 64, Sega Master System, Amiga 600, Amiga CETA32, PS1, PC Gaming, GameCube, PS2, and after that I became a professional game critic, so all of them. The point is, I've been around a long time, and I've seen a lot of trends come and go, because this is still a comparatively young medium where the fundamental aspects of creation are still in a state of flux. I mean, the movie watching experience basically plateaued once they figured out color and sound. Game designers are still discovering new ways to explore interactive narrative. In the last few years, I've heard a lot of negative doomsaying, partly from myself, I'll admit, about the way money has infected the games industry, and that creativity is dead, and that the only things the big studios make or give any attention to now are loot box-infested live services, gear-grinding Skinnerbox games, and ghost train rides with the same token hacked-out combat and RPG systems. Well, first of all, do you really think this is the first time money has infected the way way games are made. This is just the nature of all things. Wherever stuff can be exchanged for money, there will be people trying to maximize the amount of money while minimizing the necessary amount of stuff or stuff-related effort. I mean, this is the whole reason video games crashed in the 80s. It wasn't just ET's fault. It was publishers hacking out too many inferior rip-offs than the market could sustain in pursuit of the easy buck. And the most important thing to take away is that the industry did crash, because that's what happens when you try to sustain an unsustainable business model. Funny that, and the current state of AAA gaming is just the latest trend in unsustainable get-rich-quick scheming that's going to crash just as surely, if not quite as dramatically. Now video games are a lot more widespread over a firmer foundation than they were in ET's day. The live service model was the reliable earner for a while, but it is currently dying, if not already dead. It was admittedly a much more cunning and longer-lasting money-making scheme than Atari's idea, to release 9,000 Pac-Man rip-offs, a game players could theoretically play infinitely, and in the case of those wonderful whales with more money than sense they all hope to suck in, pay for infinitely. Hard to go wrong with an infinite money generator, except of course that it did, for the usual reason, because in capitalism infinite money is not enough. There must also be infinite growth. There must always be more infinite money than there was last quarter, and capitalist corporations, ruled over as they are essentially by giant bureaucracy machines, lack the benefit that you and I possess, an actual human brain that can point out when things don't make any fucking sense. Any passing 6-year-old or vaguely sentient dog could have explained to these publishers that when you have a game whose entire business model hinges around rewiring people's brains so they want to play 8 hours a day, the market can't sustain more than a few of those. You can't ask audiences to devote all of their free time times 2. And yet, when the live services started enjoying success, rival publishers were not content to simply snap their fingers in frustration and go, gosh, wish we'd thought of that. No, those guys are making money, therefore we must do exactly what they're doing and then we will make the same money. That's how bureaucracy thinks. So everyone had their own live service and kept announcing new live services because there must always be more, and now we're seeing them all getting deserted and having their plugs pulled one by one like the coma ward at a financially insolvent hospital. And this could have been very easily predicted by noting that the average user cannot be expected to log in daily to 9 different games and put in a few hours of grind with each one, especially when they all offer very similar gameplay experiences because you've got to rip off whatever the popular games do, otherwise there's no guarantee you'd make the same money. But as well as being predictable, this was all very clearly precedented, because exactly the same thing happened with MMORPGs. About 10-15 years ago, World of Warcraft was ruling the roost. MMOs stumbled along for a while through the Ultima Online and EverQuest years, but it was World of Warcraft that perfected the formula, combining a rich world that was approachable to newbies and had a robust endgame. And when it was noted that it was bringing in the dosh like a dockside brothel, everyone wanted a piece of that pie. One by one, rival companies brought out rival MMOs, and one by one, World of Warcraft killed them, stone dead. Star Wars Galaxies, The Matrix Online, Age of Conan, Tabula Rasa, Firefall, Warhammer Online, City of Heroes, Hellgate London. One can only wince at the carnage, and some of these were perfectly fine games. I remember rather enjoying my time with Firefall when I reviewed it for ZP, but it didn't matter because the success of these games hinged on clawing the target audience away from World of Warcraft, and sooner or later they all drifted back because World of Warcraft was where all their stuff was. They'd spent months, years entrenching themselves and building up their investment in WoW. Why on earth would they want to start from scratch in a game that wasn't as good? And didn't have as many players because they were all going back to WoW too. It happened then, and it's happened again with live services. A few will remain to keep the dieharders occupied, and everyone else must return sulkily to the drawing board. It's a cycle. It's a cycle of publishers trying to get infinite gameplay to work as a model, because in theory it's infinite money, and ultimately collapsing. Similar thing happened in the mid-90s when Quake multiplayer was popular. They put out games like Quake 3 Arena and Unreal Tournament with no single-player mode, and tried to convince us that we didn't really want single-player games, we wanted the thing that made them more money. Joke was on them, because the late 90s and early 2000s were a fucking golden age for PC single-player first-person games, and that's why I feel less concerned about the current swamp of live services and gear grinders, because the signs are there that the cycle is moving on. For one, the public response every time publishers try to hype a new upcoming live service or gear grinder. Did you see the gameplay reveal for the new Suicide Squad, when the developers proudly revealed motherfucking gear scores and the usual really off-putting multi-tab pause menu these games always have, which never failed to remind me of the way Las Vegas architects deliberately designed casinos to be really confusing to navigate? You could practically hear a wet glooping sound as the entirety of social media rolled its eyes in unison. For 2, the current density of remakes and remasters, Dead Space, Metroid Prime, Resident Evil 4, that's always a sign that publishers are in a holding pattern, waiting for the next popular trend to emerge. But the big giveaway was Hi-Fi Rush, Tango Gameworks' excellent rhythm action game, and the fact that it was shadow dropped with zero hype sort of exposes the whole lie of hype, doesn't it, if the Suicide Squad thing didn't already? Let's call it the hype paradox. The more time and effort you put into trying to convince people your game is good, the less good it will turn out to be. Whereas something obviously and genuinely good needs no hype at all. And the way Hi-Fi Rush was dropped on us felt for me like an act of surrender. Okay, fine, Bethesda seemed to be saying. We officially give up trying to convince you that what you want is overpriced mediocre crap that's 1,000 hours long. Here's a game that's 10 hours long, but it's $30 and really fucking good. And what do you know? Instant near universal acclaim. The current state of AAA, as well as the MMO wave and the 90s multiplayer shoot-exploitation, were all part of the same pattern. The money men eternally searching for a guaranteed formula for success. And they will never find one, or rather, never realize that the formula already exists. You know how you guarantee success? You produce an original product that's well made and reasonably priced. It's as simple as that. But they'll never take that to heart because coming up with good ideas requires creativity, and investing in them requires a willingness to take a risk. And the money machine is capable of neither. Let's set it to work managing our 401ks and leave the making of games to actual human fucking beings. Like most people who spend an inordinate amount of time on YouTube, I love drama. I mean, why else would I review Hogwarts Legacy? I've been hanging around various cesspits online since before the turn of the millennium, and as such, there's something about classic internet drama videos that make me very nostalgic, and I've been watching a lot of amateur documentaries on doomed overambitious game projects lately. It's not just funny to watch overinflated egos crushed underfoot by reality, it's also jolly instructive for someone with a foot in game development. But I'm slightly concerned and bewildered by how frequently the following scenario has come up over the years. An amateur developer pledges to make a game in which the player can do anything. They can go anywhere in a huge complex open world, and maybe they could be a warrior, or maybe they could be a blacksmith, or own a restaurant, or become a king or a general, and order other players around. And you'll play in a huge, persistent, always online open world, and there'll be player-run economy, government, and law enforcement. And there'll be crafting, and vehicles, and farming, and you basically won't need any other games because it'll have every game in it. And this will all be made by our team of 2 guys, one of whom was in earshot of Google headquarters once. We might not have the resources of a AAA studio, but we'll make up for it with pure gosh darn passion. And then, for some reason, people get hyped, despite the fact that in almost every documented case, the result is a fiasco. I really feel like this has happened enough times that we should all be immune to this particular hype monster, but apparently not. It's come up several times in the age of Kickstarter, now that getting a project greenlit and funded relies largely on one's ability to waggle shiny objects for the amusement of cretins, rather than to convince actually smart, experienced people that you know what the fuck you're doing. Google titles like Chronicles of Illyria, or Dreamworld, if you want specifics. That second one seems to have been written off as a scam, but honestly, I don't believe these things start out that way, because there are countless better ways to scam people that don't involve putting yourself available for 24/7 harassment from your backers if you fail to complete the impossible task you have set for yourself. I believe they start when an ambitious idiot with no cocking idea how game development works makes the usual mental leap that, since games are fundamentally simulations, then the hypothetical zenith of video games would be one that simulates as much of reality as possible, and all they need is funding and logistics now they've done the hard part and come up with the idea. But it also predates Kickstarter. Back in olden times, every now and again someone would show up on a gaming forum saying, "Hey, I've licensed the Talk engine, and I've decided I'm going to make an MMO FPS RPG that's going to beat Halo and World of Warcraft somehow. Who wants in on this project? I need volunteer coders, artists, musicians, designers, and writers. I'm the idea guy." And they'd inevitably be laughed out of the room after getting agitated over all the haters trying to kill their big dream with their reasonable questions and constructive criticism. But don't you start looking too smug, professional developers. You've done your fair share of this shit. We used to call it pulling a Peter Molyneux, who is the prime example of someone who needs limitations to function. Around the turn of the millennium, when the 3D open world was first becoming a thing, we saw the do-anything game promise coming up a lot from old-hand developers who were giddy at the prospect of the new technology but hadn't quite gotten to grips with the complications. So there was Molyneux promising the Earth for Fable, the disappointment of Will Wright's Spore, oh, and lest we forget, 2 words, Star Citizen, helmed by Chris Roberts of Wing Commander fame. The go-anywhere, do-anything space game is one of the main subgenres of this kind of thing. On that subject, let's acknowledge a couple of rare success stories. No Man's Sky eventually sorted its shit out, as is well documented, but I'd argue it still doesn't include the broadness of scope promised in its initial hype. And then there's Elite Dangerous. But I wouldn't call that a go-anywhere, do-anything game. It's just a go-anywhere game. What do? You explore, trade, and fight pirates. That's not do anything, that's do 3 things. And the same's true of No Man's Sky. You can explore, fight, craft yourself a base, or follow the plot. And it works because it has those clearly defined gameplay loops for the player to flip between, not because you can do anything. And don't you non-developers look smug either, because you're the ones who are buying into this hype time and time again. The audience supplying money and attention is the thing that turns an idiot harmlessly airing their daydreams into a prolonged online shitfest. You are the people I need to reach when I state the thesis of this video, which is as follows. Wanting a game where you can do anything, or pledging to make such, requires a fundamental misunderstanding of video games as a concept. Let's put aside the fact that it would be incredibly hard to make. Let's also put aside that it's impossible for a game to let us literally do anything. That much should be obvious. I mean, what if I want to move to Israel and set up a bus network for penguins? Oh, I can't do that? Well, so much for do anything. I guess you could probably do it in AI Dungeon, but the point is, even if you could somehow create this game where it's possible to do anything, and doubly unlikely ensure its consistent stability, it still wouldn't be much fun. It's still not something you should want. Unless you're the most hardcore of role players, and more to the point, have no life, most people don't actually want a secondary electronic reality. There's long been this science fiction notion of cyberspace, where the future internet will somehow become this global communal VR experience, and the idea is still going strong. There was that Facebook Meta video showing how maybe in the future you could order groceries by picking up virtual items in a virtual supermarket. Well, let's get one thing straight. That's never going to fucking happen, because the march of technology is driven by increasing efficiency, and putting on your VR helmet to walk down the virtual street and interact with the virtual newsboy is infinitely less efficient than just opening your web browser on your phone and going to BBC News. Most people have shit to do. Same principle applies to the do anything game. Most people play games for specific reasons. If they want an FPS, they'll seek out an FPS, rather than a game that's also 500 other games. For the same reason they wouldn't buy an entire microwave to read the current time off the digital clock. Do anything games always have an attractive pitch. You could become the lord of your own empire. A world of discovery awaits. But these are things that are very hard to appreciate on the moment-to-moment level. It's hard to take solace in a potential world of discovery over the horizon when right here and right now you're just some clot in a meadow with a default whacking stick and a pair of second-hand underpants. In other words, it's the core gameplay loop that matters most, not abstract ideas of untapped potential. If you throw most players into an open world and say do whatever you like, they're more likely to feel paralyzed by choice. We get enough uncertainty in daily life. We're trying to have fun here. It all feels so irrational that these game pitches keep getting people excited, when the actual indie hits that cause a stir thanks to their inherent high quality and instant appeal are usually games like Celeste, Neon White, Hi-Fi Rush, games that focus on doing one thing incredibly well. But then designing such games requires skill, and the real paradox of the overambitious do-anything game is that it's a very lazy idea. When you say do whatever you like to the player, you're asking them to supply all the mental labor of creating a fun experience. You might as well give them a sheet of blank paper and a pen and say, now you can write the novel you want to read. All I'm asking is for people to stop falling for this promise. But as I say, we never seem to learn. I only just found out that Leslie Benzies and a couple of other former Rockstar bods are working on an upcoming game along these lines, simply called Everywhere, because that's where you can go, I suppose, and what exactly the player can expect to do once they get there has been left rather tellingly vague. Christ, that title so neatly encapsulates my gripes. Reminds me of that film, Everything Everywhere All at Once, except in this case more like Three Things Somewhere, Q4 2027 at the earliest. People always say about me, oh, that Yahtzee, he's that guy who hates games. Christ, why does he even play games if he's just gonna hate on them all the time? He hasn't liked a single game besides Portal and Silent Hill 2, and Dark Souls, and Prince of Persia Sands of Time, and Psychonauts, but that's it. Just those and Thief 2, Bioshock, Painkiller, Infamous, Prototype, Batman Arkham Asylum, Assassin's Creed 2, Assassin's Creed 4, Amnesia The Dark Descent, Minecraft, Castlevania Symphony of the Night, Deus Ex, Driver San Francisco, Spec Ops The Line, Saints Row 4, XCOM, Paper Mario, Papers, Please, Zelda Wind Waker, Titanfall 2, Wolfenstein The New Order, Earthbound, Shadow of Mordor, Alien Isolation, Grim Fandango, Bloodborne, Subnautica, Cave Story, Stardew Valley, Doom 2016, Metroid Prime, Persona 4, Persona 5, Resident Evil 4, Secret of Monkey Island, Resident Evil 7, Killer 7, Far Cry 3, Return of the Obra Dinn, Spiritfarer, BPM Bullets Per Minute, It Takes Two, The Artful Escape, Neon White, Metal Hellsinger, Tunic, Hi-Fi Rush, and all the other ones. Oh, and he's probably artificially speeding his voice up as well. I do always find it slightly annoying when I see comments on my videos getting me completely wrong, always written with such astonishing confidence, and sometimes it's hard to resist chipping in to set them straight, but oh no, I've been on the internet long enough to know where that leads. You'll never convince anyone because most commenters don't actually care that much, and you just come across as a hypersensitive psycho. Plus, you respond to one, you gotta respond to them all. I don't know where Nick the editor gets the energy from, so I found that on the whole it's best to let my videos do the talking, and not worry too much about bending over backwards for the people who've decided they don't like me, when I could focus my energy on making content for the people I haven't alienated yet. But having said that, there are a couple of recurring arguments I see in my ZP comment sections, and I thought if I did a video broadly addressing those arguments, then in future we could just mutely point all those commenters here and just look like a rude psycho instead of a hypersensitive one. So let's go back to the above mentioned point. He just hates all games. This seems to be an indelible part of my image. I come down harshly on a game, they say, oh, he hates all games. I praise something, they say, oh, how surprising that he praised it considering that he hates all games. I can't win. And it makes me sad to think that people have this impression. I assume you must think me very sad. Playing, designing, and writing about something you hate for over 30 years would make anyone a terribly unhappy person. So for the record, I love video games, and I love my job. I got into them at an early age, they were my respite in an unhappy childhood, and as a creative, making games is the form of expression I find the most fulfilling, the most challenging. I know how the impression that I hate everything comes about. It comes from the more casual viewer, the ones who only buy new games a few times a year, and when they do, it's more likely to be something mainstream and AAA that's got the big marketing bucks, and if they had fun, a lot of them will come online to watch reviews and see what other people thought, and inevitably I'll be there, pissing all over it for being more hacked out AAA drivel, and they feel wounded and invalidated because they had fun since they haven't had to play 15 games like it this quarter alone. I guess the point is, I have high standards, but as any pushy parent will tell you, you don't have high standards for something that you hate. I've never identified with a fictional character more than the food critic from Ratatouille. I don't like video games. I love video games. If I'm not in heaven, I don't play past the tutorial. I have high standards because I love video games so much and I want them to live up to the image I have for them inside my own head. Another very common response I see in my comments is that the viewer couldn't tell if I recommended or didn't recommend a game. And frankly, I take that as a point of pride. To split all games along a binary of recommend versus don't recommend, dividing them into the ones I love and the ones I hate, is something I feel iffy about, which is one of the reasons I've never given scores on my reviews. My feelings for most games tend to be complicated. Even the games I love have things I can pick on, and I try to find things to like in the games I hate. Silent Hill 2 has some really stupid inventory puzzles. The Callisto Protocol, well, at least it wasn't very long. Sorry, I feel like I can't summarize all of this in a 5-point star rating. There's a distinction between reviewing something as art and reviewing it for function. With art, you can only offer your own perspective, analyze the emotions that it brings out and the artist's intention. Reviewing for function is a lot easier. You mow the lawn, and then you give the lawnmower a score based on how short the grass is now, so the reader knows what's the best lawnmower to buy. And the sticking point of video games is that they have both an artistic and a functional aspect. So some people will come to me to engage with the artistry conversation, but some people are just looking for a linear thumb up or thumb down, to know if a game's requisite 20 hours of mindless gear grinding will do an adequate job of blocking out their existential dread. And those people I fear I'm going to have to disappoint. Then of course there's the people who are just here for the knob gags, but that's their business. Although that does bring me to the third, very common recurring statement I see in zero punctuation comments I want to address. He's not a real critic, he's a comedian. I've lost count of how often I've seen that one over the years. It's usually used to offer consolation to viewers who find themselves in bottom pain from my failure to affirm their feelings about something they're attached to. I note that this argument is never raised when I give a positive review. I've never seen anyone say, well, he said he liked my favourite game, but sadly, he's not a real critic, and thus I must look elsewhere for my validation. That aside, there's a lot to unpack here. Firstly, what's a real critic in your view? We know one thing, that it apparently precludes being funny. You'll have to break that to Roger Ebert's widow, because some of his more negative reviews were some hilarious shit. Let me make something clear. I do like to take a facetious tone and exaggerate certain things for laughs, but I have never once lied about my opinion. I've never said I hated something I secretly really liked because I thought hating it would be funnier. It's true I have no formal qualifications that one might acquire to pursue a career in entertainment journalism, but I didn't realize I had to apply for a fucking permit from the government. Here's the wonderful thing about the internet, kids. It's really easy to be a critic. You just start criticizing stuff. Then if people come along and listen to you criticize stuff, hooray, you you're a critic. That's the only qualification. Everyone's a critic isn't just a world-weary metaphorical truism in the age of social media, it's literal truth. Reminds me of all those people who keep asking me how one gets into making games or writing books. You make games, and you write books, twat face. Why are you still talking to me? If it makes you feel better, I am by all metrics a professional critic, in that being a video game critic is my day job from which I earn the majority of my living. And that's been the case for over 15 years, so I've got plenty of on-the-job experience. The real question for me is, if I were a real critic, by your mysterious definition, how would that change anything? If you liked a game and a real critic didn't, would you throw up your hands and say, "Welp, can't argue with the expert," and surgically remove your own opinion? It's people like you who respond to my negative reviews by saying I was playing it wrong. Well, I think you're watching my reviews wrong. I'm not trying to change anyone's mind. We're all coming to these things with our own subjective viewpoints. It doesn't bother me that other people have different opinions, just as it shouldn't bother you if my opinion differs from yours. Unless it's not the fact that our opinions differ that's bothering you, but that our opinions might be closer than you're willing to admit. And while your lizard brain is assuring you that the 20 hours you just spent grinding up rare fish in the Elder Scrolls Online wasn't a complete waste of time, there's still that inconvenient, sensible voice in your head that I'm inadvertently amplifying, and you're having trouble handling the cognitive dissonance. Well, I wouldn't place a whole lot of stock in your lizard brain's opinion on these things. Maybe just relegate it to important decisions relating to eating chocolate or having a sneaky wank. It's important to me, when reviewing new games, to be conscious of when my personal views are being tainted by nostalgia. Note that I said be conscious of it, not try to prevent it from happening. I mean, I did the Resident Evil 4 remake and nostalgia was tainting the balls off of that one, frankly. And I understand that what I'm about to say is going to be peak old man pointlessly going, "Ooh, young people today grumbly wumbly," about some aspect of modern life that isn't remotely worth complaining about, or even by most metrics a bad thing at all. Okay? Here goes. I kinda miss long loading times. Yes, I did warn you. This probably sounds like when old people talk about preferring to listen to vinyl, even though the sound is objectively lower quality, because the hiss and scratching gives them a sense of nostalgic comfort. And that's strictly a them thing. They associate that low-quality audio with the happier times of their youth. And I suppose that's where I'm coming from here with loading times, because when I was a kid, I did a lot of gaming on a tape deck Commodore 64. The sensation of pressing down on play, the sound of the humming and computerized grinding as the data loaded, the festive coloured lines wiggling about on the screen while you sit for 20 minutes reading a book, all of that is burned permanently into my memory. I remember staring at the coloured lines, waiting for the green and brown one to come up, which I had named Mint Chocolate. These days, I mainly game on a top-of-the-range gaming PC I somehow convinced the company to pay for, occasionally switching to the PS5 for the inevitable stubborn exclusive, so I'm very much in the land of the solid-state hard drive right now, and loading times are less and less a fixture of my life. And there's no ceremony to a game that can just dump you straight into play. You don't appreciate it as much. It's like going to the cinema. They don't start blaring the opening titles while you're still finding your seat. They give you time to get settled and build anticipation before they slowly bring the lights down. I suppose there's still installation times, but those don't count. You can do other things while you're waiting for stuff to install. It's like saying the drive to the cinema counts as part of the build-up. You see what's happening, don't you? Already I've fallen for the nostalgia-blinded old bastard trap of trying to come up with reasons for why the old way is somehow objectively better than all these newfangled toys the kids like, and therefore all progress should be halted, taxes should be lower, and universal healthcare is communism. Obviously, having no loading time is objectively better, because it means you can have more time to game before you're needed in the operating room to perform a life-saving heart transplant. And loading isn't even an old times versus new times thing. Historically, it's gone up and down, depending on the hardware. If you had a cartridge console as a kid, you're probably more nostalgic for a complete absence of load times whatsoever. We're sitting pretty with our solid-state hard drives now, but all it'll take is another technological advance that the software developers can't quite catch up with, and it's back to keeping a book by your gaming couch. Come to think of it, making us wait while the game pre-caches the shaders seems to be something the newest games have been doing a lot lately. But anyway, the reason I was thinking about loading times is because, not for the first time, I was thinking about loading screen mini-games, as in a system wherein during the loading screen the game puts up a little zero-stakes challenge or fidget toy for the player to occupy themselves with while they wait, which is an idea so obvious and brilliant one feels sorry for every other idea in the world for having to share space with its radiance. And it's not my idea. There were a couple of games I had on my old tape deck C64 that had something called Invader Load. Halfway through the loading sequence, a Space Invaders clone with very distinctive chiptune music would start up until it abruptly stopped and kicked you out when the rest of the game was ready for you. I also very clearly recall that the PC version of Broken Sword let you play a Breakout clone while you were waiting for it to install from the CD. And that was about it for classic examples that I came across, and that struck me as odd for such an obvious winning idea. I mean, having the player just sit there to watch a bar filling up for 10 seconds risks killing the pace every single time. Giving us literally anything to do with our hands at that point would keep us somewhat mentally alert and not daydreaming about pies. The situation was made clearer several years ago when I bemoaned this in mixed company and was informed that there was actually a straightforward explanation for loading screen minigames not really being a thing. Namco had a patent on it to stop anyone else using the idea, which explains why Namco put out all those great games in the early 2000s that richly explored the concept of loading screen minigames to the utmost. No, I don't remember any of them either. Feels like Namco were uselessly patent squatting the idea owing to some combination of obliviousness and lack of shame. But this is old news, because I was bemoaning this subject again on stream fairly recently, and was informed by someone in the ever quick-witted chat that Namco's patent actually expired in 2015. And with that, I remembered that Splatoon 1 on the Wii U had a little doodle jump-esque minigame you were invited to play while the game looked for a free server, one of the few actually good uses of that bloody Wii U screen controller, and I didn't seem to recall Namco suing Nintendo's bollocks off. So hooray! Loading screen minigames are back on the table, just in time for loading to not be that much of a presence anymore now that disc-based media has basically stopped being a thing. But as I say, technology may yet bring it back. In fact, one could argue that the painfully common practice in modern video games of covering up loading times with squeezing through narrow passages or very, very slowly opening doors are modern examples of loading screen minigames. Not that pushing forward on the analog stick counts for much as a gameplay mechanic. The problem with these, besides the fact that I will put a 12 gauge to my head if I'm obliged to play many more games with the fucking things, is that they turn a loading screen, which can appear for variable lengths of time depending on how much needs to be loaded and what level of hardware we're running on, into an incredibly boring transition sequence of fixed length. So if in the future it's played on a more advanced machine that needs significantly less loading time, it's still going to be full of these tedious flow-breaking spelunking exercises, except now for absolutely no cocking reason. Do let me know in the comments if you know of any other examples of loading screen gameplay beyond the ones cited, because this is a micro facet of our beloved medium I find weirdly interesting. I think Okami on the PS2 had a sort of Easter egg where you could press buttons in time with the loading screen animation, and that was during Namco's patent, so Clover Studios were dicing with danger on that one. It wasn't much of a minigame, but then it doesn't need to be to hold interest for such a short amount of time. Even something as simple as an on-screen counter showing how many buttons you've pressed during the loading sequence with your personal best displayed alongside it would be something, still better than nothing, and you just know some nutter online would be maintaining a leaderboard. It's become a bit of a running joke over in Zero Punctuation that I seem to automatically like any game that incorporates boats or the ocean. Spiritfarer, Return of the Obra Dinn, Subnautica, my favourite Zelda is Wind Waker, my favourite Assassin's Creed is Black Flag, there's a bit in Silent Hill 2 where you have to row a boat. I even made my own game about a boat when I made Something's in the Sea for Dev Diary. I was unconscious of this particular bias of mine until it was pointed out, but now it has been. Yeah, I guess I do have a mysterious affinity for boating and the sea. In spite of, or possibly because of, the fact that I grew up in the one part of England that's about the furthest away from the sea you can get. It's certainly true that I like riding on boats. I went on a cruise by myself once, because just being surrounded by infinite ocean for days felt like something I'd really enjoy, not so much the contracting hideous infectious diseases or going to a cheap buffet restaurant for every meal of every day. And when I lived in Brisbane, I always took whatever chance I could get to commute via the City Cat ferry, and was unduly excited when I saw one of those in an episode of Bluey the other day. Also, C.S. Forrester's Horatio Hornblower series of naval adventure novels is one of my favourite casual reads, but I always put that down to liking Horatio Hornblower the character, not so much the dense nautical jargon or the weirdly consistent racism against the Spanish. But Hornblower's great. He's this super smart naval captain who's secretly riddled with anxiety and imposter syndrome. And I really relate to that, because I'm a high school dropout with no formal qualifications, currently trying to convince you he's worth listening to for the next 4 or 5 minutes. But yes, as a theme, the ocean resonates with me. I obviously don't like every game with a boat in it. I mean, Assassin's Creed Valhalla had a boat, and I thought that game sucks shit. But it certainly pushes an otherwise good game to another level for me. I probably wouldn't harp on Obra Dinn so much if it had been set in an office building. Probably wouldn't like the books so much if Hornblower was, I don't know, the commander of a really big tank. And since we had a lot of fun that one time I talked about animes what I like, let's try to get to the bottom of this other thing that I like. I suppose if I were to try to articulate why I find the sea interesting, I would stand on a beach and point and say, fucking look at it. It's gorgeous in a way only only really intimidatingly huge things can be. It's amazing how it can be vast enough to fill the entire view from horizon to horizon, and yet simultaneously, for practical purposes, very, very claustrophobic, because once you're actually in it, the distance you can travel without artificial assistance before you start dying of about 5 different things is actually really small. It's the inherent hostility that makes it fascinating, I suppose. It was always one of my favourite arguments as an edgy teenage atheist. If God created the Earth especially for his special chosen people, why does like 3/4 of its surface immediately kill you if you try to stand on it? And don't get me started on sunburn. For these reasons, the ocean is probably the best possible setting for horror, and I do love my horror. Also, I've long held that video games are the best possible medium for horror because the interactive nature gives the audience uncertainty of survival and an automatic stake. So a video game about the sea, like Subnautica, barely has to put the effort in to be an extremely effective horror game. Space probably comes a close second for best horror setting for me. They're both good at creating an automatic sense of isolation. But the thing about space is that it's full of certainties. If you go outside, you die. Can't really build intrigue off of that. If you fall into the sea, you might die, but then again you might wash up on a desert island and discover a pirate treasure with which to enact revenge upon those who wronged you. There's a direct comparison here. Breath Edge is almost admittedly Subnautica but in space, and it just doesn't have the same effect. Sure, there can be vast, horrifying things in space as well, but you can see them perfectly clearly because there's nothing between you and them. The ocean is a source of constant enthralling mystery because you can't see what's going on below the surface. If you try to go below the surface, your natural buoyancy is constantly trying to push you out of it again. Plus, as discussed above, you start dying of things. But it's not just the sea by itself I love as a theme, but ships and boating too, the act of traversing water. Because from the perspective of a game designer always on the lookout for new and exciting core gameplay loops, it's a whole new dimension of traversal. There are lots of different ways you can move around on land: walking, cars, bicycles, tricycles, getting dragged on your back by a gorilla holding onto your foot, but they all revolve around the key central element that solid land has to be below you and sky has to be above that. On water, it's a completely different set of rules. You know when sandbox games have vehicles, there'll always be cars and bikes, probably helicopters and planes, and maybe speedboats as well. The one thing they never seem to have is submarines, and that always feels like such a missed opportunity. I certainly thought so the first time I dove underwater in Just Cause 3, and thought, fuck, I wish I had more excuses to hang around down here. The other part of it is that vehicle-based water traversal usually requires some kind of complicated machinery, whether it be a temperamental hovercraft or a 19th century sailing ship with about 500 different names for a length of rope. And that speaks to one of my primal instincts, a very masculine one, I think, that enjoys the sensation of being in control of a big machine, bringing back all those boyhood fantasies of wanting to be a train driver. I quite liked what Sea of Thieves does with the ships having multiple separate components that need to be brought into line for optimal sailing. I quite liked the game Far Lone Sails for its central task of managing the different parts of an engine, and I jumped at the chance to play its sequel, Changing Tides, when I saw it was about a submarine. Pity it bored the tits off me. So I think that gets to the bottom of why I get along so well with the nautical theme. It's the sublime mystery and beauty of the sea, combined with a designer's appreciation for the skill and engineering mastery that goes into the business of travelling by water. I love to contemplate the efficiency of space when I see the below-decks layout of a 19th century frigate's gun deck, and imagine being there when it was packed to capacity with burly sailors. It's one of the things I contemplate anyway. As rendering technology continues to advance, graphics in video games can be more realistic than ever. We have lighting systems that can in real time create perfect reproductions of any physical environment at any time of day. A CG sequence of a celebrity performance can, to the casual glance, be indistinguishable from one being filmed in real life, although it might give you the creeps. AAA video games are displaying unprecedented levels of visual fidelity, and it is fucking killing them. Because it's not just possible for AAA video games to have ultra-realistic graphics, it's expected. Reviewers and players alike balk at any AAA release that looks even slightly outdated because it's what decades of marketing and flashy trailers has trained them to expect. And realism is inextricably linked to the advancement of technology. The first thing that always comes out to demonstrate the power of a new graphics card is a tech demo showing all the new realistic facial expressions characters can make, which is all very well for high-level visual design specialists and those horrible fucking ghouls at Lucasfilm when they want to cast another dead actor in Star Wars, but the continuing obligation that mainstream video games employ the most powerful rendering tech currently commercially available is something that desperately needs reassessment. Do super high fidelity graphics make video games better? Fuck no! Whatever is gained from improving immersion and spectacle surely has to be offset by the astronomical expense it adds to a game's production, to say nothing of the additional man-hours of labour required for Ultra HD texturing, face and body capture animation, and modelling every last detail in every medicine cabinet, right down to the ridges on the side of the NyQuil bottles. Additional work that means fewer and fewer AAA games come out each year, and a 2 to 3 year dev time is now the standard, rather than the cause for mockery it would have been 20 years ago. Additional expense that makes it inaccessible to all but those connected to a small handful of huge monolithic publishers, with money to piss away in geological quantities. But even if there are fewer AAA games or people in a position to make them, at least it improves the quality of what games we do get, right? Absa-titano fuck no! Jedi Survivor is just the most recent example of new games being disastrously buggy at launch. Some portion the blame for this at the feet of PC gaming and the difficulty of creating a universal experience for a broad range of hardware variants, but I point to the graphical obligations and the unwieldy legions of bells and whistles that can go wrong when forced to use the newest and least tested tech. Even if the game functions, the lion's share of resources going to the graphics leaves less and less room for the shit that actually matters, like gameplay design. In terms of game design innovation, the AAA space has been walking in circles for decades. When it's not railroading us through ghost train ride glorified movies, then it's lazy Skinner box mechanics, proven to hypnotize players into endless grind loops because it's the only way to recoup the ballooning cost of staying on the cutting edge of graphics. That aside, the obligation that every AAA game must look ultra-realistic fundamentally restricts the kinds of experiences that can be made. There are certain emotional tones a creator might want to evoke that don't work with realism. Imagine if Pizza Tower had ultra-realistic graphics. That'd frighten the children, but I'm not making any startling revelations here. Raise these points in company and you'll see nothing but nodding heads. Go ahead and cite the patently obvious fact that ultra-realism costs too much and doesn't make a game fun. Gesture towards the legions of indie games that have retro-styled graphics and do perfectly well out of it without costing the gross domestic product of a medium-sized island nation. Redoubling your emphasis when Minecraft hoves into view. Express the blatant pointlessness of giving a character who spends 99% of the time with their arse to the camera the ability to realistically fucking smile. While you're at it, make the other compelling point that nothing ages faster than realistic graphics. Doesn't take more than a few years for it to descend the slopes of the uncanny valley. Go look at footage of the Elder Scrolls Oblivion. That blew everyone's fucking minds when it came out. Now all the characters look like fluorescent tube lights wrapped in prosciutto ham. Meanwhile, the ultra-stylized Zelda Wind Waker came out over 20 years ago and has never looked anything but perfectly fine. Say all of that and watch literally everyone agree. Then watch some of those same people go over and talk shit about Forspoken because the main character looks a bit boss-eyed and marginally less than perfectly realistic at times. AAA developers remain trapped in a best graphics contest that absolutely nobody wanted or agrees is beneficial, set in place by imagined expectation, ignorant higher-ups, and the media's never-ending thirst for fancier screenshots. It's like the fucking Cold War. Neither side wants global thermonuclear conflict but have to keep creeping towards it in case the other guy starts creeping marginally faster. As I say, realistic graphics are linked to the advancement of tech. Tech companies are heavily invested in making sure we always want the newest and most powerful processors, and so the games have to utilize that power, even if they don't strictly need it. Similar thing happened when CD-ROMs first became a thing in the 90s. You didn't need a 600 megabyte disc to release low-resolution 2D adventure games that ran to about 30 meg at the high end, so it suddenly became very important to fill out that space with pointlessly high-quality audio and FMV cutscenes. So these ultra-realistic AAA games are killing themselves to render every cocking speck of dust on every minging eyelash because they gotta justify these new consoles and graphics cards somehow. But thinking about it, surely that's a failure of imagination. Let's think about what else you could do to make use of all that processing power that players would find impressive and wouldn't just be pointlessly pretty. Idea 1. Render absolute shitloads of enemies. There's a joke Doom mod called Nuts, with something like 100,000 enemies in one huge room, which routinely bricked PCs at the time it came out. Most new PCs run it fairly happily. Let's play around with that. One of the actual benefits of tech advancement was that games like Dead Rising were finally able to truly realize the zombie apocalypse scenario in real time. Let's keep pushing that ceiling. Make a high-octane boomer shooter set in an entire fully rendered city that's absolutely crawling with fuckers. Then give us a weapon that's somewhere between a minigun and a lawnmower. Why restrict ourselves to a city even? Set a game on a fucking Dyson sphere or infinite plane of existence. No one's going to complain about the individual monsters being less than perfectly realistic when a fucking tidal wave of them is bearing down like a scaled-up Grey Goo scenario. This brings me to idea 2. Go nuts nuts with physics engines. Everyone was so enamored with physics around when Half-Life 2 came out, now it seems to have drifted into the background alongside the lighting and the reflection mapping. There's got to be more to explore there. Metal Gear Rising Revengeance was doing fun things with letting us organically cut things into pieces. Why hasn't anyone followed up on that? Have it so arms and legs get organically torn off by explosions and flung through the air, and then smack someone else in the head and give them a concussion. You know one aspect of 3D game physics that hasn't really been improved upon in decades? Water. Oh sure, you can make water look good, like in Sea of Thieves, but it still doesn't act like water. How about some kind of full particulate system, akin to what 2D games like Where's My Water have, but fully 3D with swimming mechanics? So if the player's faced with, say, a flooded room, they have the option of trying to swim through it, or they could spend 8 hours gradually bailing it out with a coffee cup they found. Idea 3. Make a post-dad game like Power Wash Simulator or Hardspace Shipbreaker, something with a nice zone-out workaday loop that pairs nicely with a podcast or audiobook for a lazy Sunday afternoon, and then make an actual audiobook for it. Hire a talented podcast crew to make a stupid amount of content, like 50 hours of amusing conversation. Then add it to the game as an in-universe radio station that most players will think just never runs out of new material somehow. That'd impress people. It might seem pointlessly extravagant, but at least it's easy to implement, and no more a waste of money than modelling horse testicles, or needing PTSD therapy after working on the gore effects in Mortal Kombat, or any of the other things that AAA realistic graphics merchants already deal with, or indeed stuffing all the money up their bumholes and then hurling themselves down a lighthouse staircase so that they fart out clouds of banknotes with every bone-crunching impact. That's idea 4. So last time I was talking about realism in graphics and how it's an albatross the games industry mysteriously insists on wearing around its neck. But realism is something that video games have sought in more than just its visual aspects. From the high-caliber guns firing with realistic sounds to the realistic physics with which the target's jawbone detaches and splats gorily against the kitchen wall. And realism in game mechanics too, the survival game with its realistic hunger and thirst meters. The immersive sim with the NPCs realistically turning hostile because the player broke into their apartment and stole a chocolate bar off their desk. All of which certainly helps with immersion, but sooner or later, a real-life simulator rubs up against the one aspect of video games that will never, ever be truly realistic, and that is healing. You can traumatize your art team by making them render a photorealistic bullet wound in a character's once handsome face, but then they regenerate like the T-1000 after they swallow an entire bottle of ibuprofen, and suddenly the whole futility of the exercise is laid bare. Oh, there have been plenty of video games that have tried to inject some verisimilitude into the process. Some games will have a suite of different healing items depending on the wound, such as Call of Cthulhu Dark Corners of the Earth or Metal Gear Solid 3, in which a lit cigar is great for cauterizing a bullet wound, not so good for splinting a broken limb, or for treating pink eye. Some immersive RPGs like Deus Ex do that thing where different body parts have different health scores, so you can only cripple a dude from shooting them in the legs and never actually kill them. But the point is, there's no realistic way for that dude to go back to sprinting at full speed later that same day, no matter how many cold compresses they rub on their thighs. And all these elaborate healing systems are just different language and complications layered on top of the process of eating a box of health and regenerating instantly. And we might as well accept that that's never going to make sense. Might as well just lean into it like what Mortal Kombat does. Have special attacks that involve getting stabbed 15 times and getting a stalactite through your eye socket, fall on the ground and stay there for all of 3 frames before popping back up for more. The fact is, the quest for realism will always rub up against this because health and healing are a fundamental requirement to gameplay structure before any notions of theming can even be considered. It's essential at least in any game that has any kind of challenge, or more specifically, a failure state. Visual novels, walking sims, and LucasArts adventure games can go back to sleep. Because when you have a failure state, you also need a mechanism that shows the player how close they are to that failure state, to allow for human error, training, intuiting the mechanics, and a certain amount of suspense. This goes back to the earliest imaginable days of video games. It's the reason why Space Invaders gives you 3 lives. It predates video games, actually. Pinball tables let you have 3 goes. You could argue that in chess, your remaining pieces constitute your health bar. So health is really just a word for the fundamentally vital game design aspect of being able to signal to the player that they're losing. Basically the same reason pain exists in everyday life. Follow that to its logical conclusion, and you'll realize that restoring it would also be useful for signaling that the player's doing something right. And so was invented the extra life, and with it the mechanic of healing. The concept of the health bar or health as a percentage was an evolution of lives, because lives is a language that can only say one thing. You fucked up, don't do that. Health is a much more fluid concept. You can start playing with the idea that there are degrees of mistakes. You can remove a small amount of health for a mild error, like dropping down a ledge that was slightly too high for comfort, and a larger amount of health for something like absent-mindedly sitting on a frag grenade. And with that, the concept was just about perfected. Since then, there's been very little alteration in the fundamental premise of health as a stopgap between you and failure, although I would like it noted that I've always admired Sonic the Hedgehog's health system. It's so unique, and works so perfectly for the intended feel of the game. You collect rings, and if you get hit, all the rings fall out, and if you get hit with no rings, you die. So simple, and yet so elegant, because it captures the purpose of health in a much more organic fashion. Having more rings makes you naturally safer, because if you drop them all, it'll be much more likely you'll be able to pick some of them back up before you get hit again. Also, if you're smart and quick enough to grab most of your rings back before they all fly away, you can get yourself back into a strong position health-wise, which works really well with the fast pace intended by the game. Never worked so well when Sonic moved to 3D graphics, because the rings bouncing off in three-dimensional space made grabbing them back again much more awkward, and it's just one of the horrible things that happened after Sonic moved to 3D. But it does illustrate how, while health as a failure buffer is a fairly universal concept, healing, regaining health, can be done in lots of different ways, and because it's such a fundamental part of the core gameplay loop, the method you pick has a huge impact on the tone and feel of the game. So Sonic with the ring regrabbing emphasizes speed and getting stuck back into the action. I think the only healing mechanic I can think of that has a similar effect is the rally system from Bloodborne, where you get some health restored if you quickly hit your tormentor back, possibly while crying and gibbering in desperation. But then you have Bloodborne's forebear, Dark Souls, with its Estus Flasks, a system wherein healing becomes more of an inexorable countdown to doomsday that constantly hangs over the player and incentivizes them to seek the shelter of a bonfire. In something like Doom or Half-Life, where the player has to find first aid kits lying around the level, low health is an incentive to focus on exploration and cautious advancement, force the player to think about their environment. And then of course there's the auto-regeneration so popular in the meathead shooters of the 2010s, aimed at players who, and let's try not to sound cruel, react poorly to being obliged to actually think. In the age of gear grinding, health is frequently just another resource, another number for the crunching, to be strategically risked for equivalent gains, and boosted by 5.64% by an artfully selected hat, which does take some of the joy out of the process for me. Here's a fun idea. How about, instead of bodily integrity, you refer to health as luck, and every time you're about to get shot, the bullet just barely misses and you lose some of your luck bar. It runs out and you finally get hit for real. There, that could work for a realistic setting, disregarding the magical good fortune that's somehow numerically quantifiable. Or, if you're in a war setting, have no healing at all, but if your character dies or gets seriously wounded, you have to replace them with a virtually identical soldier who's still healthy. Sort of like what Zombie U does. This would really fit something like a World War I setting, because it would reinforce how relentlessly fucking bleak everything is. Of course, both of these ideas are just another changing of language, and aren't doing anything new mechanically speaking. I suppose my overall point is that designing games is ultimately one long list of decisions between what would be realistic and immersive, and what would be necessary for the functioning of gameplay. And healing is going to be ground that the first side of that conflict is always going to have to cede. Still, it's something I find fun to think about. Some people tell me I have strange ideas of what's fun, but that's between them and the FBI profiling unit. So you might not have heard, but a new Zelda came out recently, and a lot of people seem to like it. In fact, some people are very, very passionate about how much they like it, to the point that they send death threats and downvote bombs to any media outlet that gives it anything below 10 out of 10. Not just the lukewarm reviews, 8 and 9 out of 10s as well. Very strong recommends in game review parlance. And if I could address them all collectively, I'd ask the people doing that if they seriously think Tears of the Kingdom is perfect and couldn't be improved upon. Because I can think of a few ways it could have had an engaging story and characters like what Majora's Mask had, or a main character who's actually expressive and lovable like what Wind Waker had, and maybe the much beloved new sandbox physics mechanics could have been a touch sandier. Not to reiterate my whole ZP review, but I felt oddly disappointed by the weapon fusion mechanic. In contrast to the physics object fusing that has fueled so many hilarious penis robots on YouTube in recent weeks, the weapon fusing just lets you add a few points of damage to your sword by gluing a pine cone to the end. And I suppose, having had time to think, I've realised what I actually wanted from the weapon fusing. I wanted Link to have the ability to use literally anything as a melee weapon. Imagine if one of the special physics objects you could manipulate and stick to things was some kind of hilt or handle, and anything you stuck it to, Link would pick up by wherever you put the hilt and try to swing. Then anything that got in the way of any part of it would take damage in accordance with its weight and how fast it was moving, including Link himself. So you could make an improvised flail out of a stick, a bit of rope and a dining room chair, and watch Link give himself a concussion with it. I'm sure eventually the creative spark would fade and you'd gravitate to whatever weapon build proved the most efficient every time, just as in the existing game you eventually stop trying to make fancy vehicles and just scotch tape 2 fans to a steering column whenever you need to get somewhere. But this degree of freedom to experiment sells itself. Imagine the hilarious YouTube potential of watching Link charge into battle waving 6 feet of picket fence with a screaming Korok stuck on the end. So there you go, that's just one way a hypothetical sequel to Tears of the Kingdom could build upon it. And if one ever comes along, won't you feel bloody stupid for demanding perfect review scores for the original? Spoiler warning, they will not feel stupid about it. Fanboys kicking up a stink about the big new Zelda game being denigrated with mere 9s out of 10s has happened reliably enough to be a running joke in the reviewing world. This video's opening paragraph could easily have been talking about the response to Breath of the Wild, or Twilight Princess, or Wind Waker, or Ocarina of Time, although that far back the phrase downvote bombs might have confused people. This could be something worth analysing. I'm not prepared to dismiss it as just Zelda fanboys being fanboys. It doesn't match up with the kind of passion other fan-favourite properties engender. I'm thinking, of course, of Sonic the Hedgehog. Sonic fans are as passionate as they come, and grousing about 8 out of 10 scores has never been standard practice for them. Let's face it, most of them would be overjoyed by an 8 these days. So whence the passion for Zelda, which is just a stock fantasy adventure about a voiceless twink, with none of the specific mix of teenage angst and furry humanoid nudity that causes certain people to get overly attached to Sonic during their awkward years of sexual awakening. Then I think of the way gamers have historically become overprotective of whichever brand of games machine they grew up with, because it was easier than admitting they'd blown their birthday money on an inferior platform. Nintendo have certainly benefited from that effect over the years, but I don't know if that fully explains it either. Mario's the far more visible Nintendo franchise, and I don't think Mario games attract rabid Metacritic score protectionism the way Zelda games do, but then Mario has always been the silly, more commercial franchise, and Zelda has more an air of prestige about it. It's too dignified to be milked for kart racing spin-offs and typing tutors the way Mario is, and I think I'm getting warmer when I think in terms of prestige. I think the combination of its long history, its sheer number of high-quality installments, and the lofty epic tone of its story and presentation makes Zelda something of an exemplar for all of video gaming. I think these people have gotten it into their heads that Zelda is gaming's representative, its ambassador, and anything less than a perfect score is somehow denigrating the entire medium. If Zelda isn't setting the highest standard, then what does that say for everything else that doesn't have its resources or foundation? Clearly anyone not capitulating with our self-imposed delusion of perfection is a traitor to the medium. Well, that's my blue sky theory anyway, and whether or not Zelda is perfect or if it's the embodiment of all gaming aren't things I care to argue. The point I wanted to make is that you shouldn't care if it gets perfect scores or not, because review scores are completely sodding meaningless. Yes, I'm banging this drum again. Maybe a 5-star rating could be justified as giving a broad sense of the reviewer's enthusiasm, but 10-point ratings, or God forbid, percentages, no review of a purely subjective experience calls for that degree of exactitude. And if a reviewer gives a game 10 out of 10, what does that even mean? That they really like the game? What if another game comes out that they like more? They haven't given themselves the room to express that numerically. Or does it mean they literally think the game is perfect and absolutely nothing could have been done to improve upon it? Because that smacks of a failure of imagination on their part. For these and other reasons, most reviewers would be understandably cagey about giving anything a perfect score, because they must always give themselves wiggle room. But if you can't cite an example of what would be a 100% game, or indeed what would be a 0% game, then there's no frame of reference. It's all meaningless. Yes, I'm sure a lot of you already figured that out. Congratulations on your genius brain. I know of only one case of a media outlet awarding a game a 100% score. Mayhem in Monsterland on the Commodore 64 was awarded one by the print magazine Commodore Format. This was well after the end of the Commodore 64's peak, so my cynical side feels this was more about trying to prop up an ailing system and its magazines with some eye-grabbing headlines. Maybe not, though. Maybe they genuinely did think Mayhem in Monsterland was the best game that could possibly be made for the Commodore 64. I guess the standards could have been low enough, but that's my point. The general standards at the time of the review, or for the platform, is just one example of the kind of context that a numerical score can never provide. And if I were to feed the review data into Metacritic, it would go around telling everyone that Mayhem in Monsterland was a better game than Red Dead Redemption 2. Imagine that. A game without a single shitting horse. So I did Amnesia the Bunker in ZP recently, which, if you haven't watched, why the hell not? It's like 5 minutes of your time. What else were you going to do with it? Oh, you want an even shorter version, do you? Look at Mr. Jetsetter here. It's an effective horror game doing some interesting things with organic, open-ended, moment-to-moment gameplay in strong contrast to its rather linearly laid out predecessors, but it seems to be very overtly trying to encourage replays. In fact, the end credits are barely finished rolling before a big old text box comes up saying, "Why not play again? It won't be the same." Well, it will, mostly, but we'll move all the traps and first aid kits around, and this felt like a misstep to me. Certainly at the time, because I had absolutely no intention of putting myself through that ringer again anytime soon. Like any good horror game, it's a harrowing, claustrophobic experience that fills you with adrenaline from the simulated threat, and it frequently took me a while even to work up the courage to leave the safe room, and without the motivation of seeing the story ending and discovering where it was all leading, I didn't see much appeal in going back. Mystery is one of the main things that makes horror effective beyond simple jump scares, and the mystery would only lessen the more one played the bunker. In the one playthrough I did, I thought that despite the monster's appearances being unscripted, the game did a rather good job of never letting me get a good look at the bastard. It was always just a shadowy glimpse before I turned tail and legged it. The best look I got was on one occasion when I hid in a fenced-off area on the assumption the monster wouldn't be able to navigate the vent I'd used to access it. Spoiler alert, I was wrong in this assumption, but if I'd kept playing and kept making incredibly stupid errors like those, I'd see the monster more and more, as well as its janky animations and Weetabix-like flesh. And how something looks in your imagination will always be more effectively scary than how it looks in actuality. Also, the promise to rearrange all the pickups and traps in future playthroughs wasn't a terribly effective draw, because the item conservation and the trap avoidance weren't the interesting parts. What doesn't change from playthrough to playthrough are certain specific inventory puzzles, the finding of keys to go indoors, or of the bolt cutters to open the doors locked with chains, as well as general understandings of where in the bunker you need to go and when, and the pleasure of figuring all of that out is something that can only be had once. On all future playthroughs, you're just going through the motions. If the point of these procedural elements was to add replay value, then it misses the mark. I don't believe anyone could credibly argue that the bunker offers a new experience with every single playthrough. The game's important story points, puzzle locations, and a general sequence of where you need to go never changes, and those are the parts you remember, not the ground-level fiddling about in between. There was an indie game, Chasm, that purported to be a procedurally generated Metroidvania, but after I'd finished it, I started it again to test that claim, and honestly couldn't tell if anything had been moved around. Metroidvanias tend to require a tight structuring. You have to find and collect items or abilities that open up the map in a specific sequence, so I'm pretty sure Chasm was just swapping around a few nondescript rooms in between each significant progress point, and I didn't feel terribly inclined to replay that either. I feel like if you're shooting for procedural mechanics in the name of infinite replay value, you either go whole hog or not at all. Make something like The Binding of Isaac, where everything is randomized each run and every playthrough can be different. Either that or just make a PvP multiplayer-only game. That's as good as procedural, because human enemies will always come up with new and exciting ways to torment each other. But you can't do that if you also want to tell a story. A story you hope to have any control over at any rate. So what am I saying? Well... Oh, hang on, the sponsor wants to have a word. I'll tell you what I'm saying after this.
This video is sponsored by War Thunder. War Thunder is the most complete vehicle combat game ever, with more than 2,000 tanks, planes, ships, and helicopters rendered in ultra-high fidelity to the smallest details for the ultimate PvP battles. The battles are so dynamic that you can forget about HP or health bars. Vehicles take actual damage according to how they were hit. You can even choose how much immersion you want in your PvP battles, whether you crave instant action or something more authentic and cerebral. Personally, I love weaving land, air, and sea units together to form an unstoppable unified front. War Thunder is free to play on PC, PS5, Xbox Series, and the previous generation of consoles. Download War Thunder today by using our link in the description for a large free bonus pack with multiple premium vehicles, a premium account, boosters, and much more.
Welcome back. So what was I saying? That a single-player story-based game should give up on any hope of replay value? That they should resign to being cast aside like a rubber Johnny the moment they're finished and supplanted with the next new hotness? That they should forfeit any ambition for the prolonged player engagement demanded by publishers unless they're willing to drag the story out 50 hours too long, like Last of Us 2 or God of War Ragnarok, in the desperate hope of retaining our attention? Not at all. What we're doing here is making the mistake of conflating replay value with making every playthrough different. The same mistake a lot of those previously discussed choose-your-own-adventure book games make. I mean, I replay games, when schedule permits, which admittedly isn't very often, but I can certainly dedicate at least 1 hour to it per fortnight. Most recently, I've been replaying We Love Katamari, now it's been ported to Steam, because I think it's really fun. I also think they could easily have brought it out the same time they ported the first game, because it's basically the same game, but slightly more polished with more ideas. But never mind, it's here now, and I'm not replaying it expecting anything new. I mean, it does have some new levels, but I haven't really engaged with them. I'm replaying it because I used to play the shit out of it back on my old PS2, and I wanted to bask in its great soundtrack and cathartic town-destroying action again. And it's the same with everything else I ever replay. I'm after a nice, comfortable, familiar experience. I don't have the energy to electrify myself with novelty all the bloody time. Now, my habits don't apply to everyone, I know. Some people, speedrunners for example, and other lunatics, like to replay their favourite games while imposing extrinsic conditions on themselves to milk a bit more novelty out of them, playing them the fastest, or with the lowest possible completion score, or with a breeze block strapped to their head. Hell, a lot of people will just bump the difficulty level up a notch when they replay a game. I usually don't. More often than not, I replay games on the same difficulty level as before, doing exactly the same things as before. It doesn't matter to me that it isn't different. If I wanted a new experience, I'm spoilt for sodding choice on Steam and in the world in general. The whole point of replaying is to return to an established comfort zone. And I suspect those of you who do bump the difficulty up or play with your nostril hair tied to a swing ball set or whatever are primarily motivated by the fact that you like playing the game, and secondarily by the added twist of novelty. So when I see single-player games going out of their way to design themselves around this notion of replay value equals different, with their procedural elements and their branching storylines, that feels off. I think ultimately what gives a game replay value is, at heart, being fun to play and having an interesting story. A story that is very rarely made more interesting from being diluted across multiple paths. I mean, I know a lot of my viewers rewatch my old ZPs a lot. I doubt many of them would care that much if I redid them all in a high-pitched West Country accent for the sake of novelty. Well, some of them might. Maybe it is time I set up that Cameo account. With recent news stories on upcoming games like Starfield and Alan Wake 2 not having physical releases, although I think Starfield backpedaled on that one, that's the 24-hour news cycle for you, perhaps it's a good time to bang the old game ownership drum again. Churlish as it may seem to keep complaining about it, considering that the vast majority of game purchases are digital only these days. Publishers do keep creeping up the price of new games and riddling them with illicit money-making schemes, ostensibly to match the rising cost of game development, so I suppose no longer having to print and ship 50 million plastic cases around the world has got to knock a chunk off the publishing budget. I say that knowing full well I absolutely will still print and ship 50 million cases around the world in which to put download codes on pieces of paper, and after that we, I don't know, prop them up on the mantelpiece like a sodding birthday card. I suppose the idea is that I can display it on my game shelf so that family and passers-by will know that I am a savvy consumer who buys quality products. At least until someone decides to take the game off digital stores for whatever reason, after which family and passers-by will know I'm a twat who paid $70 for a piece of paper in a box. It's the ephemeral nature of digital media that rubs people up the wrong way. If you have a physical copy of a game on a disc and a platform on which to run it, then you can go up to your isolated cabin with a portable generator and play it as much as you like, and theoretically still do it 100 years from now, as long as you can keep the wildlife and insane survivalists away. Digital media is reliant upon there always being internet access, and the game's controllers always being inclined to maintain availability, and as such we don't so much own games as pay to temporarily host them on our hard drives. The opposition to always online gaming has gradually softened over the years as it got more and more tiring to keep complaining about it and digging our heels against the unstoppable force of society in general becoming more and more internet dependent, to the point that most first world nations consider it a basic necessity like hot and cold running water and access to poo pipes, so it's harder to argue for the necessity of gaming offline when most people are always connected anyway. I mean, the internet no longer working is basically an apocalypse scenario at this point, and if it comes to that, humanity will have bigger problems than game preservation to worry about. We'll be sitting around the campfire trying to explain Hideo Kojima's body of work and no one's going to believe us. But being able to actually own and play games is about more than just having access to them. For one thing, a lack of ownership denigrates gaming as a whole. Almost every other form of creative medium can be engaged with on either an ephemeral or permanent basis. Books can be rented from a library or bought from a shop. Movies can be watched on TV and streaming or bought on DVD. The first way is just for the experience or to pass the time, and when something really speaks to you and you want to support it and make it part of your identity, you buy a permanent copy and know you will always have it whenever you want to experience it again. It's two different levels of engagement. That's why libraries have never driven bookshops out of business. To only have ephemeral options for video games is to imply that no one would ever want to engage with them on a higher level, that it's all throwaway junk. Oh Yahtzee, stop grousing. You're perfectly capable of wallpapering your house with copies of Silent Hill 2 if you really must. Oh sure, the PS2 is practically an antique at this point, the collector's market is driving up prices of what original copies remain, and the remastered PS3 version is liquid dogshit on a cream cracker. But if you want to download a pirated version, burn it to a disc, print out the cover art and make a homemade box for it for your living room, nothing's stopping you. Except laws. Laws that, let's face it, the authorities almost certainly won't bother to enforce. And besides, why should we care so much about preserving the original Silent Hill 2 when we're going to have a shiny new remake from Bloober Team soon? Well, now you're just trying to get a rise out of me, viewer, but that is a point. The release schedule is packed densely with remakes and remasters these days, and surely that's doing the job of preservation? Well, I might have more faith in that if I thought preservation was the motive. If we're just talking a re-release tweaked for modern hardware with maybe a resolution upgrade and more accessibility options, then sure. But full-on remakes like Silent Hill 2 and the RE4 make, those are just cashing in on nostalgic name recognition and are the opposite of preservation, if anything, because they tend to replace the original, at least in popular availability. And the originals have value beyond their basic plot and gameplay framework. Again, it's denigrating games as a whole by implying that they only have value as throwaway time-sink entertainment. Old games are important as cultural touchstones. They let us see how far we've come. They give an insight into the minds and attitudes of the people who made them. And most importantly, they preserve the cock-ups, the ugly art, the dodgy gameplay trends like RE4's QTEs, the outdated sexual politics. When remakes and remasters spruce these things up and sand down the edges, they're pushing a lie that games were always good, and you can learn a hell of a lot more from a failure than a success. That's why you can't rely on the whims of remasterers and remakers for preservation, because it's a meritocratic system that will only preserve that which is still fondly remembered, when the real educational value lies in crap. All those third-party PS2 shovelware games, all those German pornographic adventures from the 90s, there's lessons to be learned from all those, like don't make shovelware. He who forgets the past is condemned to repeat it. That's as true of video games as it is of anti-vaccination movements. Maybe if we'd done a better job preserving Treasure Island Dizzy, Balan Wonderworld wouldn't have used its bloody awful inventory system, or any of the other ways it buggered the porcupine. Also, when we forget our past, new video games have a habit of coming up with ideas that they think are new and innovative, but are in fact very old and thoroughly tested. I always think of L.A. Noire, that came out saying, hey, we've invented this amazing new concept called a detective adventure game, and because it's so new, we didn't feel the need to bother innovating in the story area and hacked out the most generic neo-noir plot and setting imaginable. And meanwhile, I was thinking back to playing detective adventure games like Under a Killing Moon, in which you're a detective in post-apocalyptic San Francisco who has to go into space to stop a doomsday cult and scare the shit out of a dude with a robot clown. Not that there's much else you can do with a robot clown. And while L.A. Noire spent countless millions trying to pioneer a new level of realistic facial motion capture that ended up making every character look like photos pasted onto spoons, Under a Killing Moon was FMV, and as such succeeded at achieving precisely the same end, just by, filming some dudes. So I did Final Fantasy XVI recently, starring the sea urchin that walks like a man, and like many RPGs, there's a lot of talking in it. Oh yes, you can't just have support character de jour point at a distant crystal mountain and say, hey Clive, go break that, then kill whatever comes out. No, this is grand epic storytelling spanning decades. You gotta go around the houses a few times. Thus, dialogue scenes. But the strange thing is, Final Fantasy XVI has multiple levels of dialogue scene. There'll be the main ones, the fully voice-acted cutscenes with all the cinematic camera angles and dramatic animation, usually the cutscenes on the critical path, and then you'll have less important dialogue scenes that I tend to think of as in-engine cutscenes, even though they're all in-engine, strictly speaking. The sort of thing that's used for basic interactions and side quests, where the two characters maintain eye contact, plant their feet, and the camera remains at eye level, flipping from one to the other as they exchange lines, with no voice acting, just a text display with some kind of generic vocalization at the start as shorthand for person is talking now. It's always an awkward lurch when the game switches from one mode to the other, partly because one has voice acting and one doesn't, partly because the first kind of cutscene, the actually cinematic ones, seem to have recorded motion capture animation at the same time as the speech. If you watch people talking, you'll note they tend to emphasize their words with all kinds of subtle movements and facial cues that they more often than not have no idea that they're doing, and mocapping all of that gives a cutscene a much more realistic feel. So if you take all of that out and replace it with stock standing still animations, occasionally switching to stock gesture animations that don't match up with the words, it's extremely noticeable. It's like everyone turned into a Captain Scarlet puppet while the game was fading out and fading up. A lot of games do this. Some have even more levels of dialogue scene. They'll have fully mocapped, fully voiced scenes for the really important bits, and then fully voiced scenes with stock animations, and then scenes with no voice acting or mocapping for the stuff that I assume was really veering upon the end of the development schedule. I think it was one of the Yakuza games that had a fourth mode of dialogue scene even below that. Every now and again it would switch to visual novel style with just the text and still images of the speaker. Now, I absolutely know the reason for all of this. It's because, as I say, these games are aiming to be huge epic stories stories full of side activity and throwaway dialogue, and as such they absolutely cannot afford to fully produce every single minor exchange as a full-on cutscene. You need a semi-automated system you can hammer a million random dialogues out of to act as the mortar between all the gameplay bricks. We've all been trained to accept this over many years, just as we accepted back in the PS2 days that most of the cutscenes would be in-engine, but a handful of important ones would be pre-rendered FMVs, frequently made by a completely different studio with a distinctly different look. But then I wondered if this is one of the things that's worth stepping back from and trying to view from the perspective of a non-smart-ass long-term gaming insider. Think of a credulous child who only knows video games as magical gateways to worlds of fantasy to while away the dreary hours of summer. Would they understand why Final Fantasy XVI is dynamically and vocally performed some of the time, but then mysteriously switches to the exact same characters standing stiffly around like coconuts at a shy, lips emotionlessly moving like two slow-dancing slugs? Because I think back to my own credulous childhood growing up in England reading Beano comics, wondering why two different strips had a distinctly similar art style, too young and immersed in the world of the fiction to be willing to consider possibilities like the strips were drawn by the same artist. I decided this was an indication that the two strips occupied a shared reality, and off-screen the characters probably hung out together. What does that sort of pliable mind think when a game has multiple levels of cutscene quality? Do they think the characters have gotten tired from having to act properly and are taking a breather for a couple of scenes? I feel like we insiders have been unconsciously letting this scoot by, thinking, oh, it has to be like that because of the way they're made. But the fact is, this is hurting the experience, and it wouldn't fly in any other medium. If half the scenes of a film were well directed and the rest were massively incompetently lit and framed, critics wouldn't go, oh well, we happen to know the budget ran out and the second unit director was a literal baboon, so we'll just ignore all that. No, they'd rake it over the coals, because noticing the nuts and bolts of the film's production is the death of immersion. The difference in quality between mocapped dialogue scenes and the other kind really is night and day. I almost think if you can't do every scene fully mocapped, it might be better to do them all in the second style, just so you don't have the comparison, constantly taking the audience out of things. Then again, maybe not. What I'm talking about when I talk about stiff, boring, non-mocapped dialogue scenes is what I've referred to now and again over the years as Bioware face, because I always associate it with your Mass Effects and your Dragon Ages, although one might also call it Bethesda face, because it's most glaring in games like Oblivion and Fallout 3. You talk to an NPC, and the camera dramatically zooms right into a full-on shot of their face, and they maintain unbreaking eye contact with you the entire conversation. I hate this for the same reason I don't get on with dialogue trees. Real people just don't talk like this. I'm seeing the workings and getting pulled out again. You don't just stand opposite someone, maintain eye contact, and take it in turns to speak. You nurse your drink, you pace around, you look out the window, you talk while walking somewhere together, you nod, you go, uh-huh, you gesture to emphasize what you're saying. It's all in the little things. And I know it's possible to avoid Bioware face, even if you aren't able to mocap every dialogue. I know, because I've played The Witcher 3. The Witcher 3 doesn't use full mocap for every conversation and isn't above a bit of the old Bioware face creeping in now and again, but characters mostly don't just stare at each other. They walk around, sit around, do a lot of subtle things with their faces, shag each other on unicorns. It does just enough. Just enough that I'm willing to overlook the stiffer moments and remain immersed. I want to be immersed, damn it. I want to meet you halfway and enjoy the story. I can't do that if I'm spending most of my time with NPCs trying to kill me with their eye beams. Still, I understand that even doing just enough would have been a lot of work. There's probably millions of little touches you barely notice that would make it come across stiff and awkward if they weren't there, but I for one appreciate the result. Better to spread the extra work across the entire game than save it all up for a cutscene once in a blue moon and leave everything else looking like lollipop stick puppets. That's like massively overtraining one side of your body so you've got one really beefy arm and one noodly one. Just doesn't look right. And then for the rest of your life you have to keep hearing the same masturbation joke. I've been picking up vibrations through the old general internet discourse banjo string that JRPG may no longer be an acceptable term, like it's racist or something, because it's got the word Japanese in there. I don't know if I'd go along with that. Maybe if it was being used in a derogatory context, but for me it just refers to a particular kind of RPG characteristic of many classic games that have come out of a specific country. I wouldn't think it was any more racist than saying Italian horror movie or Parisian-style street cafe. Still, I'm over 40 as of this year, preparing to spend the rest of my life uselessly taking up space in the world I'm leasing from the next generation, so probably not my place to decide these things. Well, just to make all our positions clear, here's specifically what I mean when I refer to a game as a JRPG. A narrative-focused game with an anime visual style, and at the very least, the common RPG trappings of leveling up, character stats, and equipable gear, with a protagonist who's something of a blank slate, teaming up with a number of well-established NPC party members, and a menu-driven combat system of some kind. I'm content to classify Final Fantasy XVI as more of a hack-and-slash or spectacle fighter than an RPG, if everyone else is, and of course there'll be a grandiose plot that will almost inevitably end with teenagers using the power of friendship to kill God. That's a pretty vintage observation of mine, but it still surprises me how it continues to be relevant. Now, as noted in previous episodes, I'm no fan of JRPGs. I've only personally completed 4 of the buggers: Earthbound, Paper Mario 2, Persona 4, and Persona 5. And it's weird how it's not just that they all end with using the power of friendship to kill God. All 4 of them also have a bit near the end where God almost kills the party, but then the heroes imagine and or solicit help from every NPC they've met over the course of the game, and their combined positive energy gives them the power to prevail. Quite literally using the power of friendship, you see. But as I say, these are the only 4 I've finished myself. I know the endings of other JRPGs from watching YouTube videos and general cultural osmosis, and I'm aware that there are outliers, some that only loosely fit the description of teenagers using the power of friendship to kill God. Chrono Trigger's main villain is Lavos, which is more of an all-powerful destructive beast than a god, but I'd argue the distinction between god and most powerful being known to exist is more semantics than anything else, and the heroes don't gather the power of all their friends at the end to kill it, although success only coming because of everyone working together is a prevailing theme, especially in that one sequence where Chrono stone cold dies and his allies have to work to bring him back. So even if they're not literally using the power of friendship as in the 4 examples I've played, there's usually some lip service given to it. Usually someone will at least mention that it is their friends that give them their strength, or emphasis will be placed on the villain being a lonely figure trying to impose their personal will without caring about others. And I suppose I bring all this up to express my disappointment that JRPGs seem to constantly fall back on this one set of themes. Don't worry, I'll supply my own counter-argument with this sock puppet on my hand. Oh, Yart, surely what you're describing here are fairly universal storytelling themes, some of which are an inevitability of the medium. Is it so strange that games featuring as a central element of gameplay the player characters gradually becoming stronger fighters, taking on more and more powerful monsters, should culminate with them having to fight the most powerful being in the world? That is to say, God. Well, perhaps you're right. And as for using the power of friendship, you yourself said that a characteristic of the genre is acquiring a party of NPC allies. Surely the theme of relying on others would also arise naturally from the format. Yes, okay. And as for teenagers, seems unfair to pick on the RPGs, considering how much of Japanese culture generally is fixated on characters of high school age. Come to think of it, it's unfair to pick on the Japanese, since young people at the age of awakening, not yet self-realized or hardened by experience, are natural candidates for a hero's journey in any culture. Look at Dune, Game of Thrones. Hell, Luke Skywalker definitely wasn't old enough to shave. Alright, shut up, Mr. Socky! True as all of that might be, I don't buy that always ending with teenagers using the power of friendship to etc. is some inescapable necessity of the format to which we can only throw up our hands and cry, oh well. I know, because I've seen alternatives. In both Persona 4 and Persona 5, funnily enough. Save World from Evil God is an element of the plot of Persona 4 that at best takes a back seat. For the most part, you're investigating a series of murders being carried out through the Midnight Channel, a shadowy otherworld that manifests the collective unconscious that only you and the killer knows about. You follow a lead to what turns out to be a copycat killer, finally uncover the real killer as they start threatening you and your adorable blameless little sister directly. Then turns out there's another real killer who's someone you know and thought was a friend, and you have to defeat them in the Midnight Channel as well as the source of their power. Hang on, I think I forgot something. Oh yeah, spoiler alert. And you know what? If the game had ended there, which indeed it does if you can't figure out how to get the 100% good ending, I'd have been perfectly happy. But then it turns out there's another real villain, even realer than the last one, who is God and wants to destroy the world, and you have to defeat them with the power of friendship before you can finally piss off home. Almost feels like the game itself knew of my criteria for JRPGs and felt it had to sellotape on the standard ending at the last minute. Then there's Persona 5, which is a fairly straight case of the teenage protagonist using the power of acquaintanceship to assassinate Jehovah, but then there's the extra semester that gets added on after that in Persona 5 Royal, where a new threat emerges in the form of, again, a character we know, who is attempting to impose their will upon the world, except it turns out the world they want to create is a nice one where everyone's happy. And you might even agree with him. You have the option of agreeing with him and getting an early ending. But if you want the full experience, you have to battle him in the metaverse, and there's your prerequisite epic fight. But then in the ending, the villain shows up again to say, well, guess you were right all along. No hard feelings, bye! Both these plots represent viable alternatives to evil god trying to destroy world gets friendshipped to death. And the connecting factor between the two is characters. Persona 4 and 5 are very good at characters we understand and watch develop and want to see succeed, villains with complex motives that we want to act against but at the same time can see their point of view. The plot of Persona 4 would have worked perfectly well if the supernatural element were entirely removed, if the murderer's weapon of choice was a big stick with a nail in the end rather than a metaphorical shadow realm, because what matters is that all the peril and drama is created by interactions between characters, at least right up until the bit where you have to kill God. It's not that I flat out object to gregariousness-fueled deicide and think it's always bad. There are plenty of games that have done fun things with it, Undertale for one. It's just a plot device, but at the same time, there's something inherently lazy about it. Sod it, let's broaden this out beyond JRPGs, to any plot that culminates in stop evil powerful being from destroying the world, like about 90% of filler Doctor Who episodes. It's disappointing because it's so mind-numbingly broad. Wanting to save the world is a universally understandable motive that the audience is automatically on side for. No one in their right mind would oppose it, but that makes it a crutch for lazy storytelling. The challenge is to build characters well enough that we can relate to them or take an interest in them and want to see them achieve their goals, even if that benefits no one else. I mean, the plot of Silent Hill 1 was evil god wants to destroy the world, and I always found that a bit cheesy. Meanwhile, broadly speaking, the plot of Silent Hill 2 is sad man gets more sad, and it's the best psychological horror game ever made. Piss off! And remember what I said when I was praising the writing in most of Rockstar's games. Almost none of Rockstar's protagonists get called upon to save the world. The rest of the world couldn't care less if they live or die, but we get invested because of the strength of the characters, and our attachment to them is far greater because of it. As I say, stop destruction of world is a perfectly functional plot, but that's all it is, functional. It can make for a very nice foundation on which to explore some deeper concepts, but I do get disappointed when a game falls back on it, because it instantly broadcasts not just a lack of imagination, but a lack of confidence in its own characters and their ability to engage. It's arguably detrimental to character building on a personal level, because it kinda bulldozes everyone's problems out of the way, doesn't it? Sorry, hot girl party member number 2, much as I'd love to help you overcome the lack of closure you feel for your father's unrealistic expectations, the world's about to sodding explode, and I'd rather it didn't because I have to live on that. So, as I mentioned in my ZP review, I'm not entirely sure the surprise popularity of Baldur's Gate 3 is more to do with its individual merits or just good timing, with audiences starved for solid design-focused single-player RPGs and D&D gaining popularity, at least judging by all those actual play shows that have popped up. And on that subject, I was trying to play Baldur's Gate 3 as my character from Adventure is Nigh, the Escapist's own actual play series, Mortimer the conniving conman and bastard, whose charisma is so ridiculously high no one can stay mad at him. And to the game's credit, there were plenty of chances for Mortimer to wave his astonishingly large and turgid deception bonus, as well as opportunities to live up to his reputation for banging anything warmer than room temperature. The first such opportunity came weirdly quickly in the form of that one angry lizard lady party member. You know, the one on the box art with the pointy nose. I forget her name, which is completely in character for Mortimer, but I think she started getting warm for his form because of all the times the two of them had to violently murder their way out of a situation, perhaps under the mistaken impression that he'd intended things to go that way. Whatever the case, their talk was getting flirty, and Mortimer never says no to a nice bit of strange, so before long he was getting dragged from his bedroll one night to see to the missus. Naturally, I'd left adult content on because I like tits, why lie? And watching the act play out brought on a bit of a game critic moment, as I watched my protagonist semi-explicitly perform cunnilingus on a muscular lady with skin like a slightly underripe banana. I asked myself, what is actually the point of this? Now, rest assured, this isn't coming from a place of prudishness. If anything, the sex scene wasn't titillating enough. Video game graphics still struggle with getting two in-engine models to physically interact in a way that doesn't come across off-putting. There's not enough give and squishiness to the physicality. Even kissing and shaking hands looks a bit off, so a full-on sex scene looks like two mannequins jostling around next to each other in the back of a speeding truck. I think it's only The Witcher 3 I've seen manage to bring it off. Pull it off. Forget it, move on. I assume some amount of titillation was intended, because when the pointy lady first got her kit off, the camera does a slightly pervy track up her body. Yeah, sorry, I'm actually probably going to have to pixelate a lot of this, but there was no use framing it like it was a big reveal. I'd already seen all my party members naked by unequipping their gear out of impish curiosity. Not that that was very very titillating either, because it was a completely non-sexual context. It'd be like getting turned on seeing a vagina in a gynecologist's office. Recent high-level Western RPGs like Baldur's Gate 3 and Cyberpunk have taken a rather unflinching approach to nudity. Yes, the character creation page seems to say, here's your character's giggle zone, we're all grown-ups here, everyone's got one, it's nothing silly, it's part of the human condition. Now, how many inches do you want? I can't imagine it ever mattering, game, but I suppose I would have said the same about micromanaging eyebrow distance, so fine, 17. You have completely spoiled the mystique though, so don't expect me to be impressed when you whip it out later in a sex scene all coyly framed and moodily lit. No, obviously sex in these games serves a purpose beyond porn. If you want porn, just search online. I hear there's some very industrious fellows who know how to extract game models and do some jolly creative things with them in Blender, and then you don't have to play through hours and hours of an RPG selecting the right dialogue options to see it. The other purpose that a sex scene serves, beyond letting us get our nasty little rocks off, is to pay off a developing relationship between characters that we're invested in, much as the sex scene in Prince of Persia Sands of Time does, as discussed in my previous video on the subject. But that didn't apply here. Old lizardy chops had jumped fairly rapidly from angry contempt to wanting to be a sex haver. Maybe that was the point. She's from a race that flirts by threatening to cut each other's ghoulies off. But still, when I was watching the nobbing scene, I didn't feel any sense of satisfaction from a character arc getting paid off. I mostly felt a sense of proxy embarrassment for everyone involved. Even back when the flirty dialogue had started, something hadn't felt right. When you make camp and you chinwag with your party members around the fire while they're dressed in their pajamas, the flirtation always seemed to be happening with this unspoken vibe of inevitability, like it was a given that I was prowling around for some action. And that led me to wonder if letting us knob our party members in Western RPGs is something being included more for the sake of tradition than because it's actually justified. I suppose this is another thing we can blame on Bioware. I want to say it was Mass Effect that first won itself some headlines by including full-on sex scenes with party members, and its stablemate Dragon Age, of course, and now it almost feels like knobbing the party members is now expected in certain kinds of RPGs. Yes, The Witcher did it as well, I suppose, but that was always justified as part of Geralt's personality, i.e. a lonely, horny git. It's party member shagging combined with blank slate protagonist. That doesn't work for me. I can't get invested in a romance if I know one participant could have been replaced by literally anyone else, as long as they took the right dialogue options. I discussed that in my previous video on romance too. Sort of take something away from the shaggable characters to know that they don't really have any preferences of their own, that they'll always be physically attracted and down to clown with you, no matter how much time you spent in the character creator making yourself look like Pete Postlethwaite with a hunchback. That's the other thing. It feels reductive that the only way to express that you're in good with the character is to let you shag them. There's another party member in Baldur's Gate 3, the wizard bloke, and one of his campfire friendship building scenes involves having a bit of a magic mind meld, and the game invites you to project a mental image to him to convey your intentions. But I'm pretty sure the only options it gives you are picture yourself kissing him full on the mouth, or picture yourself kicking him in the nuts. And I was like, couldn't I just imagine the two of us having a nice drink and a chat? Surely the full scope of human relationships has more of a spectrum than shag or hate. I'm perfectly capable of liking, respecting, being interested in, wanting to hang out with, even loving people I have no interest in shagging. So don't shag them, yarts. What's that, Mr. Socky? It's called a role-playing game for a reason. You could always just not take the shag option if you don't think it would be in character. I'm pretty sure there were like 9 opportunities in the run-up to shagging the lizard lady, where Mortimer could take the dialogue option where he suddenly comes over all coy and slams on the brakes, and throughout the game there are plenty of ways to express esteem for a character without also implying you want to jiggle their naughties. If you want, you could play through Baldur's Gate 3 as a prudish little schoolmarm who flinches at the very mention of naughty oscillation. See, this is the thing, Mr. Socky. I'm not sure you can. It's the dialogue trees. Dialogue options convey things about a character even when they don't actually say them. I always liked how LucasArts adventure games would use dialogue trees to make the protagonist come across as scatterbrained and indecisive for a gag. Like you'd click on the option to say something brave and defiant in the face of danger, but the character would only make some frightened squeaking noises because they chickened out at the last moment. And taking the I think we should just be friends option is kind of tainted when just under it you can clearly see the option to say, bite down on this wooden spoon, baby, I'm coming in dry. Because even if I don't say it, I know it at least crossed my mind to say it. So no matter how I try to play them, the protagonists of these games always come across like massive horn dogs. I suppose that gets to the bottom of why the romance in games like Baldur's Gate 3 just isn't clicking the pilot light for me anymore. Maybe it works for some people, and I shouldn't grouse about something that is, after all, just a bit of non-essential fun on the side. But I generally take the stance that it's valid to criticize optional content because work had to go into it that could have been been spent on something else. There's a sequence in Mass Effect Andromeda where, through an exhaustively circuitous series of fetch quests, you can organize a team-building movie night with your party members. And you know what? That scene, with the lot of them just bullshitting on a couch, did a hell of a lot more to make me engage with them as characters than any of their individual nobbing sessions. Goes to show there's a lot more interesting things you can do with characters when you're not just treating them like sex fruit machines that eventually dispense a nobbing scene if you keep pulling the right levers. Use your imagination. Maybe the relationship track could culminate with a scene where the two of us go to the bank to take out a joint business loan, or to the housewares shop to buy more wooden spoons. We recently passed the 16-year anniversary of Bioshock's release in 2007. Not a huge occasion, but worth marking. Maybe send Ken Levine a nice card. Bioshock's a great game. It was one of the last cherries to be placed on top of the golden age of first-person PC immersive sims that ran from the late 90s to the mid-2000s. Not that it's above criticism. If there were any game that would seriously benefit from being forcibly held down and having its last 2 hours sawn off, and the less said about its binary moral choice bollocks, the better. Well, I can save every bloody little girl in this entire ill-advised social experiment come gated community and be a great big hero, but then I killed just one of the little buggers just to see what would happen, just a special treat for me, and suddenly I'm an irredeemable bastard. Talk about political correctness gone mad. But something I've brought up many times in various different avenues is that Bioshock has, in my view, the best beginning of any game ever. I mean that entirely without hyperbole. So understand how significant an accolade that is, considering the thousands of games I've played in my life. Shame it can't keep the momentum going, but statistically only about 20% of players actually finish games, so a good beginning goes a long way, and the best approach to take when kicking things off to ensure maximum player engagement has multiple schools of thought. A surprisingly popular method is to make us watch 19 legally mandated unskippable company idents, and then tick a little box that says, while we don't want to have our identity stolen, we're not adverse to giving the publisher the opportunity to do so, as long as it means we can shoot some monsters for a bit. That aside, one school of thought states that a game's opening should have a slow burn to let us gently sink into the shoes of the protagonist and learn about their place in the world, such as in Fallout 3 or Assassin's Creed 2, which both literally begin with the main character being born, and that's about as immersed in a character one can possibly get. The diametric opposite viewpoint believes that a game should kick off with an exciting action sequence to immediately seize the attention of the easily distracted dum-dums. Mid-story, if necessary. Many games have done that thing where they start with a flash forward to the big action scene in the third act before rewinding back to the actual start of the plot. I kinda hate that, because it's immediately killing suspense. We now know exactly where the plot's going to end up and how high the peak of the action is willing to go. I prefer to be surprised. Imagine if at the start of Saints Row there was a flash forward to Saints Row 4 and you saw yourself as the president fighting aliens before suddenly getting dragged right back to slightly shonky crime sandboxing. You'd have been confused at best. Another popular approach is to begin in a vehicle travelling to the game's main setting, pioneered of course by the opening train ride in the original Half-Life and the roughly 90 billion games that start with flying in on a helicopter with the side doors left rather irresponsibly wide open. The upshots of this method include being able to establish the setting with a nice sightseeing tour of where we're going to spend the rest of the game, and to create a sense of isolation when the vehicle we're in finally drops us off, or more often than not, crashes. There's a related technique popular in horror games like Silent Hill 2, Resident Evil 7 and Blair Witch that I like to call the Forest Walk, where the game starts with a relatively peaceful hike through a forest, creating a sense that the hero is unwittingly getting further and further from safety with every step. And part of what makes the start of Bioshock so effective is that it employs every single one of the techniques I've just listed, except for the flash forward thing, but it does open with a bit of attention-grabbing action. It starts with a plane crash, but one that you more hear than see. It stays rigidly fixed in the first-person perspective from the word go for immersion's sake, and spoiler alert, the plot has a little bit of unreliable narration going on, so we get one shot at the back of an airline seat before there's a blackout in your character's memories, catastrophic noises, screaming, and the next thing you know you're underwater, surrounded by sinking debris, desperately fighting your way to the surface for air, and bursting up, gasping, amid an ocean wreathed in flames. But then, the tone flips on a dime. You wonder why your character isn't moving for a few moments until you experimentally touch the mouse and realise you're now in control. And this is very deliberate. It's why I love this as a game intro, because it does things that are only possible with interactive narrative. There's a reason why the game doesn't automatically steer our character out of the wreckage and up the lighthouse steps, because whipping the leash off at this point is is intended to convey the same thing as the infinite ocean stretching to the horizon, the total absence of other survivors, and the remnants of the plane still sinking below the waves, the sense of being abandoned, even by the guiding hand of pre-rendered narrative. The moment of desperate survival has passed, you've no resources, no one's coming to help. What now, twatty pants? And in this moment of total bewilderment, we gravitate to the one thing that represents stability, a lighthouse extruding from the waves. We leave to one side the question of what a lighthouse is doing here without a crumb of dry land in sight, because we can tell from our protagonist's laboured breathing that he is in dire need of a towel and some hot cocoa. But we don't find that once we get inside the lighthouse, do we? No, the lights pop on, and suddenly we're getting disapprovingly stared at by a huge statue holding out a slogan on a banner as if daring us to disagree. And that quickly, the tone has flipped again. Now we're not a desperate lonely survivor, we're an interloper descending an immaculately decorated rabbit hole. We're herded into a bathysphere, and thus begins the vehicle ride towards the main setting portion of the intro. But hold your horses, because first a projector screen needs to drop and Andrew Ryan needs to do his impeccably written opening monologue. Is a man not entitled to the et of his cetera and all that? And I can only imagine what must be going through the mind of the poor sod we're controlling at this point. He's just narrowly escaped death, he's soaking wet and freezing cold, his mind is fizzing with fear, adrenaline and confusion, and now he's getting bombarded with philosophical rhetoric by a dude who comes across like a 1950s girlfriend's dad we're meeting for the first time and evidently failing to impress. But just as we might get completely overwhelmed, go into a fetal position and cry, yes, fine, I'll become an objectivist, just stop yelling at me, the projector screen whips away, and we are awestruck by our first sight of Rapture, an impossible city on the seabed, glittering with neon signs and lighted windows. Oh look, there's a whale. See, the beauty of the Bioshock intro is that it's such a beautifully paced roller coaster of feelings. Explosion, danger, desperation, then strange calm, sinking despair, loneliness, then confusion, getting yelled at by a bloke who looks like Walt Disney, then dumbstruck awe. And we're not even done. The tone settles down as the bathysphere arrives at the station, then bam, horror and violence again with the first Sploicer encounter, then reassurance when we first contact Atlas, a bit of intrigue as we explore the first area and see the discarded picket signs. The sine wave between exciting action and quiet contemplation continues, and we are very firmly off on the right foot. Pity the game can't keep that foot glued on for the whole runtime, but that's what happens when you peak early, I suppose. So I challenge you, commenters, can anyone think of a better beginning of a video game? Now we've established I can't. I think Bioshock Infinite's up there, mainly because it's basically the same sequence, beat for beat, just moving in a different geographical direction. It's possible that it overdoes things a bit. I preferred it when I was a silent protagonist. I don't like how Bioshock Infinite's main character, Booker DeWitt, keeps feeling the need to comment on stuff. Yes, it's a city in the clouds, very impressive. I didn't need to hear Booker DeWitt making impressed noises to know when to be impressed. I'm not a cocking sitcom audience. In my old Dev Diary series, I frequently talked about my adherence to the philosophy of game design that focuses on the primary gameplay loop, or the moment-to-moment, second-to-second experience. But we've been seeing a lot of big games lately where the primary gameplay loop appears to be, well, a secondary concern. For all the merits or demerits of Starfield and Baldur's Gate 3 that I'm sure we could argue over until the Metacritic scores come home, neither game would look particularly enticing if you randomly clipped a few seconds of an average run-through. The Starfield clip would probably just be a mid-conversation staring contest with a dead-eyed NPC, and the Baldur's Gate 3 clip would be me yelling at that bloody Astarion for not automatically jumping over a chasm the way all my other children did. These games are unapologetically focused on the big picture. It's usually with these epic-scale RPGs and such like that the primary gameplay loop philosophy breaks down. They're supposed to be about your long-term goals, reaching the end of the journey, telling a grand narrative that unfolds over hours upon hours of play. But is that any reason not to have a strong primary gameplay loop? Maybe you like Baldur's Gate, but imagine if you had the option of traversing that game's maps on the back of a purring motorbike.
Hey there, Internet! This episode of Extra Punctuation is brought to you by Raid Shadow Legends. While I'm sure you've heard of this game, do you really know anything about it, huh? Raid Shadow Legends is a turn-based battle MMORPG that lets you fight hordes of enemies using over 700 unique champions. Fight with horrible monsters, heroic knights, orcs, banshees, and the snorting thug. Alright. And now Raid is increasing their roster of awesome-looking champions with a brand new rarity, Mythical. The Mythical champions have a special new mechanic called Metamorph that allows you to change between two different forms. Just like I'm going to transform from Summerjack to Winterjack! This flannel gives me plus 10 cold resistance, which is almost as powerful as these guys. You can basically summon 2 champions for 1 with a brand new primal shard in the portal, and both forms use the same artifacts, accessories, masteries, and blessings, so you'll have to be strategic when using these versatile champions. Hey, how about a free legendary champion? Check out Sun Wukong, Raid's take on the mischievous Monkey King. All you have to do is log into Raid on 7 different days between August 22nd and October 23rd to get your hands on this awesome champion. New players only now, you have a chance to get one of the best epic champions, Stag Knight, as well as a skin firm designed by John Tron himself. Just use the promo code JTSKIN before October 7th. Also, if you click the link or scan the QR code that's right here, you'll get a free starter pack with this cool in-game loot. So just hit the link in the description and I'll see you on the battlefield.
Traversal is the subject of the day, and I was recently reminded in the course of playing the eternally awkwardly named Bomb Rush Cyberfunk just how much I appreciate games with a strong traversal focus, that find a way to make the mere act of getting from point A to point B fun and interesting, not just the act of slaughtering the monsters that have taken up residence at point B. And I fear traversal is one of the many things that is frequently overlooked in the smashed-together genre smorgasbord that is the big-name, overly scoped AAA experience these days. Back in retro times, when genres were more distinct, traversal was an entire subset of genres. You had platformers, of course, your Mario and your Sonic, where obviously it's fine if you want to stop and murder everything you pass, but getting all the way to the right of the starting point is what actually progresses you, and where most of the skill challenge lies. I have a personal specific fondness for those old games where you're flying or travelling down a linear tunnel and have to dodge obstacles as they fly at you, like the bonus minigame from Sonic 2, or Sky Roads. I have fond memories of playing an Amiga game from a magazine cover disc along these lines in the early 90s that I seem to remember was called Technozone, and I'd be gratified if anyone else knows what the hell I'm talking about, because Google sure as hell doesn't. In slightly more recent times, the first king of traversal in a 3D open world setting was, for me, Spider-Man 2, the movie adaptation on the PS2 and GameCube. I could web swing around that city all day, something I got no satisfaction from in later Spider-Man sandboxes like Web of Shadows and The Amazing Spider-Mans, largely because traversal in those was usually just point in a direction and hold down the web swing button, and the essence of fun traversal in video games is that it has to be a skill challenge, because what makes it satisfying to pull off is the possibility of completely screwing it up. In Spider-Man 2, and gratifyingly the recent Spider-Man games, if you run out of buildings or mistime a change of direction, then you're going to leave primary coloured smears all over the brickwork. Superhero sandboxes are usually the go-to for fun traversal in my experience. Games like Infamous, Prototype, Just Cause, and Gravity Rush have all found their own ways to make it fun. But even Grand Theft Auto and its imitators make traversal interesting. The challenge in GTA traversal was to find stroke steal a car and drive it to the mission objective without dinging someone's brake light and getting forced off the road by gun-toting twitchy cops. Feels like I've played a lot of AAA open world games in the recent age. For some reason, Horizon Zero Dawn is what's currently leaping to mind, where traversal consists mostly of lining yourself up with the objective marker and pushing forwards. Without interesting traversal, you end up with what I tend to think of as commute games, where you're just arbitrarily obliged to hike across the map in between the actual gameplay. Gotham Knights would be another perfect example. It's the surefire sign of a game having gone in an open world direction purely for the status it brings, and not because they've given any cocking thought as to what the open world actually adds to the experience. Little surprise then that we're seeing the indie sphere doing what it does best and filling the genre void that AAA leaves behind, with such traversal-focused games as Bomb Rush Cyberfunk, XO1, and Neon White bubbling to the surface in recent years. Actually, speaking of Neon White, my interest in video game traversal seems to be related to my growing interest in speedrunning culture. Those nutty shitheads found a way to turn Quake 1 into a skill traversal game, as long as you're willing to learn how to jump on the exact right frame 9,000 times for the one time you get a 0.01 second boost from a random enemy bullet. It is worth considering in the age of professional streaming that, as well as being fun to play, skillful traversal is a hell of a lot more interesting to watch. I'm not about to start Quake speedrunning myself anytime soon. I used up all my wrist muscle memory on masturbation techniques. But let's bring things back around to the start. Hypothetically, could we add the element of fun traversal to Starfield and Baldur's Gate 3? Well, I'd say Baldur's Gate 3 gets a hall pass out of this. Let's not forget that context can take the place of challenge and catharsis, in accordance with my 3Cs theory of game appeal, while the mere act of travelling through Baldur's Gate 3's world isn't much to write to your DM about at best, and kind of frustrating at worst, especially when I'm trying to get the whole party to sneak through an owlbear cave. The thrust of that game is a sense of constant discovery. You're always making decisions on what path to take next and stumbling into little random encounters, so it rarely feels like hiking across needless ridiculously long distances to get to the stuff that matters. But then there's Starfield, and oh goodness, if there's any game that clearly wasn't willing to put the effort into making traversal fun. You can tell because they gave up. You basically go to places exclusively by fast travelling from the menu. And perhaps that's understandable, because Starfield is also going for a generally realistic tone, and if there's a way to make realistic space travel interesting on a moment-to-moment level, it certainly escapes me. Oh sure, space can have grandeur, you can drink in the sublime majesty of the cosmos, but when you gotta get somewhere in it, all you're doing is lining up with the objective and pressing forwards again, because there's nothing in space. That's why it's called space. You can add some asteroids for the player to dodge around, but it's not a very interesting challenge. What will I do now? Oh, I guess I'll move to this other bit of infinite space that doesn't have an asteroid in it. No, I can't pick on Starfield for its lack of fun traversal in the space travel, so I'll pick on it for the lack of it in the planet exploring instead. I found some low-key contemplative entertainment in surveying planets for specific features, but most of what that entailed was walking across kilometers of randomly generated rocky landscape, sometimes bunny hopping if it was one of those planets with fun gravity, and it wasn't long before I was sorely hankering for a ground vehicle, the one thing you didn't rip off from No Man's Sky and probably should have. I wanted a motorbike or a hovercraft or a little Mars rover strapped to each foot, and at the risk of overscoping the game even further, maybe some kind of Tony Hawk style system that awards you for doing sweet jumps off of craters. And because it wouldn't be a fun challenge without the possibility of failure, maybe if you face planted spectacularly into the rocks, it'd leave a mysterious blood-stained dent for the local primitive aliens to base a religion around. I feel buoyed with confidence after the video I did on games that make you pause to listen to audio logs. I was so glad to see the agreement in the comments. There are moments in the life of a game critic where one might start doubting one's sanity. Sometimes it seems like every major game publisher is doing something completely terrible, but no one else has called it out, and surely such companies are fully peopled with highly educated professionals. Who am I, lowly masturbator and made-up swear word wrangler, to claim that I know best? Am I the weird one? Does everyone else think that a game having us pay $4.99 additional dollars so your character can have a shinier hat is an extremely desirable feature that massively enhances the experience? Well, since we did find common ground on the audio log thing, let's try another one. Also from the world of dialogue and conveying story elements to the player. There's another common practice in AAA video games that I've been getting increasingly annoyed by lately, and I have a funny feeling that in just 3 words, you'll know exactly what I mean and will agree that it's annoying. You ready? Walk and talk. Never let it be said that video games don't learn. Players don't appreciate being forced to watch endless cutscenes in what is ostensibly an interactive narrative, and the spectre of Bioware face has loomed blank-eyed over video game dialogue for a long time. So some visionary said, why interrupt the interactivity for dialogue? Let's just let the player stay in control while all the talking's going on, and they can amuse themselves by inspecting the environment and crawling around under the furniture if they really must. Fine in theory. But then someone got a bit antsy. Well, we still need players to hear the dialogue, it's important. I know. Let's oblige them to walk very slowly behind an NPC as they gab away, and hold up the whole game until they do so, which is somehow the worst of all possible worlds. Walk and talk has been with us for a while, but I only recently started seriously turning against it when I played the start of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. See, its predecessor Breath of the Wild had an extremely strong opening. Link wakes up in a box, and steps out into a world of beauty and adventure in just his boxer shorts, and I was interested to see how Tears of the Kingdom was going to top that. Imagine my disappointment when the first thing you have to do is walk slowly behind Princess Zelda for 5 minutes as she talks very enthusiastically about a brick wall. And what cemented my newfound searing antipathy for walk and talk was that Starfield, another very recent game, did pretty much the exact same thing, which means lessons apparently aren't getting learned. Whatever merits are to be found once you start exploring Starfield and blowing off the critical path, it still starts with having to walk slowly behind an NPC through a grey-brown tunnel while they explain to you how boring mining is and how boring your life is now because of it. Doesn't exactly fire me up. First impressions matter, people, because even after having tasted what the rest of the game had to offer when it came to write about Starfield later, my first thoughts were, oh yeah, that game with the really boring start. But I digress. When I talk about walk and talk, I'm not denigrating any instance of dialogue playing over gameplay. I've already complained about being forced to pause the game or stay in one place to listen to dialogue, and I'm not that impossible to please. It's specifically instances of it where you have to walk slowly behind an NPC and the plot won't move on until that NPC finishes walking to the destination. So there's no escape, even if you run on ahead to the exit door like an eager dog with a full bladder. Lose another point if the NPC stops dead if you lag behind or run ahead too far and refuses to continue you till you're close enough again. Now I'm having to be a consenting party to my own torture, like a child being forced to choose the stick with which they will be beaten. Oh, and lose another billion points if the NPC's walking speed is slightly slower than the player character's walking speed, meaning you have to keep stopping and starting. If you're so bent on playing out this monologue, I'd honestly prefer you just do it as a cutscene. Something like the opening of Deus Ex Human Revolution, where Adam Jensen automatically moves through the walk and talk sequence like he's got Roombas strapped to both feet. Or that thing in Red Dead Redemption where you can press a button to make your character automatically keep pace with the speaking NPC. At least then you can pass the time looking around at the pretty scenery, or, just press skip. Come to think of it, it's not even the fact that we're obliged to press forward and tag along with the walk and talk to continue it that makes it obnoxious, because I never had a problem with the opening sequence of Batman Arkham Asylum, in which Batman walks alongside the Joker's entourage and, controversially, talks. I group it with the opening train ride from Half-Life. In both cases, I don't mind it so much because we're being shown things as well as told things. We set up the environment, build tension, foreshadow a few events, say hi to Killer Croc. Also, Batman can't walk faster than the NPCs, so it's easy to just hold forward and zone out. So on reflection, walk and talk can work, as long as keeping pace with the NPCs isn't annoying to control, as long as there's something fun to look at, and as long as we're being told something that's actually important and relevant, which I would assume would generally be the case, if you're insisting we stick around to hear it, but the whole sequence in the mine at the beginning of Starfield is nothing to do with the rest of the game. At best, it shows you how to mine rocks, and a sodding tutorial window could have done that. Besides, however important and relevant the dialogue you're insisting on forcing us to hold forward to listen to like we're slowly squeezing toothpaste out of a tube is, you also have to consider that this might not be our first playthrough, and we already know all this bollocks and we'd really rather just skip to the monster shooting. So yeah, a skip button would be lovely. But why not have fun with it? This is supposed to be interactive narrative after all. I wish more games would put more effort into interpreting the player's actions and responses on the ground level. Like that bit in Half-Life 2 Episode 1, where you pass through an apartment where a TV show's playing, and if you pick up the TV and fling it out the nearest window, Alex Vance says something like, "Yeah, I suppose you're right, we don't have time to sit around staring at the goggle box." It's always a fun surprise when developers include these little allowances. It's nice to know that the player is being considered as an active participant, not just a camera on a moving dolly with an inconvenient mind of its own. How flattering that the developers remembered that I possess basic sentience. So if you were stuck in a walk and talk but attempted to sprint ahead to the end of the corridor, the NPC could say, "Oh, sorry, I seem to be boring you. Shall we skip ahead?" Wouldn't even be that hard to implement, and it would mean you can skip without breaking your immersion. The closest example to something like that I can think of is in the 2009 Bionic Commando remake. In the final boss fight, you have the option of skipping the villain's opening dialogue, and if you do so, your character interrupts the villain to go, "Shut the fuck up!" and start decking them in the face. Not the best game overall, but blimey, I'd love if every game had that feature. One button permanently bound to shut the fuck up. Think of all the applications. Muting randos in Fortnite, responding to Navi in Zelda Ocarina of Time. Better yet, they should work it into the controller hardware like the PS4 share button. A dedicated control for shut the fuck up. Then we could all hold it up and symbolically press it during the E3 presentations. So, a sequel to the not unentertaining Sony's Marvel's Spider-Man is coming out soon. Actually, will presumably already be out by the time you watch this, and maybe it'll be something to celebrate or maybe not. Precedent in the world of Spider-Man adaptations has shown that the introduction of Venom to the formula tends to be the point when things go to shit. But for me, the real tragedy is that the new game will add yet another to the enormous pile of entities one could refer to as Spider-Man 2, thus making it all the more likely to bury the good Spider-Man 2 in the folds of history. And I've brought that game up often enough in casual conversation that it's high time I did a video going into detail. I'm referring to the Spider-Man 2 game based on the Sam Raimi movie that came out in 2004 on PS2, GameCube and Xbox, developed by Treyarch, who these days spend their time keeping the Call of Duty trainer rolling until the heat death of the fudgy universe, apparently. I am absolutely not talking about the PC version that came out at the same time with the same box art, but was an entirely different, much shittier game developed by some mysterious entity named The Fizz Factor. Gosh, remember those days when versions of games might be completely different from one system to another? That was great fun. Asking your grandma for a game for Christmas was like playing Russian roulette. But anyway, Spider-Man 2 on the GameCube was one of my favourite games in the pre-professional game reviewer phase of my life. I could play that all day. Must have gone through it at least 50 times. Well, I didn't have very many other games, but still, I can distinctly remember how the TV adverts played it up as the game where you can go anywhere in the city. Because of course, this was back when sandbox gameplay was relatively new. Superhero sandbox gameplay even more so, and what made Spider-Man 2 so ahead of its time was the interesting traversal, as discussed in my previous EP on the subject. Timing your swings to maximize acceleration was a constant test of skill, and the game was loaded with challenges that made the most of that. The new Spider-Man games are good, and obviously look a hell of a lot better than Spider-Man 2, but to my mind suffer a little from trying to divide the gameplay as broadly as possible, giving equal focus to traversal, combat, and various other mechanics, which is fine, and swinging through the streets still offers the catharsis of fun traversal, but it's got all this other stuff packed around it, like styrofoam peanuts. It always feels like a mistake when a Spider-Man game has you spend too much time in combat. More specifically, it annoys me how so many modern Spider-Man games try to ape the Batman Arkham games with reaction-based fighting and stealthy Predator missions. Seems like if Spider-Man was meant to be stealthy, he wouldn't go around dressed like a really enthusiastic supporter of the Haitian football team. Spider-Man 2's developer Treyarch helped out with porting some of the Tony Hawk games back in the day, and apparently they brought some of that experience forward, because Spider-Man 2 treats the web swinging like the core of an extreme sports game. Most of the side missions, races, stunt challenges, taking pictures, delivering pizzas to possibly the most iconic video game music track of the 2000s, all focus on mastering the web traversal mechanics. Yes, there is combat, and yes, it mostly sucks greasy vegetarian bum, but most of the boss fights at least take place in massive arenas, in which web swinging can still be a factor, and it is quite amusing if you get in a fight with street thugs to web swing them up to the top of the Empire State Building and fling them off. Pull that punch, asshole! The point being, any old superhero can punch dudes. There are no end of video games that explore that. But what makes Spider-Man great video game fodder is that he's got this unique core movement mechanic, fondant, baked into his wrists. So why the hell would you force it to budge up for more combat arenas and missions where you have to play as Mary Jane crouching behind a desk? So that's the gameplay. What about story? It didn't hurt that I also quite liked the movie it's based on. Always had a soft spot for Sam Raimi's directorial style, and Alfred Molina's a delight, but there was a lot in the movie that wouldn't have adapted well. Namely, the whole prolonged subplot in which Peter Parker wants to stop being Spider-Man. Doesn't exactly gel with the video game pitch. You can be Spider-Man! Whoops, being Spider-Man sucks! So for the game, they chuck that entire element in the bin and replace it with a load of pillorying about with Black Cat and Shocker and Mysterio. What remains of the movie's plot exists a little tokenly at best. You've got the movie's actors doing the voices, for better and worse. Dr. Octopus as the main villain checks in 3 or 4 times, and there's an amusing scene early on where Peter Parker meets up with Harry Osborn, and within one line of dialogue he goes from "Hi Pete, how's tricks?" to "Spider-Man murdered my father and I will not rest until I have my revenge." Sort of the speed version of that character arc. But all the new stuff the developers made up for the game reflects surprisingly strong writing chops. The whole Mysterio plotline is great fun, and ends with a pseudo-final boss encounter that I held up at the time as one of the finest subversive gags in video games, because, as mentioned earlier, I hadn't played as many. But the Black Cat arc is really well done too. Peter has genuine chemistry with Black Cat, as she shifts from redoubtable possible villain temptress figure to manic pixie dream girl type, with nothing better to do than help a shy nerdy boy work through his personal problems. And how could we move on without acknowledging the ever-sublime Bruce Campbell, brought on to reprise his role from the first movie adaptation as the narrator-cum-tutorial voice, who spends about half the time gleefully taking the piss out of the player for following his instructions. So the writing's both funny and, more importantly, genuine. And all in all, Spider-Man 2 is one of maybe 2 or 3 examples in the entire history of gaming of a game made to tie in with a specific movie and come out at around the same time, being a superb game in its own right. Cliched as this may sound, you couldn't get something like Spider-Man 2 today. For one thing, as we were talking about in slightly something else recently, movie adaptations in AAA gaming have kinda stopped being a thing. Adaptations made to tie in with the release of specific films at any rate. Probably because games take so long to make these days, trying to sync up the release dates just isn't worth the effort. But what you also can't recreate is Spider-Man 2's freshness and its place in the earliest days of sandbox gaming. Obviously it looks primitive from a modern standpoint, but it's infused with an experimental feel. Not weighed down by all the bells and whistles AAA gaming has come to expect from this kind of thing. The skill tree, the collectibles, the map splattered with icons, like the floor of a novelty pasta factory. As such, it may seem a trifle stripped down to a modern audience, but sometimes, like a rabid Tom Holland fan with the horn, a stripped down Spider-Man is what you want. I find I've been craving a specific dish lately, much as I am continually frustrated by the fact that I no longer live within easy walking distance of a McDonald's. There's a specific flavour of gameplay I used to indulge in a lot and whose absence I now feel like a void in my gut, and that is stealth. And, oh, I know what you're going to say now, Mr. Socky. Yahtzee, how could you possibly feel you've been underserved stealth by the current industry? Isn't stealth one of the ingredients of the Jiminy Cockthroat model you're always complaining every AAA action-adventure game has? Open-world stealth action games with crafting and collectibles. And plenty of games have stealth sections, at least, like in that Chance of Xenar game you were talking about recently. And those little interlude levels in Marvel Spider-Man where you have to play as Mary Jane crouching behind a wall throwing bits of old tin around. Well, to take your points in reverse order, I can think of very few examples of mandatory stealth sections in the middle of non-stealth games that don't suck a great big non-safety regulated tailpipe. Oh, hang on, tell a lie. I can't think of any at all. Get the hell out of my superhero fantasy game and go risk getting fined for littering somewhere else, Mary Jane. And as for the other point, the main characteristic of the Jiminy Cockthroat model is that there's no focus. Every element of it has to have equal placement for maximum broad appeal. So stealth is just an option you can do if you feel inclined. And the moment you f it up, it defaults straight back to the standard combat mechanic. Besides, stealth in this context is always a little bit dreary, I find. Usually it's the Far Cry 3 thing where there's an enemy stronghold with 5 or 6 dudes walking short regular patrol routes, and we figure out the precise order to take them all out without any of the others noticing, which often feels more like a puzzle, akin to untangling a set of Christmas lights. Whenever I manage to pull it off and neutralize all the guards without an alert, I get this profound sense of anticlimax. All this tension has been building as I creep around unseen, and it doesn't get a proper payoff. I dump the last body in the tall grass and dust off my hands going, well, that's that. I can only think of one game where that doesn't happen, and it's the game that pioneered the stealth Predator mission, Batman Arkham Asylum. The Predator sections don't get easier the more enemies you take down. No, the remaining ones get more and more scared and trigger happy. They start removing your options. The music gets more dramatic. The situation escalates. That's how you make it work, and so few games that ape the Arkham Predator system realize that. If you don't raise the tension and enemies just keep obliviously patrolling no matter how many of their pals have disappeared gurgling into the bushes, you don't feel like a predator, you feel like you're tidying up. But anyway, I suppose what I'm missing are games that are entirely built around stealth as the core intended experience. But as the aforementioned obnoxious forced stealth sections in games demonstrate, stealth is a difficult thing to pull off. I mean, it's not hard to set up a visibility system and make guards react to nearby sounds and all that. The sticking point comes when you have to figure out what happens after the player flubs it up. A guard spots them, what happens next? Just game over straight away? That's what only the suckiest forced stealth sections do. It's like a combat system where you die in one hit. It's whacking us around the head for making one tiny mistake. Give the player a chance to run away and hide, like one of those chase me horror games in the Haunting Ground model. Better, but that gets frustrating easily. Getting repeatedly spotted and having to keep retreating around the corner to hide in the nearest fridge kinda kills the flow. Third option, have a combat system, so if you're spotted you can fight your way out. Which I know feels like surrender. We wanted to avoid this shit. We went into this wanting to focus on stealth, and we've ended up having to come up with a combat system anyway. I did say it's hard to pull off. I think the best compromise is to have combat, but have it kinda suck. Again, the best example of stealth that works is the game that arguably pioneered it. Thief the Dark Project. You're supposed to creep around the shadows, bopping guards on the head, but there is a direct combat system, in which Garrett waves his sword around like there's a dog turd on the end, and is completely failed if he ever has to fight off more than one dude at a time. And Thief makes no bones about not wanting you to fight dudes. If you play on expert level difficulty, you flat out fail the mission if you kill anyone. But that intrinsic motivation aside, you don't want to kill people anyway. You want to feel like a smooth master thief. You want to imagine all the guards waking up the next day to find no valuables and a calling card, at which they can only shake their fists in impotent rage. Having to kill any of them feels very unclassy. I think part of why we don't see that kind of focused stealth game much anymore is that the notion of deliberately making an aspect of your game suck doesn't really compute in today's AAA production mindset. It's a hard thing to explain to the design committee. Why are we making combat that sucks? We don't want our game to suck. Make it suck less. Why are we wasting the publisher's millions developing a combat system that we flat out don't want the player to use? Explain this to me, I am very important. As I said, the Jiminy Cockthroat model is characterized by lack of focus because it's terrified of telling the user that they're playing it wrong. Stealthing, direct combat, showing up to the battle on their hands and knees with a corncob balanced on their left buttock. Take whatever approach you want. Our aim is to appeal to as many people as as possible, but there's a reason why you don't buy Neapolitan ice cream if you're in the mood for chocolate. Thief 4 was an execrable pile of seagull plop for many reasons, one of which was that it no longer had the balls to fail you for killing people. You'd butcher your way through a mansion full of screaming guards and the game goes, well done for playing the way you want to play. Why not buy some of these skill tree upgrades that will make you even better at clumsy murdering? Big money game dev also has trouble understanding the benefits of being understated. As we know, it's all about spectacular graphics and putting the money on screen, and very little of classic Thief's trademarks slowly tiptoeing down lonely darkened corridors would cut together into an interesting trailer, but it was second to none for slow burn atmosphere building. The other way Thief 4 failed things up was by following the ghost train ride route of having every encounter be an enclosed stealth challenge. Handfuls of guards in tight clusters of rooms who all have short patrol routes going from one end of a corridor to the other. What I loved about Thief 2 was that the levels were huge and persistent, and you had to consider the mansion as a whole. Some guards would have patrol routes that go around the entire building, and you'd never know when they might burst in and catch you lifting a candlestick, or dumping an unconscious carcass into the spare toilet or whatever. You know, now I've sounded it all out, I think I finally realised that I'm not so much hankering for more well-designed stealth-focused games as I am hankering to play through Thief 2 again. So I guess I'll go do that. Yes, good idea. Thanks for listening.